I mean, those are two different things. The lawlessness, you see, people will go through red traffic lights, they will stop anywhere they want. Those kind of things. You see that there's lawlessness in general. Taxi drivers are worse. And then there's general public, who just don't care. When somebody's driving so fast, like 120 kilometers in a 60 zone, overtaking, dangerously, and doesn't care about other people's cars. Like, there's a problem in South Africa when it comes to driving. I don't know what is in people's minds, because even when there's no law enforcement, you still have to have that sense of responsibility to drive safely, because it's not only your car on the road. So we've got a big problem in South Africa. Thank you.
Kathy, good morning. My take is it doesn't matter how wide the road is, how narrow the road is. The thing is the person who is driving, the state of mind of the person who is driving, the values that that person is driving can cause or not cause an accident.
Hi, Kathy. Hey, I think my sister. I've got nothing to say such that I'm listening. I always listen to your show. Upumzile this time. Upumzile this time to say Jacob Zuma is a self-made prodigal son. Upumzile. That one. Thank you, Sis Kathy. Bye.
March 12, 2024. Good morning, Kathy. It's Mr. Suleiman, and good morning to your listeners. Kathy, all these people, the top shelf people in Parliament, they are all going to go to this Easter weekend prayer. And these people are professionals. It took them 4 years to get a degree. Some of them 6 years to get a doctorate. And they find it so difficult to learn 10 commandments. It's so difficult for them to go and learn 10 commandments. So our country will be ruled in a nice way. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. Good morning, Kathy. Nakedi from Krugersdorp. Kathy, we learned that the Reserve Bank has decided to keep the interest rate unchanged. What a disappointing decision for most of us who are finding it very difficult to maintain these bonds. I mean, the Reserve Bank, they should have think better. Ever since after COVID, the interest rates kept on going up every now and then when they meet. The committee should have think better in this regard. This is very difficult indeed for us. At least a cut in 0.25% would have been better. Thanks, Kefi.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
All right, let's get straight into Municipal Watch for today. We're looking at a land dispute that is taking place in Polokwane. Let me welcome onto the show our guest for this conversation, Ambrose Morashwa. He represents the Mamahule community on service delivery. Ambrose, good morning.
So
good, thank you, Ambrose. Just try and speak a bit louder for me so that we're able to hear you clearly. Let me also welcome onto the show His Majesty Kgoshi Thato Kolofelo Matsaung the First. Kgoshi, good morning. Kgoshi Malebo. Just make sure that you're unmuted because I know you've connected online. All right, we seem to be having an issue with that connection. Let me move on to our next guest, Councillor Makoro John Mpe, who is the mayor of Polokwane. Councillor Mpe, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning to the listeners of SAFM.
Ambrose, I want to kick off this conversation with you. Of course, it was triggered by one of the residents in your area who called into the open line, Shadi, to tell us about what she as a resident is facing right now, the prospect of eviction. We know that this matter is one that has been taking place for a long time, but as briefly as you can, give us the context of what happened here.
Okay, thank you once more, Katie, and let me also acknowledge and appreciate the chance you gave us as the community to put our side of the story, and let me also greet the mayor for making time to join us on this interview. Briefly, Katie, people started buying land there 15 years back, since 2009. When the land was still around 5,000. People flocked in that area, they bought land from people who gave them PTOs, permission to occupy. So fast forward, 2012, 2014, Polokwane municipality under the leadership of then Mayor Tembing Kadiman, they visited the place to say, can you please stop selling the land here so that we can advise on how things should be done in terms of the structure of the area. They were not listened to. Fast forward again, we went to demand services from the municipality. I'm sure the mayor will attest to it. It's almost 15 years now. So every time when we go and look for basic services, we are told about the land issue at Kalfontein, Mamahul. So now it came to our attention now that it means the people who sold us the land are not the rightful owners of the land. That is why we are having a land dispute. You can't have a dispute whereas people are the rightful owners of the land. So it means the people who sold us the land did a false sale, because even today as I'm sitting here, I'm only having permission to occupy. They cannot produce a document to say we are the rightful owners of the land. That is why 2 weeks back, a certain man by the name of Silvestre came with an eviction order with a title deed saying I'm a portion owner, portion 2. I want to evict people from this portion. He was granted the order by the court. The 2 tribal offices that sold the land, I can rest assure you today, it's only verbal talk that there won't be any demolition in that area. We don't have anything legally from them to defend that eviction. So it's really frustrating for the community. Thanks, Kate. That's the brief story.
So Ambrose, you acknowledge that what has happened over the last 15 years after you as residents were, given these permission to occupy certificates. Hello, Ambrose?
Yes, I can hear you now.
So you acknowledge that after you were given these permission to occupy certificates, you then realize that those documents were in fact fraudulent, and the people that gave you those certificates had no business giving them to you because they had no say over the land.
Yeah, I hope they will also answer to this, but yes, I can confirm that, because in 2021 or 2020, we met with then the mayor, who's the minister, Tembi, at the municipal chambers in Polokwane, where she indicated after we went and demanded services that go back to the people who sold you land. Tell them to give you papers of the land they sold you. We went back, there was no document that were given by the both traditional authorities that sold the land.
Okay, so the permission to occupy that you say residents were given, was that verbal?
Okay, let me say this, Katie, of which now bring the non-accountability sense that is there in the public sector, in the government, because in 2019, Kathy, there was a advert moratorium from Coxstein Land Reform where they indicated the fraudulent land sale at Gulffontein, so which is known as Mawahul. So there was an advertisement and a moratorium where people were told not to buy the land. But the government organs, they never ensured that that moratorium is implemented. That is why now you see households there are over 2.5 now, because people continued to sell the land which doesn't belong to them. And there's non-accountability. They are not being arrested. Like they're blocking everything in that area.
All right. Okay, Ambrose, thanks for that context. Hoshima Lebo, I understand you're on the line now. Good morning. All right, we're still having an issue with the connection to Hoshima Lebo. We can't hear him on air. If he is speaking, we're unable to get him on air at this point. Let me go then to the mayor of Polokwane and perhaps ask you, Mayor, who owns this land? Who has the right to have sold this land in the first place?
So, Kathy, once again, thank you very much, and greeting to Ambrose and the leadership of the community of Matau, Mamahule, and as a whole. The majority of the land in Mamahule falls under rural development, with the additional portions being privately owned, some subjected to the land claims. However, due to the absence of a township establishment, much of the land remains classified as agricultural rather than residential. Of course, this classification as well poses a significant hurdle for us as a municipality in delivering essential services to the residents. But also, you will also understand that for us to provide services is that we should be knowing who actually can give us the servitude rights, where the pipes are going to pass and all those. And there are communities that insisted for years continue doing their own settlement there, of which as a municipality we are still willing to render services to that community, but the question of the land needs to be resolved. We are also exploring avenue to evoke Section 34 of the Land Restitution Act, which empowers us as a municipality to take transfer of land sites, enabling reclassification of the land for residential use. Of course, by evoking this will also allow us to be able to render vital services such as water, electricity, and obtain the servitude rights over that particular area. We are willing, of course, the well-being and the prosperity of that community. They built nice houses there at Mamahule is very much paramount to us, and also the prosperity of Polokwane and that community cannot be separated. And we are working on actually evoking that section in order to deal with challenges that hinder service provision at Mamahule.
Sorry to interject them. Sorry to interject there, Mayor. So you say that given where the dispute over the land is now, you want to evoke which section of legislation that will enable you to take over?
Section 34 of the Land Restitution Act.
Okay.
Yes. So that we take, transfer of land sites. But you will also remember that these require cooperation from the communities. Some of the community members, there are various, class that are staying there. You've got people who can afford to stay anywhere in the country who have built very nice houses. You've got the middle class. You've got people who are really also struggling. That is why you find that those who in that particular area are able to provide their own electricity, they've drilled boreholes, they're supplying themselves with water, is an area where, as a municipality, would love to step in and render the services for various reasons. These actually, whatever the settlement, under whatever circumstances, it is important settlement for the growth of our city and the linkage between Polokwane and Mankweng. And as you know, that area as well has been declared for residential purposes at the national level. There are also discussions within the municipality. We've got a policy that has been approved by council to increase our urban edge to Dalmada, which is the area where the settlement is. So from our side, the only challenge that we have is the issue of land ownership in that particular area and our ability to have the servitude rights to be able to supply.
So Mayor, as things stand, as far as you are concerned, who's the rightful owner of that land?
Look, like I have said, that we had discussions, because even among the land claimants themselves, there are disputes among them. Of course, you've got the Matsaung, you also have the Mujapelos, you also have the private ownership of land, particularly on the area which was earmarked for the development, what was supposed to be Ramatlodi Park, but also you've got land, rural development owning a major portion of that land. And our engagement with the minister as well in the past was that where they own land, they need to transfer that land to us. Then we can as well play our role in the development of the area, while as well ensuring that, because there is a high demand for land.
Okay, so I just want us to be clear, Mayor, on this issue of the land ownership. So, are you saying that from the perspective of the municipality right now, there is no clear answer over who owns that land? Is that the position of the municipality?
The portion we know the portion that is owned by rural development.
Yes, I'm talking about the land in dispute. I'm talking about now the section, the Mamahule 100 LS. I'm talking about that particular plot now. Who owns it as far as the municipality is concerned?
Of course, there's a declaration of that land. There's a portion of that land that is given to the Matsaung community, and there's a portion that previously was also given to the Mujapelo, but there are disputes within the communities around there. And it's a matter that must be...
So effectively, the matter is unresolved as far as the municipality is concerned. You can't say who owns the land because it's under dispute.
Yeah, it's a matter that the land reform, rural development, and ourselves as well, we are willing to be part of the engagement to get the communities. We know that there is a portion that there is a private people who have got titleship of that. Like I think there was an articulation that they even went to court. They declared that land belongs to them.
All right.
I think there's a certain portion within the what was called Ramatlodi Park that is now owned by Blue Dot.
All right. We'll continue the conversation in a moment. And of course, I'll also give our other panelists an opportunity to weigh in on this conversation. It's 10:30, time for the latest news headlines.
Good morning, Kathy. With the news headlines, I am Luyanda Maume. The Human Rights Commission has been inundated with water and sewage complaints from Gauteng residents. The commission say they receive an average of 1,500 complaints per year in the province on a range of service delivery issues. The National Assembly has passed the Expropriation Bill as amended by the National Council of Provinces. The bill was first passed in the Assembly last year and sent to the NCOP for concurrence. And Israeli airstrikes and fierce fighting between Israel and Hamas have been continuing around at least 3 hospitals in the Gaza Strip. Medics are warning that the territory's healthcare system is close to collapse. I'll have details on these and other stories at 11. Kathy has your SAFM market update.
Taking a look at your markets this morning, the rand currently trading at 18 rand 98 to the dollar, 23 rand 93 to the pound, and 20 rand 49 to the euro. Markets in Asia closed mainly firmer. The JSE is higher in mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe are up this hour. Gold is trading at $2,192, platinum $892 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $86.55 a barrel.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to The Talking Point for Municipal Watch. Today we're focusing on a rural land dispute in the area of Mamahule out in Polokwane, Limpopo. We're joined by Ambrose Mogashwa, who's representing the Mamahule community on service delivery. We're also joined by His Majesty Kgoshi Thato Kholofelo Matsawung I. Kgoshi Malebo, are you finally on the line? Good morning.
Hello, Kathy.
Yes, is that Kgoshi Malebo?
No, Kgoshi Matsaung.
Kgoshi Matsawung. Okay, fantastic.
Yes,
Thank you so much for that. Great to have you on the line after a while. We're also joined by Councillor John Mpe, who's the mayor of Polokwane, and on the line is Ike Kekana, who is the spokesperson of Blue Dot, which in this instance are claiming to be the rightful owners. They've got several court rulings that have ruled in their favor to that effect. So, Kgoshi Matsawung, perhaps you can give us a bit of clarity on this land dispute. It's been very difficult earlier getting a clear answer out of Mayor Mpe about who the rightful landowners are. From a municipal perspective, it seems the official position is that this is land that is still under dispute. As far as you are concerned, from a tribal authority perspective, do you have rights to this land? Are you the rightful owners of this land?
Thank you, Kathy. Firstly, obviously, I'd like to welcome everyone that's on the floor, and much appreciated. I think I missed what Mr. Mohashwa said on earlier, but I managed to catch on what Mr. Mpe was saying. Your technical staff were assisting me with obviously getting online and everything, but I'll just get onto the issue briefly, and I think I will try to put it in as a respectful manner as I can, which obviously I'll avoid taking names because I think it will only be respectful in public to do so. And I think as far as I understood with the communication with SAFM yesterday, I was given the scope of what we were going to be able to discuss on air, which was the demolition and the notices of eviction, that the one thing that occurred, and it was on air on SAFM. But now I think the scope is broadened into a land dispute, as I hear. But be that as it may, we are already on air. I think, Kathy, I would like to start from the beginning. I think it will be able to give everyone clarity, because everyone that's been speaking is starting right in the middle. Right. You are dealing with Kalkfontein, not Kalkfontein 100. It's called Kalkfontein 1001 LS. Now, when we are speaking about Kalkfontein, it's got a historical background in which, before it was even deemed to be Kalkfontein, originally, it is land that belongs to Bagamatsaung, in which Bagamatsaung have an approved land restitution report agreement with the government to say There have been investigations that were made before. I mean, that was obviously with the previous leader. The previous leader, I would say, my father. I am the successor of my father, the late Professor Lisiba Ezekiel Matsukwani Matsaong III. There's an agreement with then thereof with the government at that point in time from the period of 1994 up until now. There were various meetings, stakeholder meetings that were held as a result of that. I think land reform will be very much aware. Polokwane municipality will be very much aware of this land restitution agreement that I speak of. There are obviously certain public officials who obviously acceded to the authority thereof that land be gazetted under Bagamatsaong. We are in possession of those documents that obviously were undergone as a posture of a legal process. So I heard Mr. Mpe stating that obviously you have other people that would accede to have private title now. But if you look at the historical background of where Bagamatsaong come from, before you could even have municipality in operation of the current government now, after the independence of 1994, there was no municipality, Polokwane municipality. So this says to you, according to the progress of dispensation, Polokwane municipality came after 1994. Now, if we look at the period before that, you are going to understand that we're dealing with dispossession that stems from all the way from the apartheid government. Now, the question then is, when you want to negate the rightful ownership, who was on the land first? Now, according to the dispossession of 1913, the historical context that I'm going to give you now stems that in 1913, Bagamatsaong were already on the land. Now, if Bagamatsaong have a letter that goes to the apartheid government in 1913, it means from the period of 1900 and before that, we have descendants that were on the land. Now, after the period of 1913, we've got then another letter that is written by Van Zullen. Now, Van Zullen is the interim owner of dispossession that came under the apartheid government before Manny Kalkfontein. If you're speaking about Kalkfontein, you're speaking of Manny Kalkfontein. Now, Manny Kalkfontein was a farmer, and Manny Kalkfontein was under the apartheid government had obtained the rights to be able to take land that was dispossessed from Bagamatsaong to be under him, and also Van Zullen as well to be under him. Now, our obviously land process of ownership was reduced to what we call labor tenancy protest as at the time. Now, Kathy, you'll be well aware of the Group Areas Act, the Natives Land Act. Now, those are legislations that were there then at that time in the apartheid era period, than the time that is now. Now it is a different time, right? Now, according to the dawn of where it is now, in the 70s, Bagamatsaong, after obviously being finally forcefully removed in 1964, we dwelled in Mamakule from obviously during the period of the early 1900s up until 1964. We were finally forcefully removed, unconstitutionally so. Now, right after that, to the dawn of 1994, and after the independence, in the 70s, before that, we wrote a letter to the apartheid government saying Bagamatsaong have been in the struggle. You understand? The royal family has been in exile. We were exiled and we were forcefully removed elsewhere. Therefore, we write this letter before there are any legal institutions or legal arms or legal legislations or any form of transformation processes, so that they accede to the fact because we were forcefully removed while we were over control. So the apartheid government acknowledged that letter. It was accepted. There was also a fund called the Matsukwani Fund. That fund was the fund of the family, of the royal family, to go back to Mamakule and for us to be able to restore. So after the process of 1994 of independence, of obviously democratic dispensation, we were then already home at that point in time. Restoration began to happen. Now, after 1994, you have this whole spawn of title. Now, title meaning what in terms of title? Originally, there is no government that owns land originally. If you trace it from back then and up until now, in terms of, as per the century of administration, in terms of land going into government's hand and going out, Originally, government kreile magoshi anti ana le dinaga. What happens would be an administration in terms of occupation. Now, there are people that bought land via auction. There are people that bought land privately through public administration. Well, in the process, while land was under claim, according to my understanding, of my legal understanding, prior to the previous government. I'm not talking about the current present government. Now everyone else that became an owner after, right? It was land that was already under claim.
Hoshi Matsaung, thanks for that. Thanks for that context and history. Let's talk about where we are right now.
Yes.
As things stand, legally, do you have any claim that is recognized over that land?
Yes. Kathy, we do have a claim that is recognized. I can understand because of the time frame and everything. Yes, we have a claim, Kathy, that is very much valid. It is sub judice. It is in the hands of the Land Claims Court. And there's a legal principle that is deemed to be called the Mamakule Land Claims legal principle, meaning any claim that is on that land before the Mamakule land claim is finalized cannot be a claim that stands, because the Mamakule land claim is the one that obviously put the legal arms in place to say who are the beneficiaries and what should have happened on the land.
And that matter is still ongoing in the Land Claims Court. So it has not been resolved.
Yes, the matter is ongoing.
Okay. Let me bring into the conversation Ike Kekana. Ike, you are representing Blue Dot. Blue Dot is claiming to be the rightful owners of this land. Part of what is available, at least the reporting on it, on record, is that you paid over 14 million rand for this land in 2010. Let's talk about what happened there.
Well, in front of me is a deed of transfer, and I mustn't encroach into what Hoshi is saying. Kathy, you should be knowing Polokwane. As you leave Polokwane, going to Kefliot, you will see a development on your right, where people have built some houses. That place starts where it was originally Ramatodi Park, and then it extends there. That is the place where Blue Dot has got a deed of transfer about. So I wouldn't like us to talk more about Bagamatau going further east, because then I will be encroaching into wrong things. But I want specifically to talk about where there is a development now, and the problem with that development is that the people who bought stands there bought the stands in the land that specifically belongs to Blue Dot. So, and we have got a criminal case against those who bought the stands there. It's going on. And just as early as last week, we heard that the same people who bought stands there illegitimately wants to go for a civil case. We will deal with it. But what we are saying as Blue Dot is that in front of me, we've got a title deed that says that land, that specific land. Let's not confuse it with and so on and so on. That specific land, where there are developments there as you leave Dalmata going towards the east, that land belongs to Blue Dot.
So, Mr. Kekan, who did Blue Dot buy this land from?
They bought it from the I think there was an earlier on there was Capcom development there. They could have bought it from them, and there is a title deed to that extent.
So
that I understand is that the land was claimed by Mujapilu community, but the land claim has, as we talk, not yet been finalized. So the land, as we talk, belongs to us. If the rural development was to come, or the commission, the Land Claims Commission was to come and say, we want to finalize this, the land was claimed in 1998, and then what do we do? Maybe that is where we can start talking. But for now, that land belongs to Blue Dot.
But can you say that it belongs to Blue Dot when you yourself acknowledge that at the point that it was bought from whoever, whether it's a previous developer, it was already under claim and that matter was ongoing?
Let me explain it properly. In 1998, the Department of Rural Development established the commission, the Land Claims Commission, invited people to claim land. Now, people claimed land. Now, as long as that land, the claim is not yet finalized, you can't say that land is yours. In other words, the people who illegally sold sites there, they had no business to do that because the land claim has not finalized to say, fine, now this thing belongs to Morena Siaka View Association.
Yes. Does that not include you too?
What has been finalized, you can't say it's not Blue Dot's land.
But what I'm saying is, but can you say it's your land as Blue Dot?
Yes, because I've got a deed of transfer in front of me.
No, but what if the deed of transfer is the same as the permission to occupy that has been offered to residents?
Wait, let me talk slowly and then I want to interfere. Yes. Let me listen to what your question is.
So my point is that, Mr. Kekana, did Blue Dot not fall prey to the same individuals that sold this land off to the residents that are there now that have built these properties?
No.
How do you know that?
I think our starting point is, are we having a legal document in front of us? If the answer is yes, then your question falls off. But it's not only that. The matter went to court. The matter went as far as the Constitutional Court. There was a time when all the courts were saying, break all those structures that are in your farm. But the owners, Blue Dot, said, no, let's be human here. Let's not break these things. Although we've got court orders in front of us, but we said no. Let's be human. If somebody comes now and challenge, which is what you are raising, challenge the same between Blue Dot and Capcom developers, it will be a separate matter altogether. But what we are saying now is that the title deed in front of us is illegitimate.
And the
court orders that ensued were based on the same title deed. We fell prey of something that was not. No, we can't say that.
So, Mr. Kekana, we're now in a situation where residents are facing eviction orders. Are these eviction orders from Blue Dot?
This eviction orders, yes.
Why do you want them off the land now? You were saying earlier that you had taken initially a humanitarian approach to say, let's be human. What has changed?
No, the evictions that are following, if they will be there, is because the people who bought land, our land illegitimately, are now beginning to make us the victims. It's as if Blue Dot is the victim. they went and buy stands wrongfully. They didn't get permission to occupy for those stands. They didn't get title deed, but they started building. Now, we are developing that area. We want to rezone that area properly. And we are saying, for us to rezone this thing, we must know all of you who are there. And you must be prepared to buy the site from us, because that land belongs to us.
Okay.
Now, we are still not saying we want to evict them. But if they want to start coming up with all this blame game where as Blue Dot, everybody wants to blame us, then we will go to court and act all this court order.
Okay. Khoshi Matsawu, you want to come in?
Sorry, Kathy. Yes, Kathy, I'd like to clarify something very quickly here, abruptly. Firstly, Kathy, you are dealing with the whole demolition issue was not even a Blue Dot issue in the first place. The issue that we're dealing with, I'll come to the Blue Dot issue just now. It was the Petersburg Pty Ltd. That is the incident that happened then for it to be heard on air and for you to be able to invite us here. So in retrospect, we were discussing that issue in particular, but now that there is Blue Dot, can I quickly address the Blue Dot issue because they are already on the platform? Firstly, there's an urgent interdict court order from 2005 against TEPCON developers. And that order states that TEPCON developers is aware that land is under claim. And then that court order is saying there are no developments or selling of proceeds with regards to the property that is supposed to happen. I'm in possession of the court order. TEPCON developers was a respondent. So by the time Blue Dot bought land from TEPCON, land was under claim. They could not have bought the land while there is a court order from the Polokwane High Court stating that land is under claim as far as it stands, and it has been claimed by Baramatsau. And then the second aspect, Blue Dot do not really have knowledge to the facts that are at hand because they bought it from someone who was basically selling land so that they can get out of the problem, knowing that they got land that was under claim at that point in time. Now, Bagamujapelo have a separate land claim from us. And look, we have documents that says the land claim Bagamujapelo did not go through at the time. It did not succeed at the time. There are rulings that says that land claim did not succeed at the time. As far as we understood, we were the parties to have claimed that portion of Blue Dot. It's not even called Blue Dot. It's portion 41. According to the coordinates of government, it's portion 41.
All right.
According to, yes.
All right. Mayampe, let me bring you in here. This dispute is complex. It is clearly still very much an ongoing issue. Residents, of course, are living with a deep sense of insecurity of what tomorrow might hold for them. What is your solution to this issue right now as we speak?
Kathy, and once again, thank you, and to the listeners. I think I have stated with regard to the issues. If you check, here we're now dealing with the history of land dispossession, which every community in Limpopo, whether you go to the Malukas, whether you go to many other tribes, they will actually have got a history with regard to that. They are land claim. We are saying let's resolve these issues with land rural development ministry. Let's resolve all these issues. But for us as the municipalities, that we are willing and we are ready, because like I have said, that the prosperity of our residents, like Mama Hule and any other residents, cannot be separated from the prosperity of the city of Polokwane, and we want to render services. But we need to have assurance of who owns which land, and once there are no disputes or the disputes have been resolved, we are ready at any time. Even if you tell us that do something about rendering services and the issue of land has been resolved, today, tomorrow we can send our people.
Is there anything that you're doing to try and have the process expedited, simply because it's been going on for so long? And while it's going on, it seems, development is continuing in this area.
Yes, I think we are not necessarily very much the right people to adjudicate on issues of land dispute, but we are in discussion with rural development to try and get all the stakeholders, interested parties, and all those. But once they go to court, it becomes a little bit very much difficult for us to mediate on the issues, because all of them feel that they've got they are rightful owners of the land and they should approach the courts, and the matters are dragging long. People are developing. Of course, I think we might need to elevate this matter even to the highest office in the land, because at the end of the day are the residents who are suffering, not receiving services, not getting any attention from their government, while there are all these. As you are aware, there are also people who have been shot dead because of the land around that particular area. So it's a matter of concern for us as a municipality. Ambrose,
I'm going to wrap this conversation up with you. What would you say are the lessons, very briefly, that you as residents have learned out of this process?
Okay, 3 things that I'll go quickly on. The first one, I would love, or let me agree with the mayor that the gist of this matter is that people need basic services. And listening to Khoshi Tato and Kekana, none of them is telling us on how we can access basic services. Their only priority is for them to gain the land. He finished about 5 minutes talk. He never mentioned anything about how am I planning to get services for these people. So what we have learned is that we need to do investigations before we buy the land, and the government must take the responsibility to ensure people who are selling land without papers are arrested. You can't sell. You can ask Khoshitad, why are they busy selling the land if the land is under dispute? Maybe he can give us clarity. Why is the land keep on being sold? Whereas Lena as Khoshi is acknowledging that the land is under dispute. Why can't he stop the sale of land there? Why is he selling the land? And what's the plan of getting services for the people at Mama Hule? And lastly, Katie, on the 22nd of March 2022, there was a letter from Land Claims Commission, which stated clearly that Mama Hule is now a residential area, meaning the land can now be serviced fully by the municipality. The letter further says none of the claimants will be getting the land back. So, Mayor, with this letter, go and deploy your legal muscle on this matter for them to interpret this letter for you. None of these claimants will be getting the land back. So revoke Section 34 and service people.
All right.
That's our view.
All right. Unfortunately, we're completely out of time for this conversation. It is a story that we'll continue to keep a close eye on going into the future.
Independent and impartial. This is SAfm News.
Thank you, Kathy. In your top stories, the HRC provides an update on complaints in Gauteng, and Scopa berates the National Treasury. This is SAfm News. A very good morning. I am Luyanda Maume. The Human Rights Commission has been inundated with water and sewage complaints from Gauteng residents. The Commission say they receive an average of 1,500 complaints per year in the province on a range of service delivery issues. The Commission briefed the media yesterday on matters they've investigated reported, which includes the Hammanskraal cholera matter, infrastructure challenges and problems with the province's hospitals, amongst others. Legal officer at the Gauteng South African Human Rights Commission, Harriet Buka, says ailing infrastructure has been identified as a contributing factor to ongoing water woes.
The Commission identified the issues with VAL to be under the critical infrastructure, which meant that if there was nothing done to ensure that the pollution in VAL is not dealt with, then there would be lots of spillage that's going to, and this was going right into people's homes, schools, sometimes like the creche you mentioned earlier, and the whole thing regarding even the infrastructure of the pipings and where the sewerage was taking place and all that stuff.
Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, has slammed National Treasury for its failure to acknowledge that a contract it acquired nearly 20 years ago has been irregular and fruitless. Treasury awarded a contract to the American-based technology company Oracle in 2015. The aim was to modernize the state's IT systems via an integrated financial management system. However, a whistleblower had provided information to the Special Investigating Unit that the process and awarding of the tender was irregular. Appearing before SCOPA, Treasury maintained that they can only end the contract when the SIU hands over its final report to the President. SCOPA chairperson Khuleko Hlengwa berated the department.
What do you accept? This revolving door that you are playing before us is, quite frankly, as I see it, totally unacceptable. And I think it's reckless and irresponsible coming from National Treasury. That processes that you initiated arrive at conclusions, you reject them, and then when an independent body arrives at similar conclusions, you don't agree. You don't accept the issues around the irregular expenditure, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. DM, this sits as a glaring indictment on National Treasury.
The National Assembly has passed the Expropriation Bill as amended by the NCOP. The bill was first passed by the Assembly last year and sent to the NCOP for concurrence. The NCOP made an amendment and passed the bill last week with 7 provinces voting in favour. The Western Cape is the only province that voted against it, while the NCOP did not get a final mandate from the Northwest. More than 200 members of the Assembly agreed with the amendment made by the NCOP, and the bill will be sent to the President to sign it into law. The DA, EFF, IFP, FF Plus and ACDP voted against the bill. The ANC, COPE, NFP and Al-Jamah all voted in favour of it. Here is House Chairperson Madala Ntombela reading the outcome of the vote.
Honourable members, the results of the division is as follows. The A's 205 and the noes 108. The question is accordingly agreed to and the bill will be sent to the President for assent.
Limpopo traffic authorities say they are expecting high traffic volumes on the N1 and the R101 roads later today. This as hundreds of holiday makers have begun making their way to various destinations for the Easter holidays. Traffic spokesperson Didimalo Chwene says they have deployed officers accordingly.
We have deployed our traffic law enforcement officers at critical points to manage the flow of traffic but also cap traffic violations. Motorists are therefore urged to drive with caution, be courteous to each other and maintain a safe following distance at all times.
And finally, Israeli airstrikes and fierce fighting between Israel and Hamas have been continuing around at least 3 hospitals in the Gaza Strip. Medics are warning that the territory's healthcare system is close to collapse. The BBC's Yolandi Nell reports.
Fighting has raged since last week around Gaza City's Al-Shifa hospital and more recently near 2 hospitals in southern Gaza. The Israeli military says it's carrying out precise operations against Hamas and taking steps to protect patients and medics. But there's growing concern about those stuck at Al-Shifa. In Khan Yunis, Al-Amal hospital's now been evacuated, while Israeli tanks are said to be massed around Nasser hospital. The army says it's not entered there. The Palestinian Red Crescent says there's a danger to thousands of people trapped inside.
Recapping your top story, the Human Rights Commission has been inundated with water and sewage complaints from Gauteng residents. For SAFM News, I am Luyanda Maume. Headlines at 11:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Blue and Gold Army are happy with their performance in the DStv Premiership, and they want to triumph against Gold and Black to stay in the top 5. However, Amakosi want to bring back Injabulo to the Kosi Nation. The Citizens battles it out with the Glamour Boys. Catch Mzansi's beautiful game, Cape Town City versus Kaizer Chiefs, on Saturday 30 March at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners Neshisanyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha. With hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal.
Real savings, real benefits. Here's what real clients say about OUTsurance.
My name is Adam. I'm 71 years of age and I live in Douglasdale. I'm paying 554 Rand a month for my 2022 Nissan Magnite.
Want a car insurance premium that'll blow your mind? SMS out to 30754 now for a quote. It's quick, it's easy, and it could save you hundreds of rands every month. Here's Amy.
To anyone who has not reached out to OUTsurance, what are you doing? Reach out today.
Blow your mind, not your paycheck. SMS out to 30754 and see for yourself why OUTsurance was voted Best Car Insurer 2023 by the Star and Pretoria newsreaders. Here's Yusuf.
It just shows that OUTsurance is top of the tops when it comes to insurers.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's, and limits apply. Premiums are risk profile dependent and reviewed annually. Client comments do not constitute financial advice.
In a world driven by innovation, where progress knows no bounds, it's those who dare to dream, to push boundaries, who power our future. Join over 15,000 tech champions, visionaries, and trailblazers at Africa's largest tech event, exploring innovations across technology as we leverage tech for a more sustainable, connected tomorrow. Join us at Africa Tech Festival in Cape Town from November 11 to 14. Register your interest at africatechfestival.com.
The Blues are looking for nothing but victory to cement a decent top half position.
Mudryk takes over. Mudryk's through. Mudryk round the goalkeeper. Oh, it's fantastic.
But the Clarets need 4 points to step out of the uncomfortable zone.
Come on, Jakob. Jakob Brun Larsen scores. Perfect penalty. Keeper went the right way. Too much on it.
This is the Premier League. Witness the superb contest between Chelsea FC and Burnley FC on Saturday 30 March at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Blue and Gold Army are happy with their performance in the DStv Premiership, and they want to triumph against Gold and Black to stay in the top 5. However, Amakosi want to bring back Injabulo to the Kosi Nation. The Citizens battles it out with the Glamour Boys. Catch Mzansi's beautiful game, Cape Town City versus Kaizer Chiefs, on Saturday 30 March at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners Neshisanyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha. With hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal.
The new and exciting moves for the SABC2 Familia from the 4th of March, the life-changing game show Deal or No Deal with Katlego Mabue officially moves to SABC2 weekdays at 6:30 p.m. It's where you belong.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
It's 10 after 11 o'clock. Welcome to the third and final hour of the show. This morning, we're going to be looking at the intersection of politics and religion. It is Easter weekend, and we know often what happens on Easter weekend. We will see lots of different religious gatherings across the country, and undoubtedly present at these gatherings will be different leaders of political organizations. I think especially so in an election year and in the middle of campaigning, more and more of these leaders are finding themselves in the corridors of churches, in the corridors of all sorts of other religious institutions. So what is this intersection, and do we find that religious leaders also open themselves up to the interests of political parties? I wonder what congregants make of what happens sometimes where political party leaders will be given platforms in their churches. Let me invite onto the show Reverend Mpho Mulebadzi, who is a pastor at Global Theological Mission, formerly All Nations Evangelical Missions of South Africa. Reverend Mulebadzi, good morning.
Good morning to you, ma'am, and good morning to your listeners.
Reverend Tembelani Jantile is a senior pastor at Mamelodi Baptist Church. Reverend Jantile, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners.
So,
good morning to Muruti Mulibas.
In a country like South Africa, where when asked, over 70% of respondents say that they are Christian and believe and act out according to a Christian faith, the question of religion and politics, I think, becomes even more important, especially the intersection of it, because we often see the extent to which political party leaders become also very intentional about associating themselves with religious leaders. Reverend Mulebadzi, let's speak a little bit about that history in our country.
Yes, ma'am. We have a very difficult history ourselves in this country because religion and politics have always been a syncretism, meaning a unification. And it has achieved a lot. I mean, if you look at how the apartheid system established itself based on religion, claiming to be the nation of God, and that they have their identities intertwined with the divine nature of God, and they came up with legislations that totally oppressed and suppressed and discriminated against non-Afrikaners or non-whites in those days. And today we see that religion also, before I say today, we remember how the struggle of the church against apartheid. The Archbishop Desmond Tutu, Dr. Ombes Nodé stood up, and Dr. Alan Pusak and other religious leaders opposing apartheid. And today they are not here. We don't have any voice that points out to this government for 30 years democracy and say to this government, you continue to fail our people. You continue to leave our people behind. You own this country, you own the wealth of this country at the expense of the people who are supposed to lead and serve. So it's a very difficult thing. On the other part is that there's this notion that says that religion belongs to the domain of spiritual activities, and politics are relegated to earthly and material existence. And therefore, religion is used as an instrument by politicians in order to gather their political power and to be in control. And it's happened even now before Easter, tomorrow. They have to be going to the churches, not that they want to be prayed for, not because they want to have a critique and evaluate themselves as politicians in terms of how they have run this country. Are there ways in which the development of South Africa and South African citizens have been in the agenda? To what extent have they achieved? What are the challenges and what are they willing to do with the help of the church or the religion that they would attend the service to tomorrow? So these are the issues. Yes, ma'am.
Reverend Jantile, I'll give you a chance to continue now, Reverend Molebatsi. Reverend Jantile, your take on where we are today in South Africa when it comes again to this intersection of politics, religion, and how we see, I think, players on both ends speak into what is happening in our country and perhaps even maintain relationships, get into some of these relationships for their own interests.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. Let me start first by, just mentioning these terms. And I'm glad that you are using religion and politics actually instead of church and state. And in most cases, when we argue, the intersection between faith and life in general, or faith and political action, we mostly think of the state. And the state and the church are two separate entities. One is divine instituted, another one is a human creation. But once you go to politics generally and religion, you can't separate the two. People are found in this tension between exercising their faith even in a political arena. So political involvement is also an expression of Christianity, and most of the politicians are Christians, or some of the politicians are Christians, and this tension we need to get to it deeply, because faith at some point serves as a foundation stone for political engagement for many people. And that is why you will see people coming to church to be prayed for, or to or attend these church services. In any case, the relationship between the church and politics in South Africa is a very deep one, as Ndati Molebatsi has said. Some of these political parties were started by church people. And at some point after 1960, when the political leaders went into exile, it was the church that opened its doors. Political rallies were held in churches. And it's unfortunate that right now we see people who have betrayed the values that we believed in. And then when we see them in churches, we get angry. But we forget that the church was really at the forefront when there was a vacuum of political leadership. And the church churches were open for people to bury their loved ones, to have political meetings, and some ran to churches to escape the wrath of that apartheid government. So you cannot take away the church, or rather religion, from the politics of South Africa. And at the same time, you cannot take away politics from the religion or religions in South Africa. So just because we have people who have betrayed our values and we have betrayed people That does not mean we shouldn't associate or invite them even to account to a church space to speak of what they've done in this community. And I, for one, I really advocate that the church should be part and parcel of the community. And being part and parcel of the community is being deeply involved in politics.
All right. We're going to continue the conversation in a moment. And just on this issue of accountability, Reverend Jantile, I wonder to what extent the platforms that are created actually provide a true opportunity to hold political leaders accountable, because often it seems that what it is a platform for them to be able just to get their messaging across. It becomes a one-way conversation rather than also getting that feedback from whatever constituencies that they might be speaking to. But we'll continue the conversation in a moment, and I want us to pick up just on that point when we continue.
Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners Neshisanyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha with hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal.
In a world driven by innovation, where progress knows no bounds, it's those who dare to dream, to push boundaries, who power our future. Join over 15,000 tech champions, visionaries, and trailblazers at Africa's largest tech event, exploring innovations across technology as we leverage tech for a more sustainable, connected tomorrow. Join us at Africa Tech Festival in Cape Town from November 11 to 14. Register your interest at africatechfestival.com.
ES Tunis plan to disallow their visitors any breathing moment, but ASEC Mimosas remain extremely hungry for maximum points on the road. The North takes on the West. This is the first leg quarter-final battle of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. ES Tunis versus ASEC Mimosas on Saturday, 30 March at 11 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. # We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Look for the Go Digital logo in the new digital television set you're buying and access free-to-air channels without an additional decoder if you live in an area with digital terrestrial network coverage. # Go Digital. For more information, send a WhatsApp message to 0600 625 458. You can also email support at sentech.co.za or visit www.sentech.co.za.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
We continue the conversation on the Talking Point. We're looking at the intersection of religion and politics. What does it all mean, especially for South Africa today? Of course, it's on the eve of Easter weekend. Joining us for this conversation, Reverend Mpho Mulibadzi, who's pastor at Global Theological Mission, formerly All Nations, and also Reverend Thembelani Jantile, who's a senior pastor at Mamelodi Baptist Church. So, Reverend Mulibadzi, just on this issue of accountability, both of you have expressed the sentiment that there's been great disappointment from the church in terms of the leaders that we have, what was promised versus what has been delivered. So there is that acknowledgement of the fact that things have not gone as what they should or what was anticipated. And yet, we continue to see religious leaders give platforms to political leaders within their structures, within their organizations. Is there accountability in the true sense, or do we, is it convenient to say we're disappointed, leaders have not delivered what they need to, but where it seems that the interests of the church can also be served, does it become convenient then to open the doors to these political leaders?
Well, that's a very good statement, ma'am. The most important part of this is that the church is not, or let me say, religions are not given any platform where they could be able to be prophetic to the state to ensure that the state delivers justice. And in South Africa in particular, the social and economic justice is long overdue. And the various churches, as it were, as tools and instruments of colonialism and apartheid, and even the current ANC cabinet, finds itself in a difficult position to be able to say anything. If you still remember the last way, I warn you, because the government and the president of the time did not listen to this of a religious leader in South Africa who fought against apartheid. So accountability also is seen when it comes to politics in the wild.
Apologies, Reverend Mulibati. I'm going to ask that we call you back. The connection to you is not great. We're losing you somewhat on the line there. We'll bring you back in a moment. While we do that, Reverend Jantile, can you come in and answer then on this issue of accountability and the extent to which the church is in earnest holding political leaders accountable?
Yeah, actually, Kathy, you're making me to think and ask, when we say church, whom are we referring to? And let me just generalize also then in trying to answer that question. One, the church, what we have picked up, and I'll say in a broader ecumenical movement, the South African Council of Churches, the TSRs, many different organizations that we have. What one picks up is that most ministers do not know how to engage the state. And hence other people will say, no, but we want platforms. But platforms are created in certain places. People will be told, come and engage on this particular law that we want to be passed and all that. I mean, it's rare where you'll find church leaders in such conversations. You will always find political parties. But secondly, you cannot engage the state when you are fragmented. I'm not sure if I'm using this a correct term. And you can't at the same time engage the state and hold the state accountable when you come as an individual without coming as one body speaking with one voice. But also it speaks of the training that ministers are receiving currently. The current, we need to look at the colleges that we have all around us. What is it that they are teaching pastors? Are they teaching pastors who will, promote human welfare and justice, or criticize the state when it departs from the standard of justice? So those are the challenges that I personally think, as the church, we need to look into, seriously, because I think the problem is we struggle to engage with the state, but also it's true, as Muruti is saying, the focus of mainstream media is not on ecumenical movements. It's only now during the COVID and during the Zuma era where you saw that, okay, the mainstream media is now giving ecumenical movement some attention. But the mainstream media will always focus on Christian fundamentals and people who really are not engaging the issues as much as they are engaging the scriptures.
All right. We're going to continue the conversation in a moment. It's 11:30, time for the latest news headlines.
Thank you, Kathy. In your headlines, the Human Rights Commission says it has been inundated with water and sewage complaints from Gauteng residents. The Commission says they receive an average of 1,500 complaints per year. The AfriForum has called on communities to notify the organization of any water cuts implemented by Rand Water for debt collection purposes. The Pretoria High Court found that Rand Water's water cuts were illegal and determined that AfriForum must approach the court again on an urgent basis for an interdict if it becomes aware of any similar water cuts by Rand Water. And Limpopo traffic authorities say they are expecting high traffic volumes on the N1 and the R101 roads later today. This as hundreds of holiday makers have begun making their way to various destinations for Easter holidays. I'll have details on these and other stories at midday.
#SAFM Talking Point.
All right, we continue the conversation on the talking point. Reverend Mpho Mulibadzi and Reverend Tembelani Jantile are our guests. Reverend Mulibadzi, just making sure that I have you back on the line. Good morning.
Pleased to be back.
Yes, yes, you are back. So one of the issues that we had touched on before we lost you was just the question of accountability and the role of accountability between these two spheres, the religious sphere and the political sphere, and how and why we're seeing what really seems to be a regression from religious leaders in holding political leaders accountable.
Yes. The point I was also making is that, first of all, the church, it has been kept over many centuries. And that as a result, the church or religions were weakened to only advocate the aims and objectives of the state or the government or of the political order. And this has been so clear, not even from our times, but even from ancient times. Even in biblical terms, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the scribes, they were the religious military prefects of the Roman Empire to ensure that there shall be no insurrection or any revolutionary means by any religious leader. And Jesus was even arrested by the very people who supposed to have been in his camp in establishing the kingdom of God in the Roman Empire without destroying that government, but transforming it. So we've inherited this, as Maruti mentioned, the theological institutions and the education that we're receiving. They're all outside of the secular history. They're out of the religious, the political, the socio-economic issues that horribly affect our nation or our nations in the world. We put it that way. So the theological mission of the church, which is to establish the kingdom of God, not futuristically, but right now. That means in their now time, through the redemptive activity of the gospel of Jesus, it is not happening. And you interview Christians, they still run around with that Plato's and Socrates' polarization of religion and politics. After that, religion is to be focusing on spiritual issues, but politics or things on earth.
Reverend Mulibati, the connection to you is still not great. I'm so sorry about that. I'm struggling to make out part of what you're saying on air because of the quality of that line. We'll see if the team is able to fix it in what remains of this conversation. Let me go to Mbombela Mdluli. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Kete.
Yes.
Yes. No, thank you for the discussion. The problem here is that the church has a particular understanding on how to lead people. The politicians, they have other set of rules, so that makes them not to work together. And when you look what is happening now, you can see that there is no direction. And according to the scriptures, reading Proverbs 29 verse 2, the Bible says, when the godly are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked are in power, they groan. That's what we see now. The
All right, it looks like we've lost Mdluli there. I'm not sure what's going on with our phone lines. The quality of connection on the phone lines is not great. I do apologize for that. Thabo, you're in Kroonstad. Hopefully it will be better with you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Jesse. Yeah, Jesse, I think maybe the way you coined the topic for today is actually narrowing. The topic is about the interaction between religion and the politics, and now we're digressing to the church and the politics. I think that's where the problem is, because all the questions and the input seems to be about the interaction between the church and the politics. So we must not make a mistake also of dissociating the political beings from members of the church, because the same politicians and the same pastors, some or many of them are actually politicians. We've got churches in this country which has got political parties. A classical example would be your ATN. In reality, ATN is part of the 12 Apostolic Church. We have got a Reverend Moshe, who's a politician, has got a church, and in the main, when you see the political party can't dissociate itself from the church, or the church cannot dissociate itself from the political party of Kenneth Moshe. So I thought the pastors there would be able to respond as to how should the church or how should the religion interact with politics. I think that's where the major gap is. But the reality of the matter is that you cannot dissociate the church from the politics, and the politics cannot be dissociated from the church and religion, because the same people who are in the church are the same people who become political animals outside. So it's very much good for the churches to give platform for politicians to interact with members of the church. But it must not only happen during the electioneering process, even in between the elections. The church must be able to invite the politicians and members of parliament to come and interact with its members on a particular matter. Even if there's a bill that is under discussion, there's nothing that prohibits the church from inviting politicians or parliament to come and address its members about a particular matter that the church might have an issue with. I think the church is the one that is actually inactive in that particular regard. You must not wait, because the nature of our government is that you should not wait for government to come to you. You also have equal rights to go and approach government to say, we have got a view on this particular matter, including during the public hearings and when the laws are made. Invitations are issued out publicly for any member of the society to come and participate. So the church leaders must not wait to get special invitations to the church. They must also approach the same way that the politicians will come to the church during this particular time. Which, for me, there's nothing wrong with that. If I go to church and I want to be a member of parliament, then I approach the church to say, can you pray for me, or I want to be visible, because the church and members of the church are voters, and the politicians must also be visible in churches, Kathy.
You know, Thabo, I think that what you're saying, I don't think that our guests fundamentally disagree with what you're saying. Of course, the question for me, as we've broadened it, is also about accountability, right? That when you have a church that is representing what is supposed to be the most poor in society, the most vulnerable, the most marginalized, then to what extent does that find expression when you have political party leaders coming in churches, being aware some of them are accused of all sorts of things, and one would think that the church then also becomes a voice over some of these issues to say, but you know, these are the conditions of people that we work with on a day-to-day basis, and you are the one that is either in a position of power or in a position of influence. You have the opportunity to change that. So where does that accountability then come in, rather than it sort of by and large just being seen as an opportunity to come, yes, speak to the congregation, but it's serving what might be a very narrow interest on the part of the politicians and probably on the part of the church too?
For election processes, in between, when the church is concerned, the members of the church are facing the same challenges that members of the society are facing. So there's nothing that prohibits the church from inviting a politician to come and account on a particular matter, and have a meeting kind of environment, and engage that politicians to say, you are failing in this particular regard, so that tomorrow when the church confronts these people, hold these people accountable, the church would have said, we have invited you, you have made this particular commitment, but you delivered none of them. So the church must not only wait during the election times and then accuse the politicians that you only come during the electioneering process.
All right.
The church must equally has got the responsibility to invite them to come and engage members of the church. Thank you, Kathy.
All right, Thabo. Thanks for that contribution. Thabo is out in Kroonstad. Reverend Mulibatsi, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, ma'am. The point I was making is that there's a serious polarization between the church and the state, which must be addressed urgently. It worked for the apartheid government to integrate the religion and politics to achieve their goals. They have succeeded. But when it comes to us theologically, the church is still captured. I heard what Muruti said. But the issue is the church cannot redress the state in South Africa and hold it accountable for service delivery. We have it for 30 years, democracy in this country. It's been a big struggle. All the sonas the state has made have never achieved anything at all but to re-entrench the apartheid system back on track. Right now, look at the labor relations in this country. 26 rand to 67 cents minimum wage per hour today. Who has structured that abject poverty-stricken, driven lives for our people and our nation? So the church understands politics in the narrow sense, like I do, in terms of government, but also in the wider sense. So the politics in the wider sense says that the nation and the church within that nation should be able to see change and be involved in bringing transformation. Can the church say something to the labor relations and the economic issues of this country? No. Why? Because that polarization still exists, that the church must only preach heaven to the people and the state will preach politics and economic development or make laws on earth.
What do you believe,
to be addressed.
What do you believe is behind the polarization?
The fact that the church, when I'm saying the politicians, if you look at history, let me mention one person, Alexander the Great, Hellenized the church. by Hellenizing the nation of Israel. And they've changed the Bible to suit them. The Romans have changed the Bible in terms of its hermeneutical, exegetical, and systematic theology to meet its own needs. There's a text in the Bible, Romans 13, obey the government because they're ordained of God. This is a serious misconception and heresy and fallacy that is proclaimed by the state to the nation and to the church and to religions. There are religions that are discriminated against in this country. And to use the majority religion, which is so-called Christian, which is 85.7% majority, it is to use it as a feeder area for the politicians to can be able to rally more political power in competition with other political or politicians. So this is the issue that must be addressed. I mean, why don't we have a simple challenge in terms of labor? Why do laborers don't own the means of production? Why is it that only those who have companies in this country and private-owned land have that power that the workers don't have? If a company has its capital as its strong point, as a means of production, then laborers' hands, toils should become theirs too.
All right.
We need to bring this, that Easter has come to bring this kind of equality. God says we are all the same. We have shared humanity. We have the same shared, even spiritual formation at the core foundation of our character and personalities. We are in the image of God, equally made. So we should be, all of us, compete with each other in a positive, just sense of allowing everyone to make the most of their lives in this world, whether you are a company owner, whether you are a laborer or a worker.
All right.
The president has made it difficult for us as well.
Yeah.
He structured this kind of labor relations that brings about inequality in our country. The president.
Reverend Mulebati, unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there for today. We're completely out of time for this conversation. In fact, that's where I'm going to leave it for today. Apologies, Reverend Jantile, I won't give you, you won't have another opportunity just to put in your final thought there. Up next is the book reading, followed by the update at noon. I'll be back with you again on Tuesday morning. Have a lovely Easter weekend.
Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners Neshisanyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha with hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal.
When Tipi Mazembe and Pedro de Luanda collide, the vibration will shake the city of Lubumbashi in the DRC and the capital city of Angola. This is the first leg quarter-final contest of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game, Tipi Mazembe FC versus Pedro de Luanda FC on Saturday 30 March at 3 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Buying a new TV? You'll need a paid-up TV license. Need to check your balance? No sweat at all. You just SMS your ID or TV license account number to 44210 for fast, effective balance inquiries. Secure your legal viewing fast and simple. Standard SMS rates will be charged. Terms and conditions apply. TV licenses. Pay yours. Make a difference.
Yanga have a massive mission to dish out orders in Dar es Salaam against 2016 champions. However, Masandawana believe in their ability to succeed anywhere on African soil. This is the first leg quarter-final encounter of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. Young Africans versus Mamelodi Sundowns on Saturday 30 March at 8 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
The book reading. Please note the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised. SAfm presents another episode of Why Men Hate Women, written by Kopano Ratili.
What have I learned in my subjective life in trying to teach one boy about expressing emotions? If I know anything, it is that it is a continual full-time job. It has its daily frustrations, but also its surprises and satisfactions. And you have to be around, psychologically present, if not physically so, to be a father. The teaching includes everything from how to use the toilet, make the bed, brush his teeth, be comfortable with tears, as well as with joy, to doing homework, being grateful, making cards for friends, playing soccer or tennis, and learning to swim and ride a bike. And when you have taught him things like saying please and thank you and telling others what hurts him or gives him joy, you have to contend with the fact that his peers, boys and girls, might not think saying please and thank you and expressing emotions are such cool things. Later in this book, I shall say something about this boy we're raising. I shall talk about how I have felt helplessly knowing that because of the kind of person he is becoming, he will be hurt. I have that feeling because, to put it gently, the world in which I live disapproves of boys who are emotionally attuned to the girls and boys around them, rubbing their backs when they get emotionally hurt or asking if they are okay. Boys who are emotionally super smart are regarded as girls, and ironically, possessing that kind of intelligence, as you might know, is not well regarded in a patriarchal society. Love is valuing others and being valued, certainly. I have learned that it is many other things too. I speak to 10 people, for instance, 10 men who grew up without biological fathers, about what it is they mean when they say they love another person or love something, what love looks like and what it does, and think we have covered as much ground as we can. But I go on to ask another 10 people, for example, 10 female and male university students with or without fathers, and have to agree I did not consider 10 other things love looks like and can do. In short, despite my convictions about the value of love in life, to state with absolute certainty what love is or what is not, what it makes people do or not do, and what is allowed and disallowed in its universe of acts, thoughts and feelings would be injudicious. Even so, what I can say with a degree of confidence is this. A world in which one half receives little love education is likely to generate unhappiness, if not outright threat, for the other half. Chapter 9. Talking Matters. Talking matters. Stated somewhat differently, talking matters over helps. I do not wish to go into the considerable scholarly discussion in psychotherapy about why talking helps, except to point to what psychologists call a therapeutic relationship or alliance. A relationship can be therapeutic due to the fact that an alliance can be healing and people can be trained to be good listeners. I submit that an experienced expert therapist can be a great help in dealing with apparently common conditions like anxiety, and surely in managing serious ones like personality disorder and psychosis. Just in case this is missed, it needs underlining. While a relationship can be a source of strain, it can also be healing. The relationship need not be with a professional. This is something I wish to stress and shall return to. It may come as a surprise to some people that a certain reluctance about recommending psychotherapy has characterized my own life. I would even say I have at times been dismissive of the psy professions. Critical psychologists can be like that. My disinclination is attributable to a critical awareness of how psychotherapy has been appropriated by what is referred to as the psy complex. As a profession, psychotherapy is too medicalized, elitist, and nurtures unwarranted power hierarchies. That is besides the fact that psychotherapy is unaffordable and adapts people to the world as it is, which is to say it is part of the neoliberal capitalist machinery that excludes the majority of people and support an unjust world. Poor lower middle class individuals who could benefit most from it do not have the money to see a therapist. All that said, I believe that where a therapist can commit professional suicide by jettisoning the baggage of psychotherapy and place their work in the service of the daily struggles of people and their life problems, therapy can be of tremendous use. However, I'm not here concerned with psychotherapy as such, not with whether or not it is possible to escape its Euro-American ontological and epistemological framings or tame its capitalist tendencies, not with the problems of its medicalization, not with whether the talking cure actually cures or under what conditions it works if it does, or if we should have more therapists in our country, or if training is appropriate, or with whether changing the language in which therapy is delivered would make it more African. I'm also not concerned with serious problems for which a person would need to see a clinical psychologist or psychiatrist, such as intellectual disability or severe bipolar disorder. My concern is with what we might call everyday problems of living. For instance, anger, low self-esteem, and relationship breakdown. There is no need to medicalize many of the problems individuals face in their day-to-day lives. Paying a professional to make you see that you need not fly into a rage if someone cuts you off in traffic is unwarranted. Consequently, it is not essential to call a psychologist. Help in such cases can come from speaking with someone who is willing to listen in order to get some perspective of what has happened to you. Although I have come to know the benefits of talk in my head intellectually, it took me in my personal life, even with this information, longer to emotionally accept how much as a man I could benefit from others I trust if I was to talk with them, even when talking was done in the company of a professional listener. So, even though I appreciate that verbally opening yourself up to being helped is beneficial, and having a person who listens can help you work through your troubles, it can still take a while to fully understand the immediate and more hidden and distant benefits of talking, including in respect to the long-term benefits, the transformation of your masculinity. When I do open up, when I manage to overcome my own resistance, I'm always reminded that talking helps me to see more clearly. Even when it does not offer a solution, talking can make me see things differently. It can even help me to better understand what it is that I'm feeling. Of course, talking as a cure works just as well for a woman or a child. The relationship itself, meaning the talking and being heard and being with attentive others, which implies empathy, is the magic element. The illustrious American psychotherapist Carl Rogers said that a surprising discovery he made early on in his work as a therapist was that simply listening to my client very attentively was an important way of being helpful. So when I was in doubt as to what I should do in some active way, I listened. It seemed surprising to me that such a passive kind of interaction could be so useful. From the perspective of a man experiencing psychosocial sufferings, troubles in the spirit or relationship difficulties, he needs to seek an empathic ear. You need not be a therapist to realize the importance of listening in your own life. Alongside being receptive to the benefits of opening his mouth to discuss his difficulties, be they related to work, relationship, spirituality, sex or manhood, a man may also want to attend to the benefit of opening his heart, that is to say, learning to hear with his heart. Listening carefully to another person talking about their problems or even their ordinary day without being distracted or waiting to tell them about your day, hearing what they are saying but also what they are not telling you, takes practice. It took me what seems to be a lifetime to appreciate that being open to speaking while not paying attention to what I'm hearing will not help me as much as if I were doing at least as much listening as talking. That then implies listening to other views in order to get another perspective on what concerns you and make better sense of things. Sometimes I've understood. I need to hear more and say less. That is what I have learned so far, but I know I'm not as a good listener as I could be. For sometimes, or even weeks later, I get what the person I was sitting with was trying to tell me, and that I did not hear at the time. There have been occasions when only years later did I get what a person was trying to say to me. It is a lifelong process, learning to listen.
That was another episode of Why Men Hate Women and Other Reflections on Love, Violence and Masculinity, read by Samson Khumalo. The book is published by Wits University Press and is also available online, www.wetspress.co.za. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on The Talking Point. It is produced for SAFM by Jeffrey Matenchi. Technical production by Wiseman Manqele.
It's 12 o'clock on Thursday, the 28th of March, 2024. Very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour...
He was working for SAPS and he's been with the municipality for over 10 years because he worked with the previous administration as well. He was the bodyguard to the previous mayor.
A shooting incident in KwaZulu-Natal's Umhlatuze local municipality has left 2 bodyguards dead and...
Now we have to adjust and find new institutions, and it's going to be difficult because I don't think our scores will be credited in other institutions.
Students from Educo institutions in Johannesburg say that they feel that their future has been jeopardized. Please share your views with us on 41391. That's our SMS line number. It is charged at R1.50 per SMS. You can also write to us via X or Facebook, our handle at SABC News_radio, or use the hashtag Updated Noon. Alternatively, there's the WhatsApp voice note line 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Thursday edition of Updated Noon. First, though, let's bring up to speed with the latest news with Luyanda Maome.
SABC News, independent and impartial.
Thank you, Sakina. In your top stories, 2 bodyguards dead in KZN after a shooting incident, and Limpopo authorities expect a rise in traffic volumes. This is SAFM News. A very good afternoon. 2 bodyguards working for the mayor and the city manager of the Umhlatuze municipality in Richards Bay have died in a shooting this morning. Municipal spokesperson Bongani Gina says the incident took place at the municipal office, where the 2 bodyguards were to attend a meeting in the office of the deputy city manager for Community Services, Matthews Oliphant. Gina says Oliphant was to try and resolve a long-standing conflict between the 2 bodyguards over what Gina called minor issues. While the details are still sketchy as to what happened, Gina has indicated that it was the bodyguard who worked for the mayor who allegedly shot first.
Apparently, one of the mayor's bodyguards came and shot the city manager's bodyguard, and while he was escaping, trying to leave the building, another bodyguard shot him as well. So as a result, we had 2 fatalities, the mayor's bodyguard and the city manager's bodyguard.
Please note that the following story contains graphic details which could upset sensitive listeners, including children. 3 people have been arrested in connection with the kidnapping and mutilation of a 30-year-old man in Fosman near Emalahleni in Mpumalanga. The 3 are facing a charge of attempted murder after they allegedly chopped off the hands of the victim a week ago. The suspects, 2 men and a woman aged between 20 and 55, are believed to be from the same family. They were arrested last night following an intense investigation consisting of various police units in the area. Provincial Police spokesperson Colonel Donald Ndluli says police acted on a tip-off which led to the arrest.
The information was then operationalized, which led the team to a certain premises in Fosman near Wheatbank. The team tactfully managed to corner the 3 suspects who are expected to appear at Emalahleni Magistrate Court on Tuesday, 2 April 2024, facing the charges of attempted murder. The victim is currently in hospital recovering. After the scene was revisited by the police on Monday, his hands were recovered.
The Human Rights Commission has been inundated with water and sewage complaints from Gauteng residents. The Commission says they receive an average of 1,500 complaints per year in the province on a range of service delivery issues. The Commission briefed the media yesterday on matters they have investigated, which include the Hammanskraal cholera matter, infrastructure challenges and problems with the province's hospitals, among others. Legal officer at the Gauteng SAHRC, Harriet Buga, says ailing infrastructure has been identified as a contributing factor to ongoing water woes.
The Commission identified the issues with VAL to be under the critical infrastructure, which meant that if there was nothing done to ensure that the pollution in VAL is not dealt with, then that there would be lots of spillages going to, and this was going right into people's homes, schools, sometimes like the creche you had mentioned earlier, and the whole thing regarding even the infrastructure of the pipings and where the sewerage was taking place and all that stuff.
Still on water-related issues, AfriForum has called on communities to notify the organization of any water cuts implemented by Rand Water for debt collection purposes. The Pretoria High Court found that Rand Water's water cuts were illegal and determined that AfriForum must approach the court again on an urgent basis for an interdict if it becomes aware of any similar water cuts by Rand Water. The civil rights organization brought an urgent application against Rand Water following water supply decisions to reduce water supply to several municipalities across the country. It says Rand Water should appoint an alternative company to manage the revenue collection as well as the maintenance and management of the water networks. Advisor for local government affairs at AfriForum is Petras Gutsia.
So from our side, in terms of the court case, we will have to monitor the situation in terms of the water cuts. What we have seen is that Rand Water has restored water to especially the Merafong and Ngwate municipalities. And the other issues that we see where water is an issue is more in terms of infrastructure. So Rand Water has undertaken to not implement these water cuts without following the correct process.
And finally, Limpopo traffic authorities say they are expecting high traffic volumes on the N1 and R101 roads later today. This as hundreds of holiday makers have begun making their way to various destinations for the Easter holidays. Traffic spokesperson Tidimalo Chwene says they have deployed officers accordingly.
We have deployed our traffic law enforcement officers at critical points to manage the flow of traffic but also cap traffic violations. Motorists are therefore urged to drive with caution, be courteous to each other and maintain a safe following distance at all times.
Recapping your top story, 2 bodyguards working for the mayor and city manager of the Umhlatuze municipality in Richards Bay have died in a shooting incident this morning. For SAFM News, I am Luyanda Maume. Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thank you so much, Luyanda. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 8 minutes after 12, and it is, of course, the Thursday before the Easter long weekend. And for those of you who are on the road, please take it easy. Give yourself enough time. Just get there. Arrive alive, because I suppose sometimes people do get a bit anxious or excited and flout the road rules, and all sorts of things can go wrong. But please take it easy. And I see the border posts, the Border Management Authority also anticipating that there will be quite a bit of traffic moving through the various border posts. So give yourself enough time and brace for those long queues that are to be expected at the toll gates as well. So please take it easy on the roads and arrive alive. So we will keep an eye on those traffic volumes and let you know if there are any particular accidents or anything that you should be aware of on the various routes. Also, keeping a look on what's happening elsewhere, the Department of Home Affairs has deported thousands of undocumented foreign nationals after a daring escape that took place at the Lindela Repatriation Center in Krugersdorp last week. Now, the department confirmed that it is also investigating the escape of 69 undocumented foreigners, and they are looking at the 60 million rand contract that is paid annually to the security company that was on duty when this escape took place. Also, the IEC will be briefing the media on the candidates lists that were submitted by political parties and independent candidates. And just, as a matter of interest, did any of you actually take a look at those lists? If not all, but, at least some of them. And was there anything that stood out to you? Is this something that's important to you? Because this is all part of the whole democratic process and making sure that at the very least who the different parties intend on sending to Parliament, or are you going to be surprised and want to object at a later stage? Just a thought. Let me know if you actually took some time to look at least some of those lists. And then there's been a shooting, as you heard in the news, in Umhlatuze municipality, and that one is one that we'll be following up on. Hopefully we'll get to speak to the spokesperson for that municipality just to get greater detail on what likely transpired there earlier today. And also a council meeting in the city of Ekurhuleni that is to convene so that a motion of no confidence can be tabled against council speaker in that municipality. So we'll keep an eye on that story, as well as some of the parliamentary stories about, and Deputy President Paul Mashatile will be answering oral questions in the National Assembly. So that one obviously will be later on. There's a few other things, other business going on, and we'll try to keep you up to speed with that. And the Public Protector, Koleka Qaleka, will also release finalized investigation reports for the 2023-2024 financial year. So looking forward to see what comes out of that.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105 FM in Polokwane. Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm.
All right, just trying to get in touch there with the spokesperson of the Umhlatuze local municipality. In the meantime, let's bring you up to speed with what's happening on the roads. Traffic volumes anticipated to increase as travellers make their journeys to and from various destinations. And remember, this is also the first time since COVID that the pilgrimage to Maria will be back on full steam. Now, earlier, Transport Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga launched the 2024 Easter Road campaign with the aim to actually clamp down on abuse on our roads.
It's just issues such as reckless driving, where a person will overtake on a barrier line, not seeing what is going to happen, then they overtake. That a person will drink, actually drink, and they get into the car, you drive, and you speed in the residential area. I've seen these things, people just speeding in the residential area. You get surprised and called to say, but how is it possible that somebody is driving at this speed when there are children playing as well? And that can actually lead to the death of a person. Then, of course, that becomes a number to say so many people have died. We think there is some impact that it is doing, but can we do better? Definitely we can do better as South Africans. We can do better as pedestrians in towns, so that we cross the road where it is marked for that. Where there are robots, you see people crossing the road when the robot is red, and then they knock down by cars. Then they become like it's just unlucky. It's just. It happened like it shouldn't have happened. But they're crossing a red robot and they should not. And everyone in South Africa knows that you cannot cross a red robot. You cannot jaywalk in between the vehicles because somebody, you don't know as to who is driving the other car. You're putting your life in danger. And then, of course, like we have said, we will be there as we did during the festive season. For once, we saw traffic officers in the residential areas. Of course, we do this with the limited resources that we have in terms of the human capital. But we think it does make some impact and a positive one as well. But our message, Sakina, it goes to all road users to say you are also responsible for your safety first, but the safety of others. And if we can have it right as South Africa in just changing our attitude and know that we share our roads, sometimes in rural areas, sometimes even in urban areas, we share our roads with even animals, which should not happen. But it is a fact that it does happen. And that is why you cannot, therefore, not take into account all those issues when you drive. The issue of weather, for instance, the issue of other prevailing circumstances, they've got to be taken care of. That the speed limit says 120 kilometers per hour. But when it is raining or it is misty, you cannot therefore say, but it's 120 kilometers. You have got to take into account the prevailing circumstances and reduce the speed. And we have agreed as the sector that we aim to reduce accidents and fatalities during this festive season by at least 50%. The fear I have when I say that, Sakina, is that who is then this other, 85% that must die? Who? Because none of us will want to have any family member or even myself dying on the road. And if we were to take into account that none of us wants to die, and for that to be a fact, then of course we're going to abide by the rules of the road. Then we can save many lives. If there must be an accident, it will be because we are human beings. We can err, we can make mistakes, and therefore accidents can happen. But for now, it's not about erring. It's about somebody who drinks alcohol, knowing that there is a car that he must drive or she must drive. And I must emphasize the point of he, because the majority will be males, young males for that matter, and who are in the main breadwinners.
Minister, speaking of that, that culture of impunity, be it driving under the influence of alcohol or all other manners of breaking the road traffic laws, surely that is also exacerbated by a lack of proper law enforcement. The poor prosecution of road traffic offences surely also leads to a situation where road users flout the law because they know and feel like they can get away with it.
And that is why we'll be introducing ARDO, so that we assist our courts, because they also tell us that they've got a lot of dockets that they've got to deal with and cases that they've got to deal with. And that is why we therefore are ensuring that we will be rolling out a ARDO so that we can actually will deal with that impunity. But also, Sakina, even if we had all the numbers of traffic officers, we would still not have a traffic officer in a space of 1 kilometer or 5 kilometers and so on and so forth. And that is why in South Africa, in order for you to obtain a driving license, you have to undergo some training. You have to go and write an examination. And that examination, you must pass it at 100% so that you know everything about the rules of the road. We don't just do this for the sake of doing it. we're doing it so that anyone who gets into the car as a driver, we are assured of the fact that they know the rules of the road, they know the signs of the road, they know everything about the road. And then you go out to be trained as a driver, and you get tested by somebody who is trained to do that. Only then that you can obtain your driving license if you have done things correctly, and all of them correctly. And that is how extensive the training in South Africa is. And I'm not talking about the corruption that happens, that gets accompanied with that. But under normal circumstances and ideal situation, that is what is done.
And that was Transport Minister Sindiwe Chikunga. And of course, we will check in with our reporters on some of these routes, the major routes later on in the show.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, a shooting incident in KwaZulu-Natal's Umhlathuze local municipality has left 2 bodyguards dead. Police say that the incident happened this morning at the municipal head office in Richards Bay. Now, it's been reported that the 2 shot each other while officials were inside the building. But for more on this, we join on the line by the Umhlathuze local municipality spokesperson, Bongani Gina. Mr. Gina, thanks for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, Sakina, to you and your listeners.
Mr.
And
Gina,
thank you for having me.
Thanks for speaking to us under these circumstances. But can I please ask you to just give us, a clearer indication of what actually happened as far as you know from the municipality?
Yes, Sakina, it's an unfortunate incident that actually happened this morning at around 8:30, between 8:30 going to 9, whereas there was a caucus meeting that was sitting in one of the exco rooms here, the Richards Bay City of Umhlathuze head office. Actually, the caucus meeting involved the mayor, the city manager, and the councillors, and it was preluding the council meeting that was to sit this afternoon to adopt the budgets for the city of Umhlathuze. And then while the councillors and everyone was inside, gunshots were heard, and when everyone got out, one of the bodyguards had been shot dead, and upon inquiring, we were made aware that the mayor's bodyguard approached, came, and shot the city manager's bodyguard and fled. While he was fleeing, another city manager's bodyguard ran after him and shot him dead as well. So then we had 2 fatalities, unfortunately.
Mr. Gina, is there any indication as to what led to the shootout?
Well, we are aware that the 2 have not been seeing an eye on an eye. They've been having a few conflicts between the 2 of them, work-related conflicts, but minor and very, very petty, if you ask me. I don't think it should have reached to the point where that it has reached, where souls had to be lost, lives had to be lost. Actually, he's been talking, the mayor's bodyguard been talking to a number of us, to quite a number of us colleagues, that he feels that the other guy has issues with him. He doesn't greet him. He stepped on his toe at some point. So it was very, very petty issues like that. But then the matter was then reported to both the mayor and the city manager, of which they then asked the deputy city manager for community services, who's also responsible for safety and security, to call on them and to summon both of them and call them to the boardroom to hear what their issue is, what their problem is, what they are fighting about. So this meeting was supposed to sit today. That's why actually the mayor's bodyguard was even off duty today. He just came because he had to attend this meeting to discuss this matter and the conflicts between them. Apparently, maybe the tensions got high and he attacked this guy and shot him just like that.
Have the police taken anybody into custody?
The police are still here. They're still taking statements. They're still investigating the matter. They've opened an inquest, and for now, no. The third bodyguard that shot the one that was fleeing is also still around here. Nobody has been taken in so far.
And Mr. Gina, how is this affecting operations at the municipal offices today?
It has highly affected the work here, and unfortunately, we had to send out all staff out to go home at around 10:30 because the spirits were high. They were highly worried and concerned because they've known these people, they've worked with them over the years, for a number of years. They are attached to them, so we had to let the workers go. Even the council meeting that was supposed to sit today to adopt the budget, the speaker had to cancel it or postpone it to tomorrow. Maybe it will be held virtually now. I can tell that all of us are affected. Most workers are affected by this, but the mayor has instructed that we make sure that everyone who may need counselling gets provided with counselling.
Mr. Gina, have the family of the two deceased been informed, and have they arrived at the scene as yet?
Yes. Both families have been here. They've met with the mayor, they've met with the city manager, and they are quite devastated. They were not expecting this, but the family of the first bodyguard did mention that they've been aware that he was not happy with his colleague at work. He has told them at home. He has even written things that they've been fighting about, the two of them, which are, as I'm saying, they're really not significant things. It's just a day-to-day, colleague-to-colleague conflicts that would happen at any work environment. That's why I'm saying we don't believe it should have gotten this much worse to this point.
And will there be any further debriefs with any of the other bodyguards? Because are you concerned that this could spill over?
We do have that concern because they're close to each other. They're very they work together. They spend more hours together. Definitely, we hope SAPS now will step in because some of them are SAPS members or former, and some. So we rely on the SAPS as well as our security head here to make sure that the right processes are being followed, because the police have also indicated that they may need weapons from all of them or from all of the bodyguards. So we hoping that they would know what to do now going forward to make sure that the principals are well protected and safe, because we rely on them to protect the principals. So if it's them now that are causing the conflicts or are involved in the conflicts and feuds, it becomes complicated for everyone,
and
especially times heading to the elections.
Absolutely. And just talking about, the protection to the principals, again, if you could maybe just elucidate for our listeners as well, why the protection of these bodyguards, of these protectors is necessary for the mayor and for the municipal manager.
Oh yes, their protection is highly important because, as you know, that KZN is quite a volatile area when it comes to political killings, especially. And you remember that this municipality, the city of Umhlathuze, is the second biggest in the province. It's a second economic hub of KZN, and it was highly contested because now this administration that is in has snatched it from the ANC, and now it's a coalition of the DA and the IFP, Front Plus, ACDP. Yes, and so you can imagine that previously this municipality was in a coalition with the EFF involved, and the provincial secretary of the EFF was the deputy mayor, until the commander-in-chief made a call that they're no longer working with the IFP. So it's a very political environment here, and so their protection really is highly, highly important because the crisscross the city, the Umhlathuze even at the wee hours of the morning, even at the late hours of the night. So it's very important for them to be protected. Also considering the budgets that the municipality has, which is close to 6 billion rand, and with the tenders and all, so sometimes, especially with the city manager, sometimes he must make calls that may not be favorable to some people with interests, so with vested interests. So his safety is also of utmost importance. I mean, he's heading quite a big institution that's got a big budget that is also highly contested.
Mr. Gina, thank you so much for your time. Spokesperson for the Umhlathuze local municipality, Mr. Bongani Gina, there speaking to us about that tragic incident that unfolded earlier today, where two of the municipality as bodyguards, one who was a protector of the mayor, the other of the municipal manager, were both left dead. So please let us know your thoughts. We have about a minute to go before we get to headline news, so not much else we can do, but let me quickly see if we've got some messages that I could perhaps read here before we go to headline news. Okay, Afigile, I see your message there about the TV licensing department not answering to your mails. Absolutely, I'll try and see what we can do. Zaki Matebula says, to everyone who is driving to this long weekend, all the cars cannot speed, but the driver is the one who is overspeeding, and which makes me say that all cars can be good transport to all destinations. Indeed, the human element is a huge one. And Vugani Ngobo says, we are living in a very violent country. Not so long ago, aspiring boxer was nearly chopped off, had his legs chopped off by criminals while doing training on the road. And now this chopping off of hands of a victim. How did we get here? What causes this kind of violence? And of course, guns everywhere. That's from Vugani Ngobo. Absolutely right. And please keep sending those messages. We'll share them. You can also send us those WhatsApp voice notes, and we'll process those and share them with the rest of our listeners. Right now, 12:30. Here's Luyanda Mome with your headlines.
Thank you, Sakina. In your headlines, two bodyguards working for the mayor and the city manager of Umhlathuze municipality in Richards Bay have died in a shooting incident this morning. Municipal spokesperson Bongani Gina says the incident took place at the municipal office, where the two bodyguards were to attend a meeting in the office of the deputy city manager for community services, Matthews Oliphant. Minister in the presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, says the cabinet is proud of what they've done and achieved over the past 3 decades of democracy to change the lives of poor South Africans for the better. She was addressing the media after the final cabinet meeting of the 6th administration in Pretoria. And the N3 toll concession company N3TC says there will be a high law enforcement visibility along the N3 as people are expected to flock to KwaZulu-Natal for the Easter long weekend. N3TC operations manager Tanya Dugra says emergency services, K9 and highway patrol unit will also be deployed. I'll have details on these and other stories at 1.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The rand is trading at 19 rand 5 cents to the US dollar, 23 rand 99 to the pound sterling, and 20 rand 53 cents to the euro. The euro trading at $1.07 and the dollar's at 151 yen 50. In Brazil, $1 US will buy you $4.99. In Russia, a dollar's trading at 92 rubles 28. In India, 83 rupees 36. And in China, $1 US is changing hands at 7 yuan 22. Markets in Asia ended mainly firmer today. Hong Kong's Hang Seng rose by 1%. Mainland China's Shanghai index 0.6% to the good. Japan's Nikkei declined by 1.5%, while India's markets were around 1% up at the close of trade. The JSE mixed at midday. The all-share index has added 0.2% to 74,025. The Industrials 25 index slightly up. Financial 0.4% down. The top 10 resources index has gained 0.9%, and the precious metals and mining index is flat. On the capital market, the yield on the R186 government bond bond is at 9.27% and the yield on the R2030 at 10.59%. Markets in Europe firmer at this hour. Britain's FTSE 100 is added 0.3%. The CAC 40 in France gained 0.4% and Germany's DAX is slightly up. Looking at commodities, gold trading at $2,194 per fine ounce, platinum's at $894 per ounce, and the price of Brent crude oil at this hour, $86.50 a barrel.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105.5 FM in Tabazimbi. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, the National Assembly has approved the Expropriation Bill as amended by the National Council of Provinces by 205 votes and to 108. Now, although not yet signed into law, the bill would allow for, in certain instances, no compensation. Now, Head of Policy Research at the Institute for Race Relations, Dr. Anthea Jeffrey, has, however, sounded the alarm on the bill, insisting that the bill's provisions are at odds with the common law and that it poses a great risk to the country's economic well-being. And Dr. Anthea Jeffrey joins us on the line now. Dr. Jeffrey, thanks for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Thank you to you and to all your listeners.
Dr. Jeffrey, you argue that the bill is at odds with common law. And tell us more about that argument and why you feel that, perhaps this is not quite in step.
Well, the common law has for centuries protected property rights in the sense that the police can't simply go onto property, let alone search or seize it, without having either the agreement of the owner or a prior court order in the form of a warrant for the search and the seizure. But the Expropriation Bill sets out a number of preliminary steps that have to be taken, which are fine, they're not objectionable. But when it comes to the actual process of expropriation, the government can simply issue a notice of expropriation. It will serve this on you by registered post and now also, fortunately, by sending it to you by email. And under that notice of expropriation, ownership and the right to possess the property will automatically pass to the government on the date stated in the notice, irrespective of whether any payment has been made. And that is a very scary prospect when we know that our government is very often very slow to make payments that are due. So even if there's clarity, even if there's agreement on the amount of money that has to be paid, the owner will have lost ownership and possession long before payment and will then really have to hope that the government honors the obligation. There may still be disputes about the amount of compensation, but those won't matter either to the passing of ownership and the passing of possession. And that is really treating owners worse than one would treat somebody at common law, where property that is linked to the commission of a crime can't just be searched or seized without a prior court order authorizing all of these steps.
And this brings me to my next question, because one would imagine that Parliament would have considered all of the laws that are currently in play and made sure that this bill in its current form would at least, comply with all sorts of constitutional and other legal provisions.
Well, one would hope so, but I'm afraid our government, I think, is very much influenced by ideology and what it hopes to achieve in terms of building state ownership and control. And that makes it rather impervious to a number of submissions that have undoubtedly been made pointing to unconstitutionality. And unfortunately, it's not only on this bill, but on others as well. But this bill is particularly important because it could have such major impact on the economy and because it could also undermine our democracy. By undermining property rights, it builds state power, it creates more dependency on the government. And that situation has been used in both Zimbabwe and Venezuela to then undermine the strength of the democracies of the countries in question. So it's a huge risk, both economically and politically.
But there is, of course, the recourse that you could take this to the Constitutional Court, any South African for that matter, who feels that it does not pass constitutional muster, Dr. Jeffrey.
Yes, and I think there will be organisations that will take this bill to the Constitutional Court. Now, the first step, now that the parliamentary process is completed, is to petition President Cyril Ramaphosa not to sign it into law, because he has an obligation under the Constitution, if there are reservations about the constitutionality of a bill, not to give his assent to it, but rather to refer it back to the National Assembly. So many organisations, I'm sure, will be petitioning the President to use that power to refer it back to Parliament so that the flaws in the bill can be addressed before it's adopted and made part of our law.
So you mentioned, the ideological outlook that government may have with this particular bill. But in a country where land dispossession, generational wealth, colonialism, apartheid, all of these things still linger in people's minds, does this bill not seek some redress?
The trouble is that it goes so much about it the wrong way, and it also ignores what was said by the high-level panel of Parliament in a 2017 report, that the failures of land reform are not to do with the amount of compensation that is paid under the market value principle. It rather has to do with corruption, with elite capture, with a failure to give adequate support to beneficiaries, and so on. So we're, as it were, barking up the wrong tree. If we want to make a success of land reform, we need to identify the obstacles to land reform and then address those obstacles. And really what we'd be seeking to do is to make sure that it is easy for commercial farmers of all races to prosper. Instead, we have situations where, for example, the government has been very resistant to transferring ownership to emergent farmers. The David Rukhasi case being perhaps a particular example. In 2002, when the government still allow ownership for the beneficiaries of redistributed land, David Rukhasi, who was a very experienced farmer, richly deserved to have ownership, reached an agreement with the state to buy for a reasonable amount, and then the state just dragged its heels. And 17 years later, he had to go to court to get an order for the state to honour the agreement that it had made all that time ago. Because now the state's policy is not to give ownership to emergent farmers, but rather to confine them to leasehold tenure, which is inherently uncertain, particularly because the 30-year leases that are supposed to be on offer are very rarely granted. And very many emergent farmers end up with simply one-year agreements which can easily be cancelled. And that means that huge uncertainty really cripples their capacity to farm and to raise working capital from the banks. That's the sort of issue that we should be tackling if we want to make land reform more successful. And there's also, I think, among many South Africans, not great hunger for land to farm, but a great hunger for jobs and for land in the cities where houses can be built. And again, the bill in terms of jobs will be a huge disincentive to investment that we need for growth and employment. And in terms of housing, again, it's not going to resolve the real barriers to more housing development, which include the very slow release of state land, very slow process of taking a particular piece of property from land to stand where it's got all the right permissions and the right infrastructure, and so on. So those, again, are the issues we need to address. And we need to make, and we had a growing economy with many more people coming into employment. Obviously, it would be easier to tackle all the problems of poverty.
So, Dr. Jeffrey, as you say, there should be land available to all commercial farmers of all races, who wish to do so. But if the state has custodianship of the land, and you mentioned that it's the uncertainty with the one-year leases, the shorter-term leases, if there were to be greater certainty in that regard with the leases and the land use arrangements, would you be okay with that?
I think there's still a problem because inherently, so long as there is a lease, and inevitably there will be circumstances in which the lease can be terminated prematurely, there's going to be doubt in the mind of the banks as to whether the land is sufficient collateral. And so I've heard it said, for example, by Theo de Jager of the SAI organization, that a number of farmers who have left South Africa and are now farming in other African countries where private ownership of land is not allowed, but there are longer leases, often use what land they still have in South Africa to raise working capital for those farms elsewhere, because their leases are not enough as collateral for loans. The best way to get collateral is to have ownership. And the government has at times acknowledged that, but then seems to ignore it. And the custodianship issue is something which has massive ramifications for all South Africans, including the 9.75 million Black South Africans who now own homes, which is a huge improvement, of course, from the apartheid era. Very often they have informal title rather than title deeds. This is something which needs to be resolved. But if the government were to take custodianship in the manner that the EFF recommends, then instead of having any possibility of ownership, they would be confined to a 25-year lease, which according to the EFF, the government could always break if it decided that somebody else had a greater need for that land. It introduces immediately a huge element of uncertainty, whereas ownership is really what people can use to add value to their properties, to pass them on to their children through inheritance, to build up assets which really, generate wealth over the longer term.
Dr. Anthea Jeffrey, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for your time, Head of Policy Research at the Institute for Race Relations. And we'll come back and we'll speak to the Acting Director of Ndifunugwazi, Mpho Rabwane, and also continuing this particular conversation.
Rising costs, housing prices, fuel price hikes, diminished consumer buying power, inflation. It's a jungle out there. Who do you trust when the only certainty is uncertainty? You need an investment team who considers it all to give you the advantage. At Prescient Investment Management, we analyze more than 120 million indicators daily because the biggest returns are found in the smallest insights. Discover the future of investing at prescient.co.za. Prescient Investment Management is a registered FSP.
So Sharon at office was telling me the way drip is so expensive these days. She's now waiting for her old clothes to come back into fashion. I say, Joza, while you're waiting, why not let your money do the things in a Nedbank Just Invest account where you can get your money after 24 hours notice? Oganchani voiceman.
In Jalo Mabel, you can earn up to 8.75% interest. Anyone can open an investment account via the Money app in under 2 minutes. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. Promo rates apply.
Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners Neshisanyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha. With hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal.
ES Tunis plan to disallow their visitors any breathing moment, but ASEC Mimosas remain extremely hungry for maximum points on the road. The North takes on the West. This is the first leg quarter-final battle of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. ES Tunis versus ASEC Mimosas on Saturday, 30 March at 11 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
And thanks for being with us here on Update at Noon. So the story we currently looking at is, of course, that of the Expropriation Bill that has been amended by the National Council of Provinces and now been approved by the National Assembly. And of concern, at least to some quarters, is, of course, that the bill would allow in certain instances for null compensation. So we spoke to the Head of Policy Research at the Institute of Race Relations, Dr. Anthea Jeffrey, and we're joined on the line now by the Acting Director at Ndifunugwazi, Mpho Rabwane. And thanks so much for speaking to us this afternoon, Mpho. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Hi, Sakina. Thanks for having me.
Mpho, we are talking about the expropriation bill that's just been approved, but perhaps as a point of departure, please sum up for us the work that you do.
Okay, so Ndifunukwazi is an urban land justice seeking organization. We're an activist and a law center organization, and we work through combining research, community mobilization, movement building, as well as legal support to try and ensure that South Africans, especially in the city of Cape Town, experience spatial justice and spatial transformation. Because it's no secret that as South Africa is, one of the most unequal countries, Cape Town itself remains one of the most untransformed cities in our country. And it's in the spatial geography and apartheid spatial planning that these inequalities are etched. So our work is centered around undoing those injustices and ensuring that everyone has an equal right to the city.
Mpo, now that the Expropriation Bill has been approved by Parliament, what is your view on the bill, and do you believe that this is a step in the right direction?
Look, Sakina, we welcome the approval of the bill in as far as it will now place our expropriation legislation more in line with some of the international standards for this type of legislation. We're particularly pleased that the group of, or the instances where this nil compensation is considered includes abandoned land held for speculation, and primarily state land, because it's these pieces of land, especially state land, that have not been productively used towards any type of land reform or just land use in our country. So we welcome it to that extent. While we were primarily very concerned about how the law may prejudice the people who hold unregistered rights, we are happy that there is at least some level of procedural clarity for that process, as long as it might be. And we also welcome the procedural norms and standards that have been introduced to clarify the process and hopefully try and promote some level of intergovernmental collaboration and understanding. What we are concerned about, though, is the practical element that must accompany this bill. And even in our submission to the bill, we were quite concerned about the state's capacity to give effect to some of the more progressive elements of this bill. And this includes the lack of political will that has been displayed by the state at all levels to actually use expropriation to drive a land reform program. So we're yet to see in the enactment of this bill and in the use of this legislation how serious the state is about actually overturning our unequal land holding.
So as it stands right now, and as you outlined for us at the onset, the challenges faced by some of the communities that you work in and represent in Cape Town, when it comes to this new amendments that have been effected, do you think that will help in gaining access to land and decent homes for some of the communities you work with?
That is indeed our hope, Sakina. It's our hope in as far as the state will actually stop being a barrier to these communities having access to that land. I'll give you a simple example. There have been instances in the past where the state, in eviction proceedings, and we're talking about evictions of large occupations, sometimes numbers in the thousands of people being evicted. And in those instances, the state has been asked by those communities to expropriate the land that they live on in agreement at times with the landowner. But the state itself has been hesitant to use the tool of expropriation to grant those types of communities facing eviction and homelessness that level of access to land and secure tenure through those processes. So, in as much as there is hope through the legislation itself, the challenge lies in the enactment and the political will behind the use of this legislation by the state to ensure that, it is the poor, it is the marginalized, it is those who still hunger for land who will be able to benefit and who will be considered under the categories of, legitimate state purpose, public interest, etc., that will drive an expropriation agenda.
Well, Mpo, thank you so much for your time. Acting Director at Ndifunugwazi, Mpo Rabuyane, an activist organization, is Ndifunugwazi, and a law center which promotes access to land and dignified homes, and they are based in Cape Town. So the expropriation bill, this has gone through Parliament. It has now seen the amendments by the National Council of Provinces taken into account and approved by the National Assembly, and of course it now awaits the President's signature to sign it into law. But let us know if you have any thoughts around that.
So, Umpo was busy on my manifestation. I told him, before manifesting, make money first. When you use your Nedbank Amex card, you earn up to 2% unlimited cashback and 25 cents back per litre of fuel at BP with Greenbacks any day.
And even more on Fridays because Thank Greenbacks is Friday.
Sure thing. Get rewarded with Greenbacks. Join Nedbank today. See money differently. Nedbank. We're an authorized FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners neshisa nyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha with hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal.
The Blues are looking for nothing but victory to cement a decent top half position.
Mudryk takes over. Mudryk's through. Mudryk found the goalkeeper. Oh, it's fantastic.
But the Clarets need full points to step out of the uncomfortable zone.
Come on, Jakob. Jakob from Larsen scored. Burnley. Perfect penalty. Keeper went the right way. Too much on it.
This is the Premier League. Witness the superb contest between Chelsea FC and Burnley FC on Saturday, 30 March at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105.7 FM in Cape Town. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
And of course, we're trying to get in touch with our reporters on some of the major routes. Traffic volumes have already started to increase on the country's major routes. And this is, of course, many people head out to various destinations for the Easter long weekend. The N1 to Limpopo already reported to be experiencing major travel delays. And this year alone, we are, of course, looking to more traffic volumes because it's the first year that the ZCC Church will hold its Easter pilgrimage at its headquarters in Moria since 2020. So for an update on what's happening on the N1 North to Limpopo, we're joined by our reporter Horisani Sitole. Horisani, good afternoon. So we understand traffic already starting to pile up on the N1. Give us a sense of where you are at and what's happening there.
Sakina, so from the Carouse, actually it's been smooth sailing some few hours ago going to the direction of the Carousel Plaza. But remember, due to the police operation that has been happening with Minister Bekikele, we've seen that there's been some serious pileups. I mean, while driving back, now I'm at Petroport. I've seen a very serious lengthy queues heading that direction. So people should make some extra few hours planned on their routes, those who have not left yet.
Well, so you're saying there is, of course, a police activity, but I would imagine traffic officials also out in their numbers there, Horisani?
Yes, Sakina, they are very out. They are very out on their numbers. We've seen members of the SAPS, lots of them here conducting stop and searches. We've also seen the Gauteng Traffic Police, as well as the armor berets, the Panyazas, which is the wardens, crime wardens are here. So we managed to interview the minister, who says they are trying to ensure that the South Africans feel safe. You remember the incidents of fake cops and all that, and issues around people moving illegal goods around these times, illegal guns, and all those things, and also the issue of driving under the influence of alcohol. Those are some of the things that they've highlighted, Sakina. I mean, but what we've seen, that there was too much of compliance. I mean, in many of the vehicles that were stopped, the minor offenses that were there will be maybe if an indicator is not working, or maybe someone is driving without good paperwork and all that. But major things like guns and all that, and stolen properties is not stuff that have been uncovered so far.
What about accidents, Horisani? Any reported at this stage?
Not at this stage. I mean, what I can highlight is there's a lot of broken down buses on the way. I mean, from the Petroport up to, that's a stretch up to Carousel. That's a stretch of around 20 to 30 kilometers. I've seen a couple of broken down vehicles and buses, and anticipate there's going to be lots of those as time goes by. But accidents so far this side, we've never had any reports.
We'll leave it there. Thanks so much. Horisani Sitole on the N1 North going towards Limpopo. And still good. No major accidents or any incidents to report. But as Horisani says, there are delays with the stop and search operations taking place on that route. All right. That leaves us with just about half a minute. Do we have any voice notes? Yes, let's try and squeeze in one voice note, perhaps.
Good day, Sakina. This is Matebola. Yeah, Sakina, crime in KZN. 2 bodyguards, which is the security officers working for their family, have been gunned down while they are looking after the mayor. What a painful story to go to the Easter weekend with. But let me say that all those who are driving homes, let's be patient enough. People must be patient. In our road, a lot of guys who drive, more especially our young people, they are not patient enough when it comes to driving. They just want to be faster, and they are always killing themselves. Good day, this is Akimatebola. Be patient on the road.
Indeed. And Selimatu says it's so scary that we seem to have accepted the killings in KwaZulu-Natal are a norm. Where is our police intelligence? Even though it's targeted killings, this must be brought to an end. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, and to the production team for putting it together. Please drive safely, and we hope to have you back with us tomorrow here on the show again. We will be working on the Easter Friday edition of the show. But please take care. It's 1 o'clock. Luanda Maome has your latest news.
Independent and impartial. This is SAFM News.
Thank you, Sakina. In your top stories, 2 bodyguards in KZN dead after a shooting incident, and the DA challenges Mashatile to support motion against NA Speaker. This is SAFM News. A very good afternoon. 2 bodyguards working for the mayor and city manager of the Umhlatuze municipality in Richards Bay have died in a shooting incident this morning. Municipal spokesperson Bongani Kina says the incident took place at the municipal offices, where the 2 bodyguards were to attend a meeting in the office of the deputy city Deputy Manager for Community Services, Matthews Oliphant. Gina says the Oliphant was to try and resolve a long-standing conflict between the two bodyguards over what Gina called minor issues. Gina has indicated that it was the bodyguard who worked for the mayor who allegedly shot first.
Apparently, one of the mayor's bodyguards came and shot the city manager's bodyguard, and while he was escaping, trying to leave the building, another bodyguard shot him as well. So as a result, we had two fatalities, mayor's bodyguard and the city manager's bodyguard.
Minister in the presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshabeni, says Cabinet is proud of what they've done and achieved over the past 3 decades of democracy to change the lives of poor South Africans for the better. She was addressing the media after the final Cabinet meeting of the 6th administration in Pretoria. South Africa will be celebrating 30 years of its democracy and freedom next month, following the 1994 elections. However, the World Bank says the country is the most unequal society in the world. Poverty levels have also increased, with the government also saying over 30 million poor South Africans are receiving a form of assistance from the state. But Minister Ntshabeni says they've done a lot.
Majority of the black people you are talking about are no longer where they were in 1994. Will the eradication of poverty be done overnight? No. But if you do a comparison, I just forgot the statistics and we can check for you the statistics. The poverty levels of South Africa has improved from where we were before to where we are now in terms of the Gini coefficient. Would we have preferred that the face of poverty does not remain black? Yes, we would have preferred that the face of poverty does not remain black, does not remain women. We are not ashamed. We are very proud of the achievements we have made, and we are very aware and alive to the challenges that still confront us, and we have put measures in place to make sure that we address those challenges.
The DA has challenged Deputy President Paul Mashatile on whether the ANC would support its motion of no confidence in National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula. Acting National Assembly Speaker Lechisa Tsenudi accepted the motion of no confidence motion brought by the DA Chief Whip Siviwe Kwagube against Mapisa-Nqakula. The party argues that it is unacceptable that she remains in her position as the allegations against her are serious. Kwagube asked the question during Mashatile's oral reply session in the National Assembly during a virtual sitting.
Recently, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, is alleged to have received millions to construct her personal residence, and she stands accused of 12 counts of corruption and money laundering by the NPA. We have written to all parties in the National Assembly, including your party, the ANC. Will the ANC, which you lead, Deputy President, support this motion in order to restore public trust in Parliament?
In his reply to Kwagube, Mashatile says it would be premature to ask Mapisa-Nqakula to step down when the allegations against her have not yet been tested.
The Speaker of Parliament is cooperating with the law enforcement agencies. You may also be aware that she has on a number of occasions said that if she was to be charged with these alleged offences, she is prepared to step down. So my approach is that let's give those processes an opportunity so that we can know exactly what is happening. Because at the moment, because there are still investigations and she's not charged, all that remains allegations.
AfriForum has called on communities to notify the organization of any water cuts implemented by Rand Water for debt collection purposes. The Pretoria High Court found that Rand Water's water cuts were illegal and determined that AfriForum must approach the court again on an urgent basis for an interdict if it becomes aware of any similar water cuts by Rand Water. The civil rights organization brought an urgent application against Rand Water following the water supply decisions to reduce water supply to several municipalities across the country. It says Rand Water should appoint an alternative company to manage the revenue collection as well as the maintenance and management of the water networks. Advisor for local government affairs at AfriForum is Petra Skutsier.
So from our side, in terms of the court case, we will have to monitor the situation in terms of the water cuts. What we have seen is that Rand Water has restored water to especially the Merafong and Ngwate municipalities. And the other issues that we see where water is an issue is more in terms of infrastructure. So Rand Water has undertaken to not implement these water cuts without following the correct process.
And finally, Police Minister Bheki Cele is leading a major roadblock on the N1 highway near Hammanskraal outside Pretoria ahead of the Easter weekend. The multidisciplinary stop and search operation involves members of the SAPS, Gauteng Traffic Police and crime prevention wardens. Cele says they want to ensure the safety of motorists and all citizens to see to it that there's no criminal activities taking place on the roads.
The traffic is flowing. So that's why we have allowed to check again and interrupt the traffic as we go forward. So again, we'll check so that we allow people to go, but also make sure that they drive safe from the criminality, but also the cars that are on the road are worth to be on the road.
Recapping your top story, 2 bodyguards working for the mayor and the city manager of the Umhlatuze municipality in Richards Bay have died in a shooting incident this morning. For SAFM News, I am Luyanda Maume. Headlines at 1:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Did you know that government has set a minimum amount for employers to pay their employees and workers? In 2018, the National Minimum Wage Act 09 of 2018 was passed in South Africa. It makes it compulsory for all employers to pay employees and workers a minimum wage. In 2024, the national minimum wage for all workers, including domestics, farm and forestry workers, is 27 Rand 58 cents per hour. The minimum wage for workers on the Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP, is 15 Rand 16 cents. If your employer is not paying you the national minimum wage, please contact a labour inspector at a labour centre near you. The Department of Employment and Labour, working for you.
ES Tunis plan to disallow their visitors any breathing moment, but ASEC Mimosas remain extremely hungry for maximum points on the road. The North takes on the West. This is the first leg quarter-final battle of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. ES Tunis versus ASEC Mimosas on Saturday 30 March at 11 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
The long weekend. It is the long weekend. The long weekend is upon us. A beautiful Thursday afternoon coming to you from a cloudy and cool Johannesburg, just the way we like it. But literally, the long weekend is upon us today. Everybody, I think, is on kekeleza mode and taking things nice and easy. If our building is anything to judge by, people are already on the road. They're already on their way to airports, living their best life for the next 4 to 5 days. So we thought, in the spirit of all of that, let's also take things easy today. In fact, let's go back into time. Let's go back and visit yesteryear. Let's reminisce. Let's think about the good old days. Let's remind ourselves of the fun that we used to have. There must be a time, there must be a particular period, a particular year that when you just sit and you sit by yourself and you think, in my time, those were the days. That's when I had the most fun. Do you remember that year? That's what I want to know. I want to know from you, actually, as I think about it. I want to know from you, what year for you, or which era, which period for you was in your time when you were living large, you were partying, you were happy, you were successful, the relationship was going good. You know what I mean? You had positivity. You had a pep to your step. What was that time for you? I was actually thinking about it. We were talking about it with my team as we were, getting ready for the show. And I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, for me, it definitely has to be the early 2000s. It definitely has to be, that period between 2000, 2005. Yeah, that was the period. In fact, that period was the period that it was when all of this began, when this entire media thing started. And guess who was on the radio at the time? One of the most formidable R&B, hip hop, soul. What do we even call them? Because they've got everything. They've got a lady with a power voice. They've got a crew of guys that are just incredible. Actually, let's just go back. Let's go back into time. If we play you the first note of this song. Come on. I know somebody just turned up the volume. I know wherever you are. Oh, yeah. Nazon.
zikanunwabu makwala achechi notizokhafulikwemu ikhothekotha yengayikhoti khahlela umlomo yavuka injebovu umkhabuzo kona umthathafu kubhale ndodla kuphumelele kwazi ukubhodla thenga ugologo 24/7 siyawuchitha sithathele rap sibuyisele emuva ebantwini samthole lokishini nabantwana emapheshini.
Now we's a breath of fresh air in this game, so shit must change. Step back or move forward and get rearranged. You had your chance, I think it's about time we flip the page. Squatter camp, main act, headliners on the world stage.
Praise the chef, watch your back for feel. Shoes at no sexually, lose your swag. It's my house, got that displayed out Felix Shapalpama, Tangi Papa Chwala, Jomazana, Nonkosana. It's a perfect nice combination like drugs and sis bandana. We pack a matata, profile gets gonna knock out data. Man, please, nice girls, punchline and roll beats. Suni Mali, nice cars, nice house and nice chicks. Pupula Machita, from suburbs to Emakasi, from here to the grave, representing hip hop and dancing.
Check. Hot telling like courage, these porridge, are you gon' stop they blows? Virginity wants that, are you gon' stop it when we just push? MCs are United Nations, they call us George Bush. His little advice before you think you're smart and try and push. Hip hop is ours, don't doubt us, the lavas with powers come scout us. We found us on new ways to make it Ferrari, so
praise the chef, watch your back for feel. Shoes at no sexually, lose your swag. No competition for the squad, I'm rapper Shala Pants. It's Kim Sabarafin, so man is balance punch a man.
When you see, man, you do emphasis, info fucks. Rappers, I got bitches on my nuts. Fuck that money bitch, shit, I let bitches riding this dick. Joking, just rap me. I make chicks take 6 pills, I'm all about abortion, kid. I'm sick like 666. So when I rap, people like, how the fuck does it do with me? I got rap skills in them fucking house. When I can't be, yeah, you better than. Bounce to the strap, flip scripts like a Bradbury. Lyrical veteran, don't trouble, man.
Shoot my jeans, set shubil, get you in doctor. Squad of flabber, Gani wa maja uzu moya. Yan monan calling all as caucus, cool as boom, come on. You song and Davis Balba, Uza, Bok, Mang Fono, Zong Todd. Mang Tatu Peg a grand, who make this hip hop shit lovable for non. Quite or rather slow jam, as tuning, you good health, Nancy song. If you get fillet, if you get fancy shit, squad account for the reload.
Wow, what a show. Yes, I did turn on the volume. Sticky here from Durban. My first years was in 2013, 2014. You know, those showing flames academically, the healthy lifestyle. Oh my God, what a show. Have a safe and a blessed Easter, guys.
Oh, man. And that's the thing with this particular song, right? The minute you play it from that intro, it goes completely wild. When people hear that breath, they know exactly what song you're about to play. That was a Squatter Camp featuring Rilo on this particular one. Moya was the name of the song, and it was just a culmination of so many things. I mean, Rilo had been in, trying to break into the music scene. She was doing R&B, she was doing soul. She was known in the creative sector, in poetry, all of that, in the underground underground scene, and then she came together with Squatter Camp, and they created something absolutely phenomenal. In fact, she was the missing link. And that song just encapsulates a particular time, a particular era in South African music and also in South African culture. There was something in the air in the early 2000s, from around 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 4, 5. There was just something that was happening, with the culture in South Africa. It was redefining itself. It was claiming its space. People were moving. People were coming into the big metro cities. Things were happening. There was a pulse to it, right? There was a pulse to it. And we were absolutely tapping in. And as you heard on the voice note there, depending how old you were, it will let us know what was happening in your life at that particular time. I had just moved to Johannesburg from KZN. It was on the back of Miss South Africa, getting into television, getting into radio. Things were moving at a fast and rapid pace, getting into worlds that I did not know anything about, but also eager to grab everything and grab every opportunity by both hands and see where the road would take me. And look at us now. Look at where we all are. And that's what, we're hoping to do today, because today essentially is the beginning of the long weekend, and we thought we'd take things nice and easy with you. And we want to know, what era for you was the defining era? Which year, which moment in time was the defining moment in time for you? What was going on in your life at that time? What music was on the radio at that time? And who knows, we might even tap into our playlist and see if we can't bring some of those sounds back and take you down memory lane. So share with us on 061-410-4107. That is our WhatsApp line. 086-000-2032. That is our call-in line. Where were you and what were you getting up to? Let's DJ Zintle and Tamara Day coming up on the other side of this.
Think bigger than just a banking partner. Think a team of specialized experts supporting you to make better financial decisions to enable your growth aspirations. Think a strategic partnership providing indispensable advice to help you make the right moves. Think bigger. Think Nedbank Commercial Banking. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider.
Blue and Gold Army are happy with their performance in the DStv Premiership, and they want to triumph against Gold and Black to stay in the top 5. However, Amakosi want to bring back Injabulo to the Kosi Nation. The citizens battles it out with the Glamour Boys. Catch Mzansi's beautiful game, Cape Town City versus Kaizer Chiefs, on Saturday 30 March at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. # We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners Neshisanyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha. With hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
I was asked to talk a little bit about process with each of these clips. Start first with Yizo Yizo. It was commissioned by the SABC in partnership with the Department of Education. And what they wanted to do really, the brief was just simply, create a drama series set in the township school. So as a company at BOM, we created the characters, we created the narrative, and we proposed an extensive period of research. And what that meant was like quite quantitative research. So I went to the township schools. I was staying at Soweto at that time, and I would just hang out. Like I would hang out at the toilets where the kids, the guys were hanging out, at the playground when they had a match, and also in the staff rooms with the teachers. And I remember in one of the meetings, I was hanging out with these kids. I was with this group of kids, and this kid, he grabbed his knapsack, and he pulled out a grenade. And he said, I was like, what the fuck, what is that? He's like, it belongs to my brother. Why you bring it to school? It's just cool. But the level of research that informed the story when we got to sit down to eventually start writing was even down to like some of the characters. Like there was literally one school where we went to where one of the gangsters that used to come into the school to terrorize the kids was called Papa Action. We took that name and we gave it to one of the characters like that. So research has always been the number one starting point for me. Each time I approach whatever I do, which is commercials now at the moment, it's always intensive research, referencing things that I like, either being books, films, or just having conversations with people that are quite close to the subject that I want to create.
Esleta wasala, legala, itiwasu soskola. Spetikola yombilo, shufunda shosholosa. Atelama, poliseri, abuye futu musi holo chwala. Safika leo dawa, jasala mafelo gas. Legala, safika leo dawa, jasala mafelo gas. Ego fitsi, sogo sala mokulu baba safika leo dawa. Ego baba kulu baba sala mabia masfika leo dawa. Patenami, anithi vele wena fela ubheke mina. Ngoba nami vele bana ubheke wena. Patenami, helele yomchwephe. Shale wase yabadoda ipheli. Patenami ukhomba mina. Shale wase yabadoda ipheli. Helele yomchwephe. Shale wase yabadoda ipheli. Bhekana patenami. Shale wase yabadoda ipheli. Helele yomchwephe. Shale wase yabadoda ipheli. Patenami ukhomba mina. Shale wase yabadoda ipheli. Helele yomchwephe. Shale wase yabadoda ipheli. Yabadoda ipheli. Patenami yabadoda ipheli. Ega satane kosopere ngitikale mchwephe. Ega satane bakorere ngitikale kulufa. Patenami ukhomba mina. Shale wase yabadoda ipheli. Ega na patenami. Shale wase yabadoda ipheli.
We are going down memory lane today, taking you back to a bygone time, as Ernest Pillay would say, with the soundtracks of your life, as we let music take us back to a yesteryear. Where were you? What era was your era? Your era where you thought that you were living your best life. When you look back and you reminisce of a particular year, of a particular soundtrack, particular music and a song that just takes you right back there where you were. And that was Zola, of course, that one coming out from the iconic Yizo soundtrack. Back in the time when soundtracks were just as important as the actual visual project. So if you were releasing a big television series or a big movie, the soundtrack that accompanied it was just as important as the actual primary project. We also played you a clip of the late great producer and director Tebogo Mahlatsi, just reflecting back on Yizo and that particular project for him, which was one that also encapsulated, and he spoke a lot about this through his time, that project encapsulated a particular period. It archived a certain texture, a certain sound, a certain mood, a certain way of being within the township, and obviously located by way of script within the schooling environment in a township. But a lot of people who grew up particularly, in what we call, quote unquote, the hoods, when they hear the song, they can just close their eyes and they're right back there, in school with all the characters, and they can see and feel and sense just everything that their childhood had, all the nostalgia that comes with it. We're going back into time this afternoon because we are taking things nice and easy. It's a public holiday. I know a lot of you are on the road driving, and we hope that you are, enjoying the journey as much as you are looking forward to the destination. Because part of the fun also is just enjoying the journey. It's taking the moments to breathe in between, stop at maybe unfamiliar pit stops, take a picture of two, do some content, man. Do some content so that when you reflect back on this year in 10, 20 years' time, you're also able to reflect back on some very fond memories. And maybe we'll even sort of spark some kind of, playlist. Perhaps suddenly you're remembering that you have that playlist from the 2000s, you have that playlist from the 90s, and you want to, live in the moment of nostalgia for a second. So you're going to start playing all those songs and telling your kids all those stories. Yeah? This is the moment. In fact, share all those stories with your kids. What were you like when you were 19 and you were in high school? You were in matric? First year varsity, what was going on in your life? This could be it. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line if you want to send through some moments of nostalgia and reminiscing with us. So 086 000 2032 is the number that you can call. Let's go to WhatsApp.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good day, ma'am. Good day, SAfm. My day will be nice. Chevan. I was in high school, standard 6. When I'm playing this song, it's like I'm sort of like I'm wearing the chains, the bracelet, everything. Everything. Like I've got the money. Like when I'm playing this song, I was young at that time. Thanks, many thanks. Thanks, my sister. This is Bonkos Madondo from KZN Escort, but now I'm in Northern Cape. Thank you. Wimpolo.
And feel and sense.
Hi, Sis Bridget. Good day. Sis Bridget, these songs, they remind me back, man. There's 2 songs that always, actually 3. There's a song, I think it's Dawn's, it's a big fan. There's a song, Let There Be Love. And then there's a song, Changes in My Life. When I hear those songs, life was life. Life was life indeed, and those were years back. I think I was still in my secondary school or level there. And it was beautiful songs. When they play, everybody was going mad, everybody was going crazy. And I loved it. And we got 2 shoes. When I comes away, get it. When I hear.
SAfm values your views. Be an active citizen.
Oh man, Kwena, you just took us back, because when you speak about changes in my life, I bet you when you said it, 9 out of 10 people in their cars did exactly what I just did. They sang that first line. Oh man, let's take the headline news with Leander Mahume, and then we'll come back and continue reminiscing about that era that just ignites happiness in you when things were happening for you, man, and life just seemed so positive. Send through those voice notes on 061 410 4107. For now, though, the headline news.
Good afternoon, Bridget. In your headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has offered his best wishes to South Africa's diverse Christian denominations for Easter and has wished the nation a peaceful and safe holiday period. The president says this period allows for connection with family, friends and the community and to explore the country's beauty. 2 bodyguards working for the mayor and city manager of the Umhlatuze municipality in Richards Bay have been killed in a shooting incident. Municipal spokesperson Bongani Gina says the incident took place this morning at the municipal offices. And the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation has called on political parties to recommit themselves to free and fair elections. The foundation commemorated the 7th year since the passing of the former struggle stalwart Kathrada at the West Park Cemetery here in Johannesburg. I'll have details on these and other stories at 2.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
Yanga have a massive mission to dish out orders in Dar es Salaam against 2016 champions. However, Masandawana believe in their ability to succeed anywhere on African soil. This is the first leg quarter-final encounter of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. Young Africans versus Mamelodi Sundowns on Saturday 30 March at 8 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Fly better to your next holiday. Book your flights with Emirates to a holiday in Dubai, London, Istanbul, or Paris. Look forward to delicious regionally inspired cuisine, enjoy free-flowing premium drinks, and relax to your favorite movies on the way. Because it's not just about the destination, it's how you get there. This year, fly Emirates. Fly better.
The Masked Singer South Africa is coming to a mall near you. Join in on the fun from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. at Maponya Mall from the 27th, from the 21st to the 24th of March. That's at Maponya Mall. And then Centurion Mall from the 28th until the 31st of March. Blue Route Mall in Cape Town from the 4th to the 7th of April, where you can meet all the masks and, of course, win yourself some awesome prizes. Channel your inner megastar with Season 2 of the Masked Singer South Africa, only on S3.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
I won't leave you behind. Changes in my life, you will see in time. Changes in my life, you're always on my mind. Changes in my life, oh, I got you by my side. There's so many changes in my life. I don't know if it's wrong or if it's right. And I want you by my side. Oh, everything is gonna be alright.
we did say that, we're reminiscing in light of the fact that we do know that we are just keeping you company as you head off to your ultimate destination for the long weekend. A lot of you already trying to beat the traffic today and trying to get ahead of all of the business that's going to be on the roads tomorrow. So we thought we'd just spend today reminiscing with you through music, going back to a bygone time and, just evoking those feelings of happiness through music. And Gwena, you led us down here. Gwena led us down on this path of Electro Candy's changes in my lives. We're not mad, Gwena. We're not mad, because the minute you said it, trust me, everybody, including our cameramen who are, running our streaming, including them, they started singing. So the vote was unanimous. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line if you'd like to share the soundtracks of your lives. And we are borrowing that from Ernest, of course, for the purposes of today. You're more than welcome to do so. You can let us know what song, what artist, at what particular time, and everything that it means to you and the memories that are conjured up with it. But joining me now in studio, we've got my next guest, and we're going to get into pages, screens, and more.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
We've got Mashudu Nebutaru, who's joining me now, and he is an artist, and we're going to be catching up with him. He's an artist, but he's also an educator by profession, and he's got a show that's opening up just down the road. Hey, I was at the gallery. Is it open already?
It closed, actually.
It closed, because I was about to say I was at the gallery just a few days ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a few weeks since it's closed. Yes.
Oh, okay. And made way for Bahati
Simmons, yes.
Okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for coming and, spending the afternoon with us. Much appreciated. Before we get into your work and everything else, I mean, you were singing along to Changes in My Life. What era for you, Mashudu? What era stands out for you as the era that was either the defining moment in your life where things took an interesting turn, hopefully for the positive, or song that encapsulates a particular time and a particular period where you were happy and things were going right and you were optimistic, or maybe you were entering varsity?
Sure. There's quite a lot of songs that I can't put my finger on anything right now, but the late 2000s, so 2006, 2007, when I was exiting high school, not exiting, when I was in high school, and the 2011s, 12s when I was in varsity, the music around that era, but I can't really recollect anything at the moment.
Because I put you under pressure.
Pretty much, yeah.
I love it. Let's talk about art and let's talk about your journey to this discipline, right? When you look at your social media, it's quite colorful. It's quite, I think for most people, what we're talking about, nostalgia and the sense of feeling at home and feeling like you are in company of familiar faces. For me, when I look at your work, it could almost be portraitures of just a normal life at home with friends and family. How would you describe the work that you create?
Yeah, I would describe it the same way, because the source material is exactly that. It's the pictures are personal to me and my family members. It's pictures that have been taken at the beach or on holiday somewhere, and at home as well. Most of the pictures I have are at home, sitting with my aunt, my mother, grandmother, all the siblings and so on. And these are just moments that have been captured spontaneously for the most part. But it's someone realizing that this is a memory that I'm going to be able to look back to 15, 20 years later. So it's what I'm trying to capture in my art using these photographs, is trying to relive these small memories that may not be very personal or relatable to the next person, but the colors and the intensity that I put in those colors makes that memory come alive and might place you as a viewer into that work and make you relive your own memories that you've shared with your own siblings, parents and grandparents and so on.
But it's weird though, right? Because as you say that, memories that might not be relatable to those viewing, but that conjures up a familiarity. I would think that most people's, when one says, if you look at your Instagram, for instance, most people's, when they see the work that you do, there is moments, more than most, that you identify with. Obviously, the characters are nuanced to your life.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's all life journeys that we've all either been through or experienced or invited into our world.
Yeah. I think I was being a bit specific because of the particular memories I've seen, and also conversations I've heard people in galleries looking at my work. I'm trying to think of a specific artwork, but a picture of, say, an artwork of, say, my uncle and myself as a baby. It was one of the artworks that I had at the BKZ. I was being specific, but someone might relate to that figure as a grandfather. Maybe they were raised by that person when they were 1 year old, 2 years old, or whatever the case is. So, but I do understand that a lot of these are quite common in a lot of our family photographs from one family to the next family.
Shared experiences. Now, speaking about the exhibition that you had, right, at BKHZ, Banele's spot, you wrote in one of your posts, because I was snooping around, and in one of your posts you say, after a long while, I finally took my grandmother to see my show at BKHZ. She had never really seen my work or been to a show before this. Seeing how curious she was about my work was interesting and heartwarming. What a beautiful moment to share.
Yeah, no, it was. I actually did get, I'm sure she's listening now. It was emotional because for a very long time, she lives in Limpopo, but she's been with us now in the last few years, the last year for quite a while now. So there'd never really been an opportunity for her to see my work. If she had seen it, it was through pictures that I would share in the family group. But this time around, I made certain to take her to the exhibition, because also she's from a generation that doesn't understand what I do as an artist. She doesn't understand creative work the way that we do. And so I thought, she always hears me talking about it, that this is what I do, and not really kind of understanding, like, how does this work? Like, what do you do with it when you're done, and so on. So I took the opportunity to take her to the exhibition. And it was, the thing that was interesting about it was she still didn't really kind of get the whole idea behind it, but it was interesting because she started becoming very curious about how the technical aspects of the work. And then later on, when she'd kind of gotten past that, some of the pictures I was with my aunt as well. She was also going through her own memories and trying to figure out who the people in the photos are. Obviously, because these are the people in these pictures are family members.
Yes.
So it was interesting to see her as well look back into her own memories. Not that she was present in all of those pictures, but being able to identify that, this is my nephew, this is so-and-so, and so on. And then the emotional part after her going through all of that, it was very casual for her. She just randomly said to my aunt and I, is there a space that because if you've seen how BKZ is laid out, it's got a very wide open space. So she wanted she very casually said, "Is there somewhere that we can go so we can pray over these artworks?"
Aww.
My grandmother's a prayer warrior, so that's what she said, and it kind of took me aback because no one had thought to pray for me in that. I mean, family members have prayed for me in the hopes of finding a job, passing my matric, and passing varsity and so on. But in terms of my art career, her saying that was just very heartwarming. And we went into one of the spaces in the gallery, and we prayed for I think about 5-10 minutes or so.
Wonderful.
And tears went down my face when that was happening. Yes.
Unfortunately, we have to. They told me we have to wrap it there, Mashudu. But because Ugogo was listening, so this obviously our short conversation today became an ode to Gogo, and I hope that she's very proud. And it sounds like she's incredibly proud. I love that moment, and thank you for sharing it with us. That was the artist Mashudu Nibuta Gogo. I know we were going girl, but thank you so much for coming for Stages, Pages, Screens and more. Kids Corner is coming up.
Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners Neshisanyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha. With hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal.
The Industrial Development Corporation, IDC, believes in the power of transformation and driving sustainable economic growth. We're not just financiers, we're architects of opportunity and partners in shaping our communities for a shared, brighter tomorrow. Our mandate for inclusivity in the economy is the reason we fund Black industrialists, Black-owned companies, women, and youth-empowered enterprises. Speak to us for tailored funding support and let us catalyze industries and create jobs together. The IDC.
The Blues are looking for nothing but victory to cement a decent top half position.
Mudryk takes over. Mudryk's through. Mudryk round the goalkeeper. Oh, it's fantastic.
But the Clarets need full points to step out of the uncomfortable zone.
Come on, Jakob. Jakob Brun Larsen scores. Perfect penalty. Keeper went the right way. Too much on it.
This is the Premier League. Witness the superb contest between Chelsea FC and Burnley FC on Saturday, 30 March at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Friends, and welcome to Nali Bali. How was school today? I hope you had a great day. Don't forget to write your homework if you got one today. There are so many reasons you can be forgetful, including stress and lack of sleep. Being hungry can also have a big impact, but sometimes when kids have trouble remembering information, they may be struggling with a skill called working memory. So let's listen to today's story called Forgetful Hen, written by Lihlohonolo Riba. But before we listen to today's story, you know the drill. Let's all get up and dance. day, Cow decided that she would cook dinner and invite all the animals that lived on the farm. Cow was a good cook, but she was shy. Luckily, her friend Hen was more outgoing. So Cow asked Hen to go around the farm and invite all the animals to come to dinner. Hen agreed and went off to invite everyone. As Hen was walking along, she came across pig, sheep, horse, and donkey. They were singing a nursery rhyme.
Cluck, cluck, red hen, have you any eggs?
Hello, dear friends,
said Hen.
Hello, hen,
said pig, sheep, horse, and donkey.
Ooh, that sounds like a nice nursery rhyme. I've never heard it before,
said Hen.
Would you like us to teach it to you?
Asked pig.
Ooh, yes, please,
replied Hen excitedly. So pig, sheep, horse, and donkey taught the hen the nursery rhyme. Hen spent the entire day singing with them. She had so much fun she forgot that the cow had sent her to ask them to dinner.
Cluck, cluck, red hen, have you any eggs? Cluck, cluck, red hen, have you any eggs? Cluck, cluck, red hen, have you any eggs?
Meanwhile, Cow prepared the meal. Dinner time arrived. Everything was ready. Cow waited and waited, but not a single animal came. All the food Cow had prepared was wasted. Eventually, Cow went to bed feeling very sad. The next day, Hen came to visit Cow.
Hello, Cow,
said Hen.
Hello, Hen,
said Cow sadly.
What's the matter? Why do you sound so sad?
Asked Hen.
I prepared delicious food for all the animals on the farm last night, but none of them came. Did you give them my message?
Asked Cow. Hen suddenly remembered the cow had asked her to invite all the animals on the farm for dinner.
Oh dear, I completely forgot. I'm so sorry, Cow. Please, please, please forgive me,
said Hen.
It's okay. I love cooking anyways. I will prepare an even more delicious dinner for tonight. And please, invite all the animals to come. Of course. I'll do it right away,
said Hen, and she rushed out. As Hen was walking along, she came across pig, sheep, horse, and donkey doing a dance routine.
To the right, to the left.
To the right, now to the left.
No, to the right.
Okay, now spin. Yeah.
Hello, dear friends,
said Hen.
Hello, hen,
said pig, sheep, horse, and donkey.
That looks like a fun dance routine. I've never seen it before,
said Hen.
Would you like us to teach you?
Asked sheep.
Oh, yes, please,
replied Hen excitedly.
So this way, to the left now.
And now to the right,
Okay, you're getting it. Go ahead. Okay.
Dance, man, dance.
Come on, more passion, more energy. What's this? Turn.
Okay. Yeah, now that's how you do it. Yeah, that's how you do it.
So pig, sheep, horse, and donkey taught Hen the dance routine. Hen spent the entire day dancing with them. She had so much fun once again that she forgot that Cow had sent her to ask them to dinner.
Oh, how can I take the plate? Oh, my sauce.
Meanwhile, Cow prepared an even more delicious meal. Dinner time arrived. Everything was ready. Cow waited and waited, but not a single animal came. Again, all the food was wasted. Again, Cow went to bed feeling very sad. The next day, Hen went to visit Cow.
Hello, Cow.
Said Hen.
Hi, Hen.
Said Cow very sadly.
Oh, what's the matter now? Why do you sound so sad?
Asked Hen.
I prepared delicious food for all the animals on the farm last night, again, but none of them came. Did you even give them my message?
Asked Cow. Again, Hen remembered that Cow had asked her to invite all the animals on the farm for dinner.
Oh dear, I forgot again. Please forgive me, Cow. I'm so sorry.
Said Hen.
Oh dear. Well, I guess I'll prepare delicious dinner for tonight again. So please, invite all the farm animals and don't forget. Of course. I'll do it right away.
Said Hen. But as Hen was leaving, Cow quickly stopped her.
Hold on. Hen, let me write you a note so that you will not forget again.
Cow wrote a note and placed it in Hen's beak. Then Hen rushed out. As Hen was walking along, she came across pig, sheep, horse and donkey skipping. As Hen tried to greet them, the note fell from her beak.
What is that, Hen?
Asked Donkey.
It's a note from Cow. She asked me to give you a message, but I just can't remember what it is.
Let me read the note.
Said Horse, taking the note and reading it aloud.
Invite all the animals on the farm for dinner at Cow's place tonight. Cow's inviting us for dinner?
Said Donkey excitedly.
Oh, yes, now I remember. That was the message Cow wanted me to share with all of you.
Said Hen.
Well, Cow is just an amazing cook. I can't wait.
Said Pig.
Are you going to be there?
Obviously, I'm going to be there. Will you?
Of course. Her cooking is amazing.
It's so nice,
to die
right?
for.
Oh,
I can't wait.
Said Sheep and Donkey and Horse. Meanwhile, Cow prepared the most delicious dinner. Dinner time arrived. Everything was ready. This time, all the animals arrived, except Hen, who had once again forgotten about the dinner. Silly, forgetful Hen missed out on the most delicious food and the best fun. And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called Forgetful Hen, written by Litlono Loriba. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You'll find stories in 11 South African languages, as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplements with great children's stories and activities available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
Independent and impartial. This is SAfm News.
In our top stories at 2, a minor nabbed for rape, abandons bail, and the no-confidence motion against Ekurhuleni Speaker back on the table. This is SAfm News. A very good afternoon. I am Luyanda Maume. A 15-year-old boy charged for rape has abandoned bail in the Bishop's Lavis Magistrates Court in Cape Town. The accused was arrested earlier this week for allegedly raping 8 minors in Point Havel. Western Cape NPA spokesperson Eric Dabazalila says the matter has been postponed to the 9th of next month for further investigations. He says more charges are likely to be added. 2 bodyguards working for the mayor and city manager of the Umhlatuze municipality in Richards Bay have died in a shooting incident this morning. Municipal spokesperson Bongani Gina says the incident took place at the municipal offices where the 2 bodyguards were to attend a meeting in the office of the deputy city manager for community services, Matthews Oliphant. Gina says Oliphant was trying to resolve a long-standing conflict between the 2 bodyguards over what Gina called minor issues. Gina has indicated that it was the bodyguard who worked for the mayor who allegedly shot first.
Apparently, one of the mayor's bodyguards came and shot the city manager's bodyguard, and while he was escaping, trying to leave the building, another bodyguard shot him as well. So as a result, we had 2 fatalities, mayor's bodyguard and the city manager's bodyguard.
The motion of no confidence against City Ekurhuleni Mayor Sivuyile Ngodwana and Council Speaker Nthabiseng Chibenga is back on the agenda. Voting was interrupted when councillors could not agree on amendments brought by other political parties. This prompted the Speaker to abruptly adjourn the meeting to seek a legal opinion to the proposed amendments. Earlier this month, the heated council sitting ended abruptly after councillors could not agree on the processes. City Manager Imogen Mashazi has warned that the removal of the mayor could delay the approval of the adjustment budget, which has a direct impact on service delivery.
Today's motions, the first motion against the executive mayor is going to have an impact on the administration, especially in terms of service delivery, in case council collapses or in case the motion carries. So if the motion carries, it means we don't have executive. So we don't have MMCs and so forth. So there are items that are supposed to serve today, which will impact on service delivery. Number 1 is the adjustment budget that needs to serve. And the second one is the appointment of HODs.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has offered his best wishes to South Africa's diverse Christian denominations for Easter and has wished the nation a peaceful and safe holiday period. The president says this period allows for connection with family, friends and the community and to explore the country's beauty. He has also urged citizens to be mindful of and reach out to people who are needy. Ramaphosa says Easter does not have to be a time for statistics of tragedy or injuries on the roads or at places where people come together in large numbers. Rather, he says it should be a time where individuals evaluate their attitudes and behaviors and conduct themselves in ways that build society, including the obligation to end violence against women and children. And finally, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has formed a task force to come up with emergency solutions to try and fix the country's ailing economy. The prices of food and fuel have shot up, but many are struggling as their wages are not keeping up with the changes. The severe economic difficulties have led to widespread hardship and mounting pressure on Tinubu's administration. The president has directed the team to submit a comprehensive plan of economic interventions within 2 weeks, which will then be implemented over the next 6 months. Recapping your top story, a 15-year-old boy charged for rape has abandoned bail application in the Bishop Lavis Magistrates Court in Cape Town. For SAFM News, I am Luyanda Maume. Headlines at 2:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Yanga have a massive mission to dish out orders in Dar es Salaam against 2016 champions. However, Masandawana believe in their ability to succeed anywhere on African soil. This is the first leg quarter-final encounter of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. Young Africans versus Mamelodi Sundowns on Saturday 30 March at 8 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
color. I've seen the lights of disco nights and star-crossed lovers. I've seen lives lived, I've seen them wasted. So I'm hanging on to every bite I've tasted. These are the things that make us stronger. These are the dreams that make us rise each day. We grow the most in pain, it always makes me wonder why we'd ever want to live another way. I see your color shine in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigned, so we can start again. I see your color shine in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigned, so we can start again. I see your color shine in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigned, so we can start again. I see your color shine in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigned, so we can start again. I've done some things, I've seen some places, and I'm living for the look upon their faces. I see them dance, I hear them sing, and every moment is a blessing and a dream. These are the things that make us stronger. These are the dreams that make us rise each day. We grow the most in pain, it always makes me wonder why we'd ever want to live another way. I see your color shine in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigned, so we can start again. I see your color shine in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigned, so we can start again. I see your color shine in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigned, so we can start again. I see your color shine in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigned, so we can start again. I see your color shining in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigning, so we can start again. I see your color shining in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigning, so we can start again. I see your color shining in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigning, so we can start again. I see your color shining in synergy, my friends. The stars are realigning, so we can start again.
It is Tamara Day coming through, and that is how we open up the second hour of the show. She is quite the showman. I was saying to my producers earlier that she gave quite the musical tribute at the Gauteng Film and Film Festival that just happened a couple of weeks ago. She was one of the performers on the night, and it was just incredible to watch her on stage and watch the command that she has for audience and the respect that she brings to her craft. And one of my team was saying that this is why she's got such a staying power. She sat down with Michelle late last year, December, November, if I'm not mistaken. She sat down with Michelle on the Jet Set Breakfast. So if you'd like to rewind back on that conversation, it is readily available via SAfm.co.za if you just go onto the Jet Set Breakfast podcast. It's just gone 10 past 2. Let's take a quick break, and then we're going to get into our next conversation today. We're looking at the merits of house arrest and periodical imprisonment. I've never heard of this. I've never heard of it from the context of South Africa. I've seen it in movies. I presumed it's something that happened in more self-actualized countries, but apparently it is something that is a reality in South Africa to some degree. So we'll find out more from our legal expert that is joining me in conversation. Let's take a quick break and we'll come right back.
Blue and Gold Army are happy with their performance in the DStv Premiership, and they want to triumph against Gold and Black to stay in the top 5. However, Amakosi want to bring back Injabulo to the Kosi Nation. The citizens battles it out with the Glamour Boys. Catch Mzansi's beautiful game, Cape Town City versus Kaizer Chiefs, on Saturday 30 March at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Join model and TV personality Dr. Fezile and Dr. Anesu on Top Travel. Allow yourself to be taken on an exhilarating journey across Africa, redefining travel at its finest on our very own home turf. From the rolling green hills of the Eastern Cape to the breathtaking sapphire waters of the Kenyan coastline, the duo explores the diverse landscapes and cultures of the continent we call home. Channel your inner adventurer with Top Travel. Starts Saturday the 23rd of March at 8:30 p.m. only on.
Look for the Go Digital logo in the new digital television set you are buying and access free 2-air channels without an additional decoder if you live in an area with digital terrestrial network coverage. Hashtag Chinja Ungasali. Hashtag Go Digital. For more information, send a WhatsApp message to 0600 625 458. Call 0860 736 832, and you can email support at centec.co.za, or you can start a web chat via www.centec.co.za, or of course on their Facebook Messenger at Centec Ltd.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
It is the full circle on this fine Thursday afternoon. Hopefully you having a great day. We just, reminding you, if you are traveling, if you are on the road with your friends and family headed off to wherever you're going to be spending your Easter long weekend break, please be sure to be safe out there. Enjoy the journey. It's part of the fun. You'll get there when you get there. For now, though, we're going to be in conversation with legal expert Nthabiseng Dubazana as we look at understanding house arrest and the concept of periodical imprisonment in South Africa. And recently, author Jackie Pamutsi was sentenced for defaming Basisani and Romeo Khumalo. You know, that case has been going on for the last 2 years now, if I'm not mistaken. And Jackie's sentence included house arrest for 2 years. And this led to many people actually questioning what house arrest entails in South Africa, as it's not something we commonly hear of. So we thought we'd rope in the expertise of Nthabiseng Dubazana today to help us understand these kinds of confinement concepts. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for taking the time, because I know a lot of people are relaxing right now, so we absolutely appreciate it. Let's talk about, Nthabiseng, let's talk about, this concept of house arrest. Firstly, let's understand it, because I think anybody who was on X over the last week, if you looked at the comments underneath, whether it was the press release released by the Khumalos and their representatives or under Jackie's handle, there were a lot of assumptions of what house arrest looks like or is in a South African context. So what is house arrest and the parameters of house arrest within the context of South Africa?
So in our law, we have what we call alternative sentences, which is what we are seeing happening now in this particular case. It's nothing new. It actually happens more often than not, just that it doesn't make the news. So what would happen in that situation is that we would get a correctional supervision report. So basically from the social worker that works with correctional services to assess the accused and determine if they are a suitable candidate for an alternative sentence, in other words, non-custodial sentence. And then we'd get another report from NICRO, which is another social services that works with the court to assess and further on the accused and see if they're, repenting or they understand the repercussions of what they've done and all of those. And these things are taken into consideration by the court as mitigating on behalf of the accused. And then when the offer or the suggestion is made to the court for alternative sentencing, then these things are considered. So the way it would work is that correctional services would be involved, wherein the accused would be required to go sign in at the correctional services at a particular time and be ensured that they do not leave a certain parameter. So the parameters on how you are supposed to be confined will be dictated to you by correctional services and how it is supposed to adhere to that.
And are these parameters of how one is confined, what kind of things are taken into consideration here? Because I guess it's not a stock standard for everybody, right?
Yes, so it depends on each case and it depends on each accused person. So the merits of each case dictate how this would work. So this kind of matter, as serious as it is, it's actually kind of minor versus many other matters. But then there are people who are repeat offenders, even though they are minor offenses, but they don't seem to learn, even though they're given non-custodial sentences. But then they end up finding themselves in a custodial sentence because these previous kinds of sentences did not work. So in this situation, correctional services would go to the premises of the accused and see how it is that it is done, what she needs to do to survive or whatever the case may be, and then they would basically dictate to her that you are allowed to go from point A to point B only. You're not allowed to go to point C at any stage in time. On this particular day of the week, because you are still a sentenced prisoner at the end of the day, you are to report to the correctional services and sign in at this particular time. If you can't reach correctional services, perhaps go to the nearest police station and then they will give us that report. All those things. And then for Fridays, from last I checked, she's supposed to not serve not more than 100 hours, I believe, for the entire sentence. So she would be on a Friday, for example, she would go to correctional services, sign in, and she'll be detained for those periodic hours, and then she'll be released after the first period is expired.
Oh, wait, help me understand that last bit. So what does that last bit mean?
So she is, if I remember correctly, the argument that was led by the state was that the accused is supposed to not spend nothing less than 100 hours in custody, but nothing more than 200. So they're going to break down these hours in accordance to how the correctional services would do. So what they usually do is that on a Friday, the accused would be admitted into custody, and then she would serve her 100 hours in custody, and then they would break it down between maybe 37 to 40 hours and all of those things, and then she'll be released when that period is done, and then she goes back to
house arrest.
And then it goes on and on and on like that until the sentence has been completed.
Oh, okay. So essentially, if what I'm understanding from what you also I think you recall, so let's say on a Friday, for instance, you then report into the custody of the correctional services, and then they hold you for X amount of hours, and then release you again once that is up for you to then continue serving your house arrest as per normal.
That is correct, yes.
Oh, okay. Very well. This is quite an interesting an interesting sort of sentence or interesting model for most of us. It's something that's very new to us. I've certainly never heard of it, or it's never crossed my world anywhere where this has become something that I'm familiar with. Is this something that is used quite commonly? Obviously, given the nature of the crime, as we said, this was not something serious. Defamation is not something serious where you're dealing with a hardcore criminal here.
Yes, that's very correct. So it's used more often than not. So sometimes it usually is a non-custodial sentence wherein the accused just once a week or twice a week goes and signs a register at the correctional services, and that's about it. There's no term of custody that we argue. So as the defense, we have a myriad of options to choose from. When we are mitigating for our clients, to say that, can our client, looking at the merits of the matter, looking at the seriousness of the offense, looking at the interest of justice, can the court consider X, Y, and Z? For example, this one was under Section 285 of the Criminal Procedure Act. There's also Section 260 of the Criminal Procedure Act that we can look at, and how the accused can be serving their sentence. Other sentences usually is just community service, even though you are found guilty and it's a previous conviction. All you're doing is community service, and really that's about where it ends. So there's a myriad of options. It's not strictly custodial sentence. It's not strictly a suspended sentence or a fine. There's a lot of options that are available.
And who sort of determines what options get presented, or does the defense have a say in suggesting what maybe the sentence should look like in these kinds of alternative sentences? And does the applicant have a response, a wiggle room to say, perhaps, no, you're being lenient here, and we would prefer if the sentencing looked a little bit more like X?
Yes. So at the end of each criminal trial, the state lays out its heads of argument, and then they do what we call aggravating circumstances, which includes what kind of sentence they are projecting or looking at for the accused. And then the defense, which is now the attorneys for the accused, they also argue their case, and then they do mitigating factors, which also includes what they have envisioned as a sentence for the accused. And then the court, the presiding officer, the judge, magistrate, whoever's hearing the matter, now weighs up all these things, and then including the merits of the matter, including the interest of justice, and say which of these options make sense in order for the sentence to be carried out. Just now, the presiding officer decides against both sides and has his or her own idea on what the sentence is, and then the buck stops there with the presiding officer.
Okay. And now, from what you've explained to us about house arrest and obviously the last portion, I'm forgetting the terminology now, where you can actually be held for a couple of hours, I presume that speaks to the periodical imprisonment?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am, it is. I believe in this one that we're talking about, I think she was sentenced to 3 years, wherein it's broken down in these particular hours, and it includes community service, and it includes signing at the house arrest, basically.
Yeah.
So that is how the 3-year sentence has been broken apart, and it seems to have been an agreement, and then the court also took it in consideration, because also another thing that is not really known, I guess, is that when it comes to sentences for cases such as this, the defense attorney, the state, and the presiding officer, because the merits are now over and done with, we can actually sit down and discuss which one we think is best. By the time we go to court, we already have an idea what the sentence is going to look like. Or if we're not including the presiding officer, it's between the state and the defense saying, listen, can we agree that we are going for this particular kind of sentence, and we're not going to deviate from that even in our own heads of argument. And then by that situation, the presiding officer usually is bound by the decision that is made by both parties, because if we are in agreement that the sentence should look like this, then the court is like, oh, okay, then let me give it as you guys have agreed, and then that's that. So that's usually what happens in cases of this nature when it's not as serious, but there is a penalty that needs to be attached to the accused actions.
Yeah. And Tabi saying, let me also ask you, by way of breaking the conditions, if, for instance, Miss Jackie Pamutsi breaks any of the terms of her imprisonment or fails to adhere to any of the terms, are there repercussions within alternative sentences, and what might those look like?
The repercussions usually are that if you do not adhere to the terms, then you're going to serve the full time in custody. That's usually the alternative. I'm not sure if that was what was said, because I think I missed the ending of the sentence. I had to rush back into court.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if the court actually put it there as a condition that should you fail to adhere to X, Y, and Z, be aware that you could be put in custody for you to serve full time in custody until your 3 years expires, or up until you're eligible for parole.
Shoo. What a whole lot to consider here. What a whole lot to consider. And in terms of the check-ins, for instance, the reporting to correctional services and the reporting, if you can't report to correctional services, reporting to the police station, given also what we know about, the state of affairs in these institutions and how sometimes things don't run the way they're supposed to run, are there at times glitches in the system where, sentenced individuals will say, yes, but I did report, and, whoever I was reporting to, I guess the parole officer or whatever the title is in South Africa, was not there, or, the document I'm supposed to sign or the book I'm supposed to sign was not there. Do these situations ever arise? And then what happens in those instances of dispute? Because now I would guess that the sentence person would then have to prove that actually I was there at 11 o'clock.
Yes, so it is incumbent on you as the accused or the sentenced prisoner to have proof that you did that. So yes, to answer you, it happens more often than not that you get there and there's nobody there to make you sign the book, or the book is in another section of the prison. Nobody can get there because somebody has the key. It's just a long story. So what you do, what I always advise my clients is that if you cannot get the person or the documents that you're supposed to sign in, make an affidavit at the police station to confirm that I was present on this particular day. Make 2 copies, leave one at the place where you're supposed to sign, and keep the other one, so that tomorrow, when now we're looking at your sentence, whether you've skipped anything, we can prove that you actually were there. Here is a stamp on that particular day that you did come. It was just unfortunate that the paperwork was not available or the person wasn't available. Whatever mishap would have happened on that day.
That makes sense to me. Let's take a quick pause here. I want to come back and I want to ask you, part of the commentary on social media was also around, the discourse was around whether or not house arrest, with all of the terms that it had in community service, if it's a serious enough punishment for somebody to learn their lesson. And I want to come back and indulge that part of the conversation in terms of just repeat offenders, perhaps, who don't learn the first time around. But first, Luyanda is coming through with the headline news.
Thank you, Bridget. In your headlines, public sector unions affiliated to COSATU and SAFTU have rejected the 4.7% wage increase announced by Minister for Public Service and Administration, Nokolo Kivit. The wage hike that is expected to kick in on the 1st of April forms part of a 2-year public sector wage agreement signed in 2023. The Ahmed Kathrada Foundation has called on political parties to recommit themselves to free and fair elections. The foundation commemorated the 7th year since the passing of the former struggle stalwart Ahmed Kathrada at the Westpac Cemetery in Johannesburg. And a French court has reduced the life sentence of a Liberian former rebel, Kunti Kamara, to 30 years in prison for his role during Liberia's civil war 3 decades ago. At his first trial last year, following his arrest in France, he was found guilty of crimes against humanity and violence against civilians. I'll have details on these and other stories at 3.
Get your payments done with the utmost security and convenience when you purchase a TV license now. With our new secure payment systems with a one-time PIN, OTP feature, and the choice of receiving your OTP via SMS or email, you can ensure prompt and secure payments. The additional use of capture will protect you against spam and automated data attractions. With TV licenses, you can enjoy watching all your favorite shows or movies that matter to you. Get yours today. Visit www.tvlic.co.za.
ES Tunis plan to disallow their visitors any breathing moment, but ASEC Mimosas remain extremely hungry for maximum points on the road. The North takes on the West. This is the first leg quarter-final battle of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. ES Tunis versus ASEC Mimosas on Saturday 30 March at 11 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Whether we are at the workplace, within communities, at school, or with our friends and family, we all need to demonstrate the kind of responsibility that we would like to see in our country's future. SAFM commemorates Human Rights Month.
Every person, no matter who you are, what music you're inclined to listen to, and what you do with your weekends, you need a weekend playlist. It's that musical mix of music that accompanies the lazy weekends, whether catching up with friends and family or just taking some time to reflect. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 on SAFM.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons, right here on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mweketi.
Hi, my name is Kutlwana Masote, your host of Weekend Sundowner Classics every Saturday and Sunday afternoon between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. exclusively on SAFM. Now, this is where you get your best classical music jams on any radio platform. Join me every Saturday and Sunday afternoon between 4 and 7 p.m. Weekend Sundowner Classics.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
We are in conversation with legal expert Ntabi Singh Dubuzane, and of course she's guiding us through understanding the merits of house arrest and periodical imprisonment in South Africa within our context. And we're having this conversation on the back of author Jackie Pamutsi sentencing that happened earlier this week for that defamation case that was brought forward by the Kumalos, Basisani and Romeo Kumalo. And of course, as we wind down the conversation, Ntabi saying some of the discourse on social media when this came out and the terms of sentencing came out, some of the discourse from people were that perhaps house arrest is not a serious enough repercussion in South Africa, that it doesn't deter somebody from committing the same act again or from disrespecting the terms of arrest. How seriously do offenders actually take these kinds of alternative sentencings?
Some do
do take it seriously. Some it's just whatever. I didn't end up in custody, so maybe I can continue doing what I've been doing. But then when you get rearrested for something similar, and there is a trend that now is showing in your SAP 69. So your SAP 69 is your record of your previous conviction. So every time you get arrested and you get sentenced, they record it through your fingerprints. And then when you get detained again, they pull out that entire, once they take your fingerprint, it pulls out that entire record. So if we can see from your SAP 69 that Norman Tabiseng has a tendency of doing a similar kind of case, and it's been happening 3 times, 5 times, or 10 times, but it's still the same kind of relaxed sentence or alternative sentence, and you're not learning, then the court is at its discretion to say, you know what, at the district court level, I'm at liberty to sentence you to 3 years, and I will do exactly that because it's clear from your SAP 69s you're choosing not to learn.
And are there instances where, you know, within your criminal record, if you have an alternative sentencing on your criminal record and then you commit another crime, maybe an unrelated crime, or you found guilty for something else, do they factor, you know, your previous sentencing into the judgment of now the new crime that you've committed? I guess I'm thinking by way of the context, and a lot of us will sort of compare things to what we watch on TV, and I'm thinking in the context of Americans, and they're teaching us via, you know, entertainment of the 3-strike rule. So even if you were arrested for misdemeanor things, if you commit another crime after your 3rd strike, you then get sentenced far harsher for far longer, because now it's like, yes, you've committed misdemeanors, but you clearly just are not learning anything.
It would have been nice if we had that in our law. I remember this one case a few years ago. This poor kid, unfortunately, was as a result of a bad situation at home. But he had about 15 previous convictions of petty theft, and all of them were suspended sentence or alternative kind of sentencing and whatnot. Eventually, when he finally came into my hands, I think he was now on crime number 17, and the court still gave him a suspended sentence. So what I'm getting to is that I wish that we had a 3-strike thing. Maybe it would ring in the heads of people not to repeat their actions. But to answer your question, the only time the court would consider the sentence that you were given is if the crime that you're now being convicted of is similar to the one that you were sentenced for. If it's completely different, so for now it's defamation or criminal injuria in terms of criminal law, but then the next time you're now being charged with fraud, they are not relevant to each other. So your sentence with fraud will be different and to the one that you have now in criminal injuria. But if your sentence that in criminal injuria is still active, you're not done serving it, it is incumbent on your attorney to inform the court that you're currently serving a sentence for 3 years for blah, 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 and is running in this manner. We therefore request, if the court chooses to have a custodial sentence, can they run concurrently? Not consecutively, so that you don't have to wait for this one to end in order for you to start the other one.
I see. I mean, some might argue that even that is lenient, but but we understand. We understand. And then I guess the last question, which also came up on social media, people asking whether or not Ms. Pamutsi would then have to wear, you know, the ankle accessory.
Well, it differs with each correctional service. Others do have that kind of technology, others don't. Okay. That's why the standard form usually is go and sign, and you're only allowed within this perimeter of movement. Should you be caught outside of that perimeter, then, you know, you may find yourself in hot water. Unfortunately, not all correctional services have the ankle bracelet that monitors your movement.
Yeah. And maybe just out of curiosity, even like you said, you know, you didn't hear the judgment till the very end, and I also did not follow it until the very end. But I wonder if in cases like this, in cases of defamation or criminal injuria, if you speaketh a person's name again, you know, would that be a condition that a court would have maybe considered to say that do not speak in Thabiseng's name again? Or is that now me just far-reaching in my thinking?
Yeah, no, it's a little bit far-reaching. So the court would not go like you are declared not to mention. No, we're only dealing with what happened in the past because the court can't preempt. So only if you repeat it, then they will deal with what you are doing. Unfortunately, our law is more reactive than it is proactive.
Okay. Makes perfect sense to us. Nthabiseng Dubazane, thank you so much for your expertise today. Much appreciated. Enjoy your Easter long weekend. That was a legal expert, Nthabiseng Dubazane, joining us today, just helping us understand what house arrest actually means in the context of South Africa. So from what we gather, there will be some hours where Ms. Pamutsi would have to clock in to the correctional services and she'll be held for X amount of hours and then re-released again so that she can resume her house arrest. And presumably this will happen for, the duration of the sentence, which is 2 years. 3 o'clock, I think there's a lesson there to definitely be learned as we prepare to wind it down. He can't miss a single one of our appointments. He and I set these appointments for ourselves when I took over the show. I said to him, I want to see you here every single day just because I love your pretty face and your smile. And he's honored them almost every single day except for when he's been traveling or when we've had special guests in studio. So let's bring Aldren Simpia in for his penultimate throw forward.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfM, leading the conversation. The Chill Zone with Bertha Charuma.
Now, with the gentleman that says women have now become, how can I put it, liars. I think that's just the way to put it. Have we lost it to that level, though?
That goes back to the saying that says known hells are preferable to strange heavens. Just because you don't know them, it doesn't mean they are better than the ones that you know. You just rely on your ignorance because they say ignorance is bliss. If what you don't know cannot hurt you. We don't have any guarantees that women who are outside of the country will act differently because now generalizations will make us miss the individual that is different from the rest or that does not conform to the norm. There are still people who don't conform to the norm. So it always helps to look at a person as an individual.
Lehlogonolo Mazindo, relationship therapist and mental health practitioner.
Bertha Charuma, Fridays 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
It's your penultimate come visit me appointment.
Yeah.
You said that like somebody who's not going to miss me.
No, I am going to miss you very, very much.
I can't.
Are you not in tomorrow?
I am tomorrow. I'm
here. Tomorrow's my last day, so I'll say bye-bye. Gahle.
What a wowza.
Yeah, and remember we're going to have the Joburg coffee, so...
No. I was
actually... It's the real thing. Oh, okay. Like the Joburg coffee.
What you don't know is that I've been such a fan of you. I've watched you since the first time you got on television as a news reporter. No, seriously. I'm not even blowing smoke up you. So I was very excited to actually, be working with you in the same break.
Oh,
and then you
Bridget, you only say this now.
No, you must not tell people things that you
Thank you, Bridget.
You must just admire them from afar and just be like,
Sister Bridget.
No, I've always. I just thought you just a remarkable individual. Like,
thank you.
You're so focused and so dedicated and and easy on the eye.
Please, can I be easy on the ear as well? Oh, that was TV.
That was TV. What's coming up today?
So coming up on the show this afternoon, Skapala Baba Makai.
Yes.
Do you have Makaya, right?
I mean, I guess I do. My mom comes from Nelspruit. We're going to Nelspruit actually this weekend.
Oh, okay.
So my mom comes from Nelspruit, but not in the rurals, Nakone. She comes from Barberton.
Yeah. Does it qualify as Makaya?
I mean, Makaya, because that's where her grandmother's from, but Elokshini.
Because this morning we were speaking about Nabunali, like, so, like, Elokshini, does Soweto count as, like when other children say, Makaya, But someone was saying that the city doesn't qualify as Makhaya. So even if you were born in the city, or there are a couple of generations of people in your family that have been born in the city, unfortunately it doesn't qualify as a Makhaya.
Yeah, it's not. I think on my dad's side, yes, Kamkopozi, they do. Kwamasinga, I mean, we'd have to trace our roots back to Mozambique.
Yes.
And they probably do. But like you said, 4 or 5 generations in, it becomes obsolete.
Yeah. Maybe there's a Makhaya somewhere in Cabo Delgado.
This is why I'm going to miss him, because he just throws things. Okay, it's Kapabaya Makhaya.
Yeah, it's Kapabaya Makhaya this afternoon. And also coming up on the show, we're going to take the press briefing live of the IEC between 4 and 5 o'clock. They are going to give us feedback on the objections that they've received for candidates that are on a political parties list and independent candidates as well. And I think one name that most people will be looking out for is former President Jacob Zuma, because remember that he's on the list of the MK party, and according to legislation, he doesn't qualify to be a member of a provincial legislature or even a national assembly.
Also, how bizarre. How bizarre for a former sitting president.
Yeah.
It's like you're at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Why would you want to come back and...
Personally, can I tell you my personal honest opinion?
Yeah.
I don't think that he wants to come back. I think it is a way to hog the spotlight. Because what's going to happen is, remember, the announcement is going to come out, and when the announcement comes up, then becomes a story that former President Jacob Zuma, as the IEC has said before even, didn't qualify and has been barred. Then you're going to have people who are going to respond angry and so forth, and then it is part of hogging the media and also hogging conversations around the MK party. So the MK party then remains at the top of the mind of a lot of people. I doubt that he wants to give up all the perks that he currently has as a former president. I doubt that.
Yeah, because I mean, you're getting paid to sit and be cute in retirement.
Yeah,
what you're saying makes absolute sense.
Yeah, I really
guess that's
doubt
what
that.
they say is a strategist in that way.
And then also between 5 and 6 o'clock, it is the interview, as we normally focus on political parties heading into the elections, their manifestos. Today we're going to focus on the Good Party.
Oh, and they've got some scandals happening.
Oh.
Yes. Aldren Sampier is coming up on Beyond the Headline.
In a world driven by innovation, where progress knows no bounds, it's those who dare to dream, to push boundaries, who power our future. Join over 15,000 tech champions, visionaries and trailblazers at Africa's largest tech event, exploring innovations across technology as we leverage tech for a more sustainable, connected tomorrow. Join us at Africa Tech Festival in Cape Town from November 11 to 14. Register your interest at africatechfestival.com.
The Blues are looking for nothing but victory to cement a decent top half position.
Mudryk takes over. Mudryk's through. Mudryk round the goalkeeper. Oh, it's fantastic.
But the Clarets need 4 points to step out of the uncomfortable zone.
Come on, Jakob. Jakob Brun Larsen scores. Burnley. Perfect penalty. Keeper went the right way. Too much on it.
This is the Premier League. Witness the superb contest between Chelsea FC and Burnley FC on Saturday, 30 March at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
We are catching up now with Ayanda Majola, who is one of the co-founders of South African investment group SV Capital. And we're looking at what all young investors should know about their money. How are you doing this afternoon, Ayanda?
I'm well, thank you. How are you doing, Bridget?
I'm great, thank you. I mean, this is a loaded question, you know, when we look at what young investors should know about their money, because also it speaks to how young is young.
Yes, exactly. How young is young, But, this is speaking to the youth that have money available. And we are really sending a message at SV Capital that as the youth, you need to start as early as possible. And looking at the past week, we just went past Global Money Week, which is a very important week. Because this is a global awareness campaign that's focused on emphasizing the importance of early financial education for young people. And the theme for 2024, which really resonates with SV Capital, is protect your money and secure your future. And investing is exactly that. You are paying yourself first, paying your future self and protecting your money, but also doing that, you are securing your future.
Now, tell me, how do we even begin to instill that kind of theme, or where do we start? Before we even instill, where do we start with this conversation of what does protecting your money and securing your future mean when you're trying to have that conversation, say, with a 10-year-old, like, somebody would have, like one of your partners had with a 10-year-old nephew?
Exactly. So the conversation would start from explaining the importance of investing and the importance of instant gratification is not always the best thing. What you're referring to is what we term at SV Capital the hosepipe effect, where if you were to put in a hosepipe and you open water, the water will instantly come out on the other end. And investment should be thought about in the exact same way. We are looking to put money away now in order for you to benefit down the line. And in my opinion, I think the conversation should start there, where we're educating and giving our young people the ability to look at money and have the patience around their money, knowing that whether I invest it today or tomorrow, I should start as soon as possible. But I should look to get those returns down the line, because really paying your future self is doing that for yourself. You are putting money away, wanting to get a return down the line, and ensuring that down the line you're able to live a life that you've always wanted.
But in a world of instant gratification, Ayanda, and you guys identified that most of South Africa's young aspirants spend their money on 6 things: entertainment, fashion, education, travel, accommodation, and cell phone data. These all speak to instant gratification.
Correct, they do. And we are saying the complete opposite, that don't focus on instant gratification, but focus on building your wealth, building a legacy for yourself, building that pot of money that you can tap into down the line. Because what we found is with young people, there's a sentiment around long-term investing. They find it boring, they find it tedious, and really something hard to do. And when looking at SV Capital's suite of products, our products are a far cry from boring. So with us, you can invest in our cattle investment, which gives you the opportunity to participate in the agricultural sector within the country, or you can invest in our short-term investment, which gives you the opportunity to participate in the project finance sector within South Africa. Or you can invest in delivery bikes, where you have the opportunity to participate in the last mile delivery sector. So all the above products I've mentioned are a far cry from boring, but it's upon the young individuals out there to do the research, take it upon themselves to learn about what is out there to ensure that they're building a solid foundation for themselves in the future.
Absolutely. You've also identified 10 investment tips for young people, or you've offered rather 10 investment tips for young people. Run us through some of those tips.
Definitely. So I'll stick to 5, because I think 10 is a long list. But I'd say the first one would be young people should select products that are simple to understand, easy to manage, and offer attractive returns. Now, at SV Capital, we have a guiding ethos that states that if you do not understand what you're investing in, don't invest in it. And I think that's a very important tip to take for any young investor, that they need to ensure that whatever they invest in, they fully understand it. Secondly, it would be to know your money. So understand how you're spending it, understand how you're making it, and how you're losing it. While losing money can be a very daunting thing for any investor, it is an inevitable part of the investment journey. Yeah. So it's important to remember that sometimes you win and sometimes you learn, and losing money is just that, a lesson learned. Thirdly would be to not wait for the perfect time. There's no better time than today to start investing. And you, as a young person out there that's listening, you need to take it upon yourself to start today and start investing. Fourthly, I would say that alternative investments are advantageous. To date, the alternative space has been plagued by scams and Ponzi schemes and all of that. And I would caution young investors to take it upon themselves to do the research and to not be afraid of alternative investments, because alternative investments bring real-world assets and real returns into your investment portfolio. And they also give you access to local sectors that you wouldn't necessarily have access to. As I mentioned earlier on, with cattle, you're participating directly in our agricultural sector within South Africa. So it's important to embrace alternatives because it could be beneficial for you as an investor. And then lastly, it would be to commit to your future self. And this is to begin your investment journey today to secure a better tomorrow for yourself. As a young person, you don't want to be caught in a position where 10, 20, 30 years from now, you look back with regret and resentment for not taking the time to safeguard your money and safeguard your future self.
Now, all of these, I think, very profound tips and very useful tips. And then a lot of people will then push back at you, Ayanda, and a lot of people will go, yes, but given the state of the economy, Ayanda, we barely are able to meet our household budgets. How do you expect me to then commit to my future when I barely have anything to save?
Yeah, definitely. The state of the economy at the moment is a tough one, and that is a valid argument. From our perspective, we view investing as starting from as little as 500 Rand. The biggest myth at the moment within the investment sector is that you need large sums of money for you to start, which is not the case. At SV Capital, when you start investing with us, you can start from as little as 500 Rand and you build upon it. And the second concept behind this is consistency. Because, you can start. The issue is when you stop or decide to take that money out. So building up a pot in smaller amounts, in smaller increments over time will actually work to your benefit as an individual investor, as opposed to trying to do it all at once, So in appreciating the fact that, honestly, our incomes are stretched at the moment, you can carve out a little 500 Rand, and you are doing this for yourself and paying yourself because you're saying you want a better future for yourself.
All very much sound advice, and we thank you for your time this afternoon. That was Ayanda Majola, who is one of the co-founders of SV Capital. Hope you picked up some tips there about, just looking at your attitude around investing, particularly if you are still quite young and you can start your investment journey nice and early and give yourself a nice lead time so that you're not scrambling in your 40s to try and amass, wealth with half the time frame. You can always begin right now, right here today. You are never too young. And we've actually spoken to, such a host of different investment firms throughout the course of last year. If you double back to our podcast, and they deal even with investing for children as young as newborn babies. It is possible to start wherever you are right now for yourself as well as for your family. That is it from us. We'll be here though with you tomorrow holding the fort. And for those of us, for those of you who are working alongside with us tomorrow, hopefully we'll all keep each other company throughout the long weekend. We are going absolutely nowhere. And we're just looking forward to seeing all of the beautiful content and pictures and videos that you put out on all of your social media platforms as you go off to all of your respective corners to enjoy a 4-day long weekend. This is going to be one of the last long weekends, if not the last long weekend for a very long time. So you might as well just, if you can, get in there nice and early, leave today, beat the traffic for tomorrow because everyone's going to be leaving tomorrow. If you have to leave tomorrow, maybe exit your house nice and early, so that you can have a nice, easy, simple drive. And of course, take us along with you on the journey wherever you are, we are, and particularly on social media. From myself and my team, it's time for us to make way for Aldren Simpios, bringing you second to last behind the headlines today, 3 until 6 o'clock. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
The Market Update, Monday to Thursday, 6 to 7 p.m.
Want to stay ahead of the financial game? Join us tonight from 6 to 7 p.m. for an insightful journey through the day's market developments, financial updates, and investment news. Tune in for your daily dose of financial intelligence as we navigate the twists and turns of the financial landscape with expert insights. Only on the SAfm Market Update.
SAfm Market Update with Jimmy Muyaha. Independent and impartial. This is SAfm News.
In our top stories, 3 unions under SAFTU and COSATU reject wage offer in the public sector, and political parties urge to recommit to free and fair elections. This is SAfM News. A very good afternoon. I am Luyanda Maume. Public sector unions affiliated to COSATU and SAFTU have rejected the 4.7% wage increase announced by Minister of Public Service and Administration, Noxolo Kivit. The wage hike that is expected to kick in on the 1st of April forms part of the 2-year public sector wage agreement signed in 2023, guaranteeing an inflation-linked increase in 2024-25. At the time of signing, SAFTU unions and some from COSATU refused to sign the deal, accusing the government of undermining collective bargaining and unilaterally forcing a below-inflation increment on them. The unions, including Police Union Pop Crew, say they will consult their members ahead of a fresh round of talks. Trevor Shaku is SAFTU spokesperson.
The South African Federation of Trade Unions has rejected this agreement when it was even struck in 2023 because as a multi-term agreement, we argued at the time that the first leg of it was actually below inflation. What they have done then to try to mislead the workers was to try to incorporate the old cash gratuity part as part of the increase, which actually would have led to a misrepresentation of the actual increase of the wages of workers in the public service.
A 15-year-old boy charged for rape has abandoned bail application in the Bishop Lavis Magistrate Court in Cape Town. The accused was arrested earlier this week for allegedly raping 8 minors in Bonhevel. Western Cape NPA spokesperson Eric Ntabazalila says the matter has been postponed to the 9th of next month for further investigation. He says more charges are likely to be added. The case of the woman accused of killing her niece, Bonolo Mudisayamang, and cashing in on a life insurance policy worth 3 million rand has been postponed to the 22nd of May for further investigation. Agnes Sitwanso briefly appeared before the Molopo Magistrates Court in Mahikeng in the northwest on charges of fraud, murder, and defeating the ends of justice. Sitwanso has also been charged with the murder of her son Kutlo in July last year, while police and forensic pathologists have exhumed the body of her husband, Justice Sitwanso, who died in February 2015. She will remain in custody until her next court appearance. In some election-related news now, the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation has called on political parties to recommit themselves to free and fair elections. The foundation commemorated the 7th year since the passing of the former struggle stalwart Ahmed Kathrada at the West Park Cemetery in Johannesburg. Executive Director of the foundation, Nishan Balton, says the growing threats of violence over a particular election outcome should not be tolerated.
Because there is this growing threat, whispers and rumblings of not wanting to accept the outcome of elections for whatever reasons. And we've seen what that kind of talk can do in the US, and there should be no place for it here today. So I'm hoping that as we gather and as we make our commitments here, we will include some kind of commitment to those aspects. I know all parties will sign the Electoral Code of Conduct and you will do that publicly, but we hope you will also reflect on that here today.
And finally, a French court has reduced the life sentence of a Liberian former rebel, Kunti Kamara, to 30 years in prison for his role during Liberia's civil war 3 decades ago. At his first trial last year, following his arrest in France, he was found guilty of crimes against humanity and violence against civilians and given a life term. However, he appealed. The Paris Criminal Court reduced his sentence, but it again found him guilty of the wartime crimes. Recapping your top story, public sector unions affiliated to COSATU and SAFTU have rejected the 4.7% wage increase announced by Minister Noxolo Kivit. For SAFM News, I am Luyanda Maume. Headlines at 3:30.
Coming up in your sports this hour, Blitzbox welcome back 4 key players for Hong Kong and all systems go as runners line up for City to City Marathon. I'll have more details at 3:30.
Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners Neshisa Nyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha with hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal. The Blues are looking for nothing but victory to cement a decent top half position.
Mudryk takes over. Mudryk's through. Mudryk round the goalkeeper. Oh, it's fantastic.
But the Clarets need 4 points to step out of the uncomfortable zone.
Come on, Jakob. Jakob Ron Larsen scores. Burnley. Perfect penalty. Keeper went the right way. Too much on it.
This is the Premier League. Witness the superb contest between Chelsea FC and Burnley FC on Saturday 30 March at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. Rito leri hangala keke na misava hinkwayo ri hasha mbewu ya vutlhari xana imani anga ku miyeta kake imani anga miyeta ka mpfumawulo wa rito ra kuke 326 hi tshama hi ri etindleve eka SAFM hikuva u yi phamela swakudya swa miehleketo hi dya yi tlhela hi xiva ndzi ri halala Aldren Sampia halala wena la tselekiweke eswitikweni swa vutlhari akatingiwa etimbiteni ta vutivi a sekiwa hi galaza ra vutshila loko ri mina ntombi ya mutanga n'wa xambula makutlo wa madyafu ri la tsutuka n'wana hi ku heta ndzi ku hluvulela xihuku ndzi ri kula u ringana na ndlopfu halala Aldren Sampia halala
Aldren Sampia on Beyond the Headline.
It is 7 minutes after 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. Wait. Oh, wait. What's happening?
Eh? What do you mean, what's happening?
We are live on air. Wait, what's happening?
Yeah, I know you're live on air. How? Aldren Sampia.
Wait, guys, what is... Wait, guys, what's happening? Wait, what's happening, guys? And she even changed the headphones. What's that? No, wait, what's happening? No. Guys, it's a moyeni. Wait, what? Okay, are we going to take... Huh?
Someone?
Hi, Bridget. What's happening? Nienzan. Sisemsebenzini, guys.
And I'm on the clock.
Okay. So, wait. But what's happening though? What are you doing? What am I doing?
Can you not hear your producers in your ear? Okay, Gonja, I took you off. Let me put you back. Okay, there. Can you not hear your producers saying, say hello?
Andile.
Hello.
Okay. It's a bit weird.
Okay, Suga get Aldren Sampia because
what's happening, guys?
You are mute. Move aside, Aldren Sampia, because you are mute. Move aside.
Wait, what's happening, friend? I'm so confused.
Move aside. Go there to guest mic 3. Someone Unjan.
Siapil.
Okay, you'll get to introing your show. It is still Beyond the Headline with Aldren Sampia.
No, we are born, but it's 10 past. It's actually 10 past 3. Okay. What have you guys planned?
Go to the guest side. Why are you so controlling?
Oh, guys, but this is my show.
It is your show for the next 2 days. It is your show. You see, I didn't move the mic. We're going to leave the mic standing because it is your show for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
And we thought that, let's come in here, let's invade your space, and let's see some of Aldren St. Pierre's energy.
Okay.
You don't take well to surprises, do you?
No, because we have a show to run.
We do, yes.
Yeah.
And you've got guests to get to.
Exactly.
You do.
Very important stuff.
Who's on your show now at 3?
They didn't tell me. I just know that we're focusing on stories as a KZN.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it like unusual for you to just not know what's happening?
Yeah,
on the show?
because sometimes we wait for guests to confirm, so it does take a while. So sometimes you come on air at 5:02 or even 0:00 and the guest for 3:00 hasn't been confirmed.
Yes.
So that does happen sometimes. So
Okay.
I thought it's one of those days. It's also day before the long weekend, so these things do happen.
They do
No
happen.
surprise at all.
No surprise.
But the surprise is you walking into the studio while I'm about to do the introduction.
Yes.
And what's coming up on the show.
Yes. I mean, there's not a lot coming up on your show now in the next 30 minutes. There's not a lot except you and I for the next 30 minutes.
That's a bit weird. That's weird.
Why, Aldren St. Pierre?
Because we need to be doing a show, guys. What's happening, guys? What's happening? What's happening?
You're going to do a show. It's your final show. Well, your
No, my
penultimate.
final show is tomorrow,
Yes,
yeah.
it's your penultimate show. Are you looking forward to it?
Um,
Well, in the sense of,
Yeah.
all journeys coming to an end, but in a good way.
yeah, not looking forward to it, though.
What's the emotion?
But it is what it is. It is what it is.
I mean, if you say it is what it is, it makes it heavy.
Yeah, it's sad to say goodbye. We've built a relationship with the listeners and with our co-hosts and our colleagues.
Yes.
Who are coming here with surprises.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's it been like for you? I mean, you've been here now, 5 years?
No, actually 3.
3?
This is the end of my 3rd year.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It always seems longer.
Yeah.
It always seems longer.
So I came in 2021.
Okay.
Yeah. 2021, January 2021.
And how was the journey, the 3 years?
It's been incredible. A lot of things that I learned and unlearned, and I say that the listeners have contributed to that.
Like what? What have been some of the learnings?
For instance, better way of controlling your emotions because we know that we deal with stuff that is quite heavy, and I'm a very emotional person as well. So having to break on those emotions, just ibambe kancane, but still cover the story with the same gusto, but not be emotional. So I've learned a lot around that, and then also the diverse views, of course, which is another incredible thing about being on SAFM.
Right.
Nationally.
I mean, if you guys are live streaming us now, we've got a close up on Aldren St. Pierre. You can almost.
Is this where I shed a tear? What happened? Cue.
You can almost see, in your eyes that these moments mean a lot for you. There's a lot of emotion playing right now. And I guess when you reflect back on the journey, it does conjure up quite a bit.
Yeah. But only... Man, when we started, it was difficult, though, I have to admit. It was very, very difficult. At some point, I wanted to resign. I called Kina, I don't think this is for me. And Kina then said, what happened? And I told her about what happened on air. And I said, I feel like the listeners are rejecting me and they don't want this new voice and what. And she said to me that actually what we want is exactly that. Bit of lightness in the afternoon, not too heavy. Your personality, please bring it through. And that's the reason that we poached you.
Yeah.
And it has paid off. It has really paid off. Becoming the biggest talk radio station for me, that was the ultimate as well. And then biggest drive time talk radio show eventually as well. Yeah. Some of the strides.
I mean, I'll almost understand that kind of fear and the anxiety when you enter
What's
new
happening,
space.
Gatle?
We're talking to you, Aldren St. Pierre.
Why Begangale?
I'm not begging nothing. We are talking to you, and we're just getting to know Aldren St. Pierre a little bit more.
What do you mean getting to know me a little bit more? People know me.
but people,
I'm sure they even know my mom's name and my sister's name
now
because
that
I
at some
speak
point
about
you wanted to quit.
Oh, yes, okay, actually.
Things like that.
Yeah, I know you're right.
Yeah, at some point you wanted to quit.
Yeah.
We also are going to be reflecting back at, and I almost want to know from you in the sense, with everything that's happened, what have been some of the highs and maybe even some lows? Because people don't understand that we also have lows.
Yeah.
When these mics are on, and these mics must stay on while we're riding that low. What have been maybe a moment there for you?
The lowest moment was my sexuality being questioned and my identity being questioned. I was made to feel that I don't belong, and also that what I'm doing or me being me was something evil. And I truly hated that particular moment. I remember even a friend of mine calling in and saying that calling me saying that unfortunately I won't be able to listen to your show because there's so much toxicity that is coming from your audience, who's also a gay person, and said unfortunately I won't be able to do that. So that for me was the lowest moment of being on the show. But as some people have said, that listening to the show, listening to how I carry myself and also the professionalism, they've also gone to accept that actually somebody's sexuality is their sexuality. And again, your sexuality is not a choice.
Yeah.
It's not a choice. I didn't choose to be gay. I was born gay.
Yeah. I think that's one of the things that a lot of us can appreciate about you is, if you follow Aldren on the show, on social media, you lead with
sweating.
that you lead with the fact that you are a proudly black African gay man, and that is not something that's separate to the job that you do, and you bring that.
I can't
to
divorce
everything.
myself from me.
Yeah, absolutely. I also wanted to take this moment to maybe highlight, your team put together incredible moments. And now they've gone from our view. They've put together incredible moments of the show over the last 3 years. I know. And okay, you're going to need your headphones for this,
okay.
maybe.
Okay.
Just so we can reflect back on what those moments were.
Good afternoon. This is your captain speaking with just a little flight information. We're flying at an altitude of 37,000 feet, and our airspeed is 400 miles an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to BTH Airline. I'm your co-pilot, Aldren St-Pierre, and I'm with you from 3 to 6, flying you through the turbulent airwaves. But the landing will be smooth.
So just sit back and relax and enjoy the rest of the flight.
This is Aldren St-Pierre on Beyond the Headline.
Of what happened between SPA and Pasina is between them and Pasina. But what has happened now is that it has rendered the contract impracticable to be implemented by Pasina.
Yeah.
Hence, we are directing, because we are also missing the point. I don't know why, because at least you must have matric. We are also missing the point.
I must at least have what?
I know that at least you do have matric.
I don't have matric. I have an honors in journalism that I got from WITS.
Not just anyway, at WITS.
Very good.
Okay.
Then you must not disappoint that honor.
Begim Dolo, the ANC provincial secretary in KwaZulu-Natal.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
10 past 4.
10 past 4.
This is Aldren St-Pierre on Beyond the Headline.
Like, for instance, point that was raised by another voice note. It says that the prosecutor said the bail must be 5,000. The defense said 4,000. What did the magistrate say?
Yes.
What did the magistrate say?
10,000.
Why did the magistrate say 10,000?
That is still unfair.
Wait, Tommy Pendulumbuzo, answer the question.
Few inches later.
Wait, Tommy Pendulumbuzo.
This is Aldren Sempia on Beyond the Headline.
I don't know.
If your partner decides to go and get a firearm, does that for you also mean it's the end of the relationship?
She used to like her drink, and there would be some acrimony. She liked arguing. The moment she got that gun license, I said, I am out of here. I dumped her. I left. That was 2016.
He has shown me the gun when we have our second meeting, and I just felt like how come you go around carrying a gun and then you are even showing me what does that mean? I'm sorry, my kids are young, sorry.
It's just the way that you phrase that as well.
Turns out there's a lot that languages around the world share, but English does not have access to.
Izinja game. I'll tell you about Izinja game in a moment. Or how do you translate that into English?
The dogs of the game.
Say that again.
The dogs of the game.
God have mercy upon us.
Some people who could not pronounce Kanja, they've now learned Nkanja, Nkanja, Nkanja. Hey, hey, hey.
Aldren, it's Elon Musk, not Musk.
Sorry, John, it's Elon who?
Musk.
It's not Elon who?
Musk, as you've been saying it.
It's not Elon Musk. It's Elon Musk.
Musk, yes.
Hey, hey.
Say this right here. Fish. No. Fish. Yes. Fish. Yes, say it real quick, short. Listen to me, Oscar. Is fish.
Tig was it, George Cook. Hey, hey, hey.
At the end of the day, there is such a thing as a black accent. We seem to have forgotten that, because there's French accents, there's Indian accents, there's Chinese accents, and then there should be a black accent,
Afternoon, Aldren. This is Magdalene from Bloom.
Lirato, good afternoon.
Aldren, how are you?
Let's hear from Tandisa joining us from Matlosana. Good afternoon.
Edwin, how are you?
Aldren. It's Aldren.
Excuse me. My name is. My name is. My name is. My name is. My name is.
Aldren Sempia.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir.
How, Aldrin, no, stop being difficult, man. How, give another children a chance to spoil you and surprise you and pamper you. It's your day. Just take it as your day today, man. It's been a long journey, and you deserve that. How long you've been hosting the show? You never came to the studio and then someone co-host you. You co-hosted people, but today at least Sister Bridget is trying to do some nice thing and Kanya there. So relax, man. It's your day, Kwena.
Ambagahle mfowethu sizokukhumbula la uyakhona noma kubuhlungu usenani indlela yethu sonke mfowethu. Hamba kahle Adrian, I will always miss you. Siyakuthanda, we wish you all the best where you go. Sharp, my brother. Have a lovely day.
Hi Aldrin. Hi BTH team. As you start your penultimate show, wow, it's really been a journey. You have really piloted this plane quite well. Words fail me. I could say a lot, but you're really appreciated, Aldrin. Being a broadcaster myself of a talk show, I've learned quite a lot. And even though you will be off radio, I believe I'll still remain to learn a lot from you. All the best, Aldren, and we will keep in touch on the socials.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
You guys are making Aldren cry.
Thank you. Thank you. That was really nice. That was really nice. What a flippin' journey. 3 years of all of that stuff. All of that stuff.
Yes, Edwin.
Yeah. Adin. Adrian. Drin.
So we are joined by the folks that oftentimes, when they come up here, actually, we don't enjoy it. We really don't.
Like, look at the numbers, guys. Look at the numbers, huh?
But today they're here for a special occasion.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to hand over to you guys.
Geez, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to our listeners, SAfm listeners, and wow.
Wow, Tony, wow. Or should I say Anthony?
I don't want to introduce them because, then it's just going to change the tone of the room.
Yes, please don't. The one thing I know I'm definitely going to miss is the praise singing.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
I think that has become a signature tune for you, Aldren, and I think just as you begin your penultimate show, we wanted on behalf of the SABC management to firstly come and say thank you for sharing your talent with us. You've brought a great calmness to afternoon talk show. Calm, but as we know, very stern. And I think that's one thing we're certainly going to miss as listeners, but also as the SABC family. And we want to thank you for who you are as a broadcaster, but also as a journalist. I think you are one of those guys that are able to appeal to an older as well as a younger target market. And so when we started having a conversation about you leading us, it was a case of, no, don't go, Aldren, please. But I mean, we've had conversations, and we've gotten to a point where we understand, we accept, and we release you with love. We release you with blessings, and we just say, go, soar, do what you got to do. The time that you feel you want to come back, give Andile a call. I'm sure Andile would pick up that call and go, okay, which time channel?
He says that from April he's not speaking to me anymore.
Oh, really? Then we'll say, okay, fine, we've got a 1, 2, 3 times channel available. Maybe Bridget is not going to...
Excuse me.
But yeah, man, Aldren, thank you very much for what you've done for us as the SAfm family. It's been great having you on the journey with us. I'm sure the listeners are really in a position where they're like, oh man, we're going to miss you, and people are going to miss you sincerely. And that is sincerely said. We really are going to miss you as a voice, as a talent, as a human being. Because, we've interacted many times in the office. You've come down, always chilled, no worries in the world. And that's great. And I think that's we've never had any issues with you. And we just want to, say, hamagahle. And we will definitely see you one day. We want to hand over certificate to you.
Thank you.
Certificate of appreciation to you.
Oh, okay. Oh, by the way,
the camera
broadcasting
for successfully presenting the show Beyond the Headline on SAfm from January 2021 until March 2024. So, on behalf of the SABC, SAfm, thank you so very much. Andile, you can do the honors, please.
There you go. Aldren St. Pierre, it's been a journey. You started shortly after I started, and we came from a similar place. Yeah. Well, shortly before we were at a similar place, so our paths crossed again. It's been an interesting journey working with you. Of course, it hasn't been as easy as people would think it would be, but you are Aldren after all. But outside of that, really appreciated the opportunity to work with you. Radio is poorer without you for now. And maybe I might unblock you on the 1st of April. Other than that, thank you very much, Aldren. And here's our token of appreciation to you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Till we meet again.
Thank you so much, guys. And I'd love to say also that once again, thank you to management for taking a risk on me. so young when I started, and I was afraid. I thought that I won't be able to do this. As I relayed earlier on as well, that I wanted to quit. Like, hey, no, this is not for me. But thank you so much, and thank you so much for allowing us the space also to take risk. A lot of the times, people think that at the SABC there's a lot of interference in editorial stuff and so forth. I am a living example of non-interference, and you guys have been exactly that, non-interference in the stuff that we do, and I truly appreciate that, because it really opened the door for us to take risks and to also change the sound of the afternoon drive time show, which has been totally incredible. I remember the conversation that we had about Penny when Penny was co-hosting.
Absolutely.
And you were saying that, geez, man, a couple of years ago, such conversations would have never happened on SAFM. There are important conversations to have, because after all, we are speaking about human beings. Let me stop.
Yes, please, because it is a room full of broadcasters, but they seem to be not mindful of the time. With that note, it's been a blast. I've enjoyed the last year having to hand over to you. You're just an incredible person. We have a lunch date. I'm going to get out of your space now, and I'm going to let your listeners take over, because they've got voice notes for days. But before that, we've got traffic in the headline news.
And who are you invoicing for this 30 minutes? It's 3:30. It's time for the news headlines.
Thank you, Aldren. In your headlines, a bus carrying pilgrims to Moria has fallen down an embankment and caught fire on the mountain between Marken and Mukupane in Limpopo. The pilgrims were apparently traveling from Botswana to Moria outside Polokwane. DA Gauteng leader Solim Simanga says Ahmed Kathrada's dream of a better South Africa remains elusive under the current government. Simanga made the comments at the 7th year commemoration since the death of the anti-apartheid activist in Johannesburg. And Colombia has announced the expulsion of Argentine diplomats in retaliation for offensive remarks made by President Javier Milei. It's not clear yet how many diplomats will be expelled and whether Bogota will take further measures against Argentina. I'll have details on these and other stories at 4.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound in central Johannesburg is slow moving towards Crown Interchange. The N12 eastbound has delays at Etwatwa. The N12 eastbound has a stationary track at Elands Interchange. Heavy traffic reported on local routes around Newark Street Taxi Rank. Main Reef Road is queuing, that's in the City West area. Heavy traffic also reported in that Marabastad area, and Roodefontein Road in Midrand has a crash reported at Lever Road. In KZN, the M4 northbound in Mhlanga has a crash reported near the M41 interchange. The N3 westbound has a crash reported at the M13 Paradise Valley interchange. The M7 eastbound has ramp closure reported, no access to Mbilo Road. That's due to roadworks. The N3 has a crash on Van Rynens Pass. On the N3 eastbound in Ashburton, a stationary track at Linfield Park. The N3 eastbound also has delays. That's south of Pietermaritzburg due to roadworks and high volumes, and the CBD has some congestion with heavy traffic in that central Durban area. In Cape Town, the N7 Jakes Harville Drive is queuing. That's at Viking Way. The N1 outbound slow moving towards Okavango Road exit. The N2 outbound is queuing throughout Somerset West area. The M5 southbound is slow moving towards Krumbum Road exit, and the M3 southbound is slow moving towards Rhodes Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Fly better to your next holiday. Book your flights with Emirates to a holiday in Dubai, London, Istanbul, or Paris. Look forward to delicious regionally inspired cuisine, enjoy free-flowing premium drinks, and relax to your favorite movies on the way. Because it's not just about the destination, it's how you get there. This year, fly Emirates. Fly better.
The Industrial Development Corporation, IDC, believes in the power of transformation and driving sustainable economic growth. We're not just financiers. We're architects of opportunity and partners in shaping our communities for a shared, brighter tomorrow. Our mandate for inclusivity in the economy is the reason we fund Black industrialists, Black-owned companies, women, and youth-empowered enterprises. Speak to us for tailored funding support and let us catalyze industries and create jobs together. The IDC.
The Blues are
looking for nothing but victory to cement a decent top half position.
Mudryk takes over. Mudryk's through. Mudryk round the goalkeeper. Oh, it's fantastic.
But the Clarets need full points to step out of the uncomfortable zone.
Come on, Jakob. Jakob from Larsen scores. Burnley. Perfect penalty. Keeper went the right way. Too much on it.
This is the Premier League. Witness the superb contest between Chelsea FC and Burnley FC on Saturday 30 March at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Yanga have a massive mission to dish out orders in Dar es Salaam against 2016 champions. However, Masandawana believe in their ability to succeed anywhere on African soil. This is the first leg quarter-final encounter of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. Young Africans versus Mamelodi Sundowns on Saturday 30 March at 8 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Outsurance is about to make one person's day extra special. Yes, it's time to announce the name of the lucky winner in the Outsurance Easter competition. Muraledi Rajwale, you've won a To Be Gift Boxes voucher to the value of 1,000 Rand. That's 1,000 Rand gift box, the To Be Gift Boxes voucher, which is valued at 1,000 Rand on behalf of Outsurance. Thank you to everyone who took part in this competition, and a special thank you to the Be Gift Boxes, where you can choose from a variety of curated gift box options or even build your own unique gift box. Visit their website that is tobegiftbox.com. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply.
Beyond the Headline with Aldren St-Pierre on SAFM. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Whew, what a surprise, what a surprise, what a surprise. Thank you to the team. Yeah. Bad at these things, yeah? Bad at these things. Okay, now I need to focus. We need to focus. So what's coming up on the show? So coming up, where's my script? Okay, I need to. Okay, here it is. I got it. So coming up on the show this afternoon, we're speaking to Cynthia Moyo, who's a climate energy campaigner at Greenpeace Africa. So according to the latest pollution report that was released by Greenpeace earlier today, Egypt, Nigeria, as well as South Africa has emerged as Africa's most polluted countries in terms of a pollution disease burden. So we'll be speaking to her about that. And then at 10 to 4, we speak to Colonel Robert Nechunda, who's a police spokesperson in KwaZulu-Natal. You may have heard this in the news bulletin. A bodyguard of the mayor and the bodyguard of the municipal manager in Umhlatuze municipality are both dead. One shot the other, and then the other bodyguard shot the other bodyguard. We're going to explain that a bit later on. And this happened while there was a council meeting, apparently, that was taking place as well. So they say they just heard the gunshots. But earlier on, Sakina did speak to the spokesperson for the Mhlatuze mayor, so we'll be in conversation with the Colonel Robert Nechunda around the investigation about this particular case. And then also coming up on the show, between 4 and 5 o'clock, the Electoral Commission is expected to hold its press briefing on the objections that they have received on the people who are contesting the upcoming elections, the independent candidates as well as candidates who are on the list of political parties. So we'll be taking that entire press briefing live just to hear some of the outcomes from these objections. And then at 5 o'clock, as we normally do on a Thursday, the interview, the focus is going to be on the manifesto of a political party going into the elections, looking at their economic proposals. And today we are joined by the Good Party. We'll be in conversation with the Good Party between 5 and 6 o'clock. And remember, also taking your calls on 086 000 2032 and your voice notes on 0614 104 107. Brett Herron, the Secretary General of the Good Party, will be joining us at 5 o'clock.
Hashtag SAFMBTH.
Why are you making us cry, guys?
I'm sorry.
I'm crying.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Aldren and South Africans and your team as well. Thank you very much, Ndati, for being a good pilot. And we really appreciate what you continue to do to this beautiful country, engaging, on issues that benefit us as the citizens of this country. And also, you have a good team there. And we also want to say to them, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Limo Yanti that Aldren represent us well, Daddy. We do really appreciate.
I will definitely.
May God bless you.
Thank you.
Bless your surroundings as well.
Ehlekane Aldren. Imbilu ya mina yi tshobekile swinene. Hi ku famba ka wena la eka SAfm. Ni hela matimba kambe kwele ka matimba loko ku na ntsako hikuva la u ya kona kuna vutomi kuna vumundzuku ni ri eka wena u tirhile ntirho wa wena la ka SAfm u tirhile kahle swinene ni rhandza ku khisisa la u ya kona a swi ku baseli tindlela ti base hinkwaswo swi famba kahle na kesa inkomo ilaki mashele la ka Matsakali village. Bye.
Na kenza lucky.
Going beyond the headline with Aldren St-Pierre.
Thank you, guys. I guess this is really happening. It is really happening. It is the day before the last day, which is going to be tomorrow. Thank you so much for all of the messages, all of the support, and all of the contribution that has gone towards molding and shaping the person that I am today. I am eternally grateful for that. And also, once again, for choosing us every afternoon when you have other options, really. Nobody's forcing you to listen to SAfm. Nobody's forcing you to listen to Beyond the Headline, exercising your own agency, deciding that actually I want to listen to Beyond the Headline with Aldren St-Pierre. I truly appreciate that. And I know that the bond that we have built throughout the 3 years, like some people have said, that you've become part of our routine. Every afternoon, I know when I knock off from work that we'll be listening to your show, or people who tell me about picking up the children and the children saying that they want to listen to Beyond the Headline. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. I really, really, truly appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
You are listening to Aldren St-Pierre on SAfm.
0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldren St-Pierre, and our studio line is 086-000-2032. We're in conversation next with Cynthia Moyo, who is a climate energy campaigner at Greenpeace Africa. So according to their latest pollution report that was released earlier today, Egypt, Nigeria and South Africa have emerged as Africa's most polluted countries in terms of air pollution disease burden. In terms of dealing with this problem, the report proposes that government and legislatures must urgently take steps to decrease the reliance on coal, oil and gas power and make a just transition towards renewable energy which benefits both people as well as the climate. Cynthia is now joining us on the line. Cynthia, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. How bad is it?
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well, thanks.
Yes.
Sure. So how bad is the situation in these three countries?
Okay. Thank you for having us today. Let me first start by greeting you once more and greeting the listeners at home. Today we released the air pollution report, and I just want to bring this to your attention. We have 6 of the 10 largest NO2 emission hotspots in the world, and those are in South Africa, and 2 of the world's 10 largest SO2 emission hotspots that are identified are in Africa, but both are right here at home in South Africa. So, major pollution hotspots that are identified in the report are the result of the major industrial facilities, particularly we're talking of the power plants that have decades-long lifetimes.
So what does this mean, considering that, for instance, South Africa has now taken a decision to try and ramp up some of the coal power stations that they wanted to phase out?
So let's look at, for example, Eskom. Eskom is a public utility that has the government of South Africa as its sole shareholder, and it operates many of the most polluting plants in South Africa with profound health consequences for our people and exacerbated impacts on climate change. So today as well in the panel, we also had visitors that were coming from the fence line communities in Mpumalanga, which is also known as the coal land, just to bring out the fact that inside this report, it's not only statistics, but these are people's lives. These are real human beings that have lives that are impacted by the air pollution that is happening in the coal land of Mpumalanga.
Yeah, sure. I just want to go back to that question, Cynthia. In light of all of this in this report, what does this mean then that South Africa has taken a decision, the South African government has taken a decision that the coal power stations that they wanted to phase out initially, that they will try to ramp them up and restart some of them?
We're really sad about this decision, and that's why I'm saying that our stand against coal mines and fossil fuel giants is not just a resistance movement, but it's a fight for our future, it's a fight for our environment, it's a fight also for our dignity. And our message today was really to say, we need a just transition to renewable energy, which is a solution to solving South Africa's unemployment crisis, our energy crisis, and the climate crisis as well. It also ensures that South Africans' right to a clean and safe environment is protected, while also creating, decent employment for South African youth who are really eager to join the workforce, earn an income, and support their families, but also live long, healthy lives that are free from toxic air pollution.
Mm-hmm. Well, in South Africa, we've been told that where the power stations that have been closed down and mines that have been closed down, people have lost their jobs. There were promises that they will be reskilled and re-employed, and that hasn't happened. And that's the disappointment that a lot of people have expressed, that the just energy transition, sure, let's have this the clean air. However, though, people are losing their jobs and they are not being re-employed.
Yes. So I do not.
No, you were saying that one of the reasons why we should go with the renewable energy is that it's going to create jobs. I'm saying to you that in Mpumalanga, where there are mines that have closed down, people have actually lost their jobs. There were promises that they will be employed, and that didn't happen. Even our own South African government has complained that the West that has promised us money towards the just energy transition haven't committed to that, haven't made sure that they see through that the money would be dispersed to the various countries that will be affected. So what does Greenpeace say about that? Because it sounds like there's a level of hypocrisy that the West is saying that let's go the just energy transition route. The West then makes a promise that there's the money that you will get from us, and then they renege on their promise, and people have lost their jobs.
Okay.
So what does Greenpeace say about those countries that do that?
Let's bring it back home. As I had highlighted in my initial statement, that Eskom is a public utility that has the government of South Africa as its sole shareholder. Therefore, our message is that Eskom and the South African government simply must end toxic air pollution, decommission all coal plants that have reached their shelf life, and commit to fast-track a shift to renewable energy by 2030.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And community engagement is really essential in addressing the crisis that's there, the air pollution crisis.
Sure, but you're still not telling me about what Greenpeace's take is on commitments that are made by the West and they're not following through on those commitments.
Greenpeace is also engaging. I'm sure you know that we have also attended the past COPs that are there, where we're speaking of climate finance. But our focus for today is really on the air pollution that is going on in Mpumalanga and around Africa.
Yeah. Your focus is that, but also with recommendations to ramp up renewable energy. And again, I'm going to come back to this question, Cynthia. What does Greenpeace say about countries that are forcing African countries to go the just energy transition route? And of course, there have been commitments by other countries as well in the West to go that particular route. But there's been commitment for money to be made available, and they've reneged on that. And then on the other end as well, some of these countries are actually also still receiving coal.
The biggest polluting industrial and economic sectors can have an oversized impact on environmental quality, and it is important for us to note that they occupy positions of power over affected communities. And we as Greenpeace, we want to make sure that we are not logged into a fossil fuel cycle, which is why our main focus of this report was to bring out the affected community members of Mpumalanga to tell their story and to put it out in the world, to say that fossil fuels are really have grave impacts on the health of the communities that are fence-like communities surrounding these areas.
Did Greenpeace look into those people, some of those people losing their jobs?
Unfortunately, the people that we're talking about, the fence-line communities that we're talking about, are not even employed by these fossil fuel giants because of the health impacts that they already have. There is a certain procedure that is done when they are applying for jobs, and because they are already suffering from a whole lot of health diseases that are going on, they do not qualify to work for these particular organizations, which is why we brought them today to say, the fence-line communities, come and tell your stories. And we had young youth below the age of 30 who really want to start earning a living, but they cannot. Yes, because they already have respiratory diseases, and when they go for those health checkups, they are not taken into consideration by these same fossil fuel giants that we are speaking about.
Okay. Does Greenpeace know that there are people who are losing their jobs in the very same Mpumalanga?
Yes, we are aware of that, which is why we want to fast-track to a renewable energy, which will definitely bring more jobs into the society, into the communities. We will upskill, and people will have more jobs.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cynthia, but I don't think that you're focusing on the just element of this, because here we're speaking about people's livelihoods as well. It's not just about the health impact, and I think everyone can accept that there's a health impact of continuously using a fossil fuel. But there is also a livelihood question, and the emphasis has been on the just part, and you're not speaking to the just part as Greenpeace.
How do we not talk about the health impacts when community members are suffering from this health impacts? It might sound like this is a not so important matter, but the focus of this report was to bring out the health impacts and the environmental impacts of the coal mines.
Okay, thank you so much. There is Cynthia Moyo, who is a climate and energy campaigner at Greenpeace Africa. Let's take your voice notes on 0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldren St-Pierre, and our studio line is 086-000-2032. Very important, of course, the conversation that is happening globally. The just energy transition, and the emphasis, I think, should also be on the just part. What does the just part look like to ensure that people don't lose their jobs, ensure that people are still employed, because promises have been made that these people will be reskilled and they'll find jobs. SABC News has been reporting on people who have lost their jobs and haven't found new jobs, and they haven't been reskilled. So what about the just part around it? And also the commitment that was made by the West in terms of the just energy transition and the contribution that they will make towards the just energy transition. And even our own president has complained about this, that they are reneging on the promise that had been made. 0614-104-107.
Good evening, Aldren and SAFM listeners. Very good questions you're asking the lady there about the hypocrisy of the West in this just energy transition. Well, I think they're just doing this to lower the prices of fossil fuels because of the high demand of fossil fuels that's now taking place. This is just a way of lowering those prices. This is Lionel from Witbank.
Hello, Aldren. That bonding session slot, can we dedicate it to you tomorrow? Us, you see, us the listeners and you sending our goodbyes on that bonding session slot. Please, Aldren, just do this for us, please. We miss you, I know. And this is Lakson Gacheni. Please, Aldren.
As you will see.
Unforgettable happens when the young and the old know they can surf, snorkel, fish, enjoy whale watching, and end the day with sundowners Neshisanyama. KwaZulu-Natal is a jewel waiting to happen. Ziyakhipha. With hiking, horse riding, biking, ziplining, and mountain biking adventures waiting for the fearless and the bold. Unforgettable happens here. Zwagala. Brought to you by Tourism KwaZulu-Natal.
ES Tunis plan to disallow their visitors any breathing moment, but ASEC Mimosas remain extremely hungry for maximum points on the road. The North takes on the West. This is the first leg quarter-final battle of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. ES Tunis versus ASEC Mimosas on Saturday 30 March at 11 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Aldren is for the legends who make moves to save and pay from as little as 45 Rand from Pretoria to Midrand. It's for our clever who turn 5-liter bottles into workout dumbbells. And for the slim oaks who bring a home-cooked scuffing to work every day. So when it comes to travel, make moves that save and pay from as little as 45 Rand from Pretoria to Midrand Station. Aldren, for people on the move.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
Trainer, manager and director of No Doubt Management and the Hotbox Gym, and a man who's looked after Hecky Butler, Colin Nathan, the executioner, calling time in his career. Why is now, do you think, a good time for him? He's in his mid-30s, obviously. Was there anything left in the tank, so to speak, or do you think he's achieved everything he could?
I think there's a lot left in the tank, but I think he's achieved everything that he's gone out to achieve, except minus the two sanctioning bodies of the WBC and the WBO. But with regards to everything else, I mean, his legacy is intact. He had a long career as an amateur, and he had a very, very successful professional career. And I just think the time's right. You know, he's come off a loss against the fight champion again.
Top Sport on SAFM.
Attention filmmakers, are you ready? It's time to showcase the vibrant tapestry of KwaZulu-Natal's cultural heritage at the Simon Mabunu Sabela KZN Film and Television Awards, South Africa's ultimate celebration of cinematic excellence. In partnership with the SABC and KZN EDTEA, we champion innovation, paving the way for the future of cinema. This year, we go beyond imagination. Cut, edit your 1-minute submissions because call for entries are now open until the 28th of March 2024. For more information, visit www.kznfilm.co.za or follow us on our social platforms. Join the conversation using the hashtag SSA24. KZN Film, our kingdom, your stage.
This is Aldren St-Pierre on Beyond the Headline.
It's now 3 minutes before 4 o'clock. We speak to Colonel Robert Netjunda, who is the spokesperson for the KwaZulu-Natal Police. The police in KwaZulu-Natal are investigating a murder after 2 bodyguards attached to the city of Umhlatuze's mayor as well as the manager exchanged gunfire. We understand that there were rumors within the corridors of the municipality that the 2 were not in good terms. Both men are dead after shooting at one another. For more on this, let's speak to Colonel Robert Netjunda. But first, let's take a listen to what the spokesperson for the municipality, Bongani Gina, had to say to Sakina Kwamendo.
Yes, Sakina, it's an unfortunate incident that actually happened this morning at around 8:30, between 8:30 going to 9, whereas there was a caucus meeting that was sitting in one of the exco rooms here, the Richards Bay, sort of Umhlatuze head office. Actually, the caucus meeting involved the mayor, the city manager and then the councillors, and it was preluding the council meeting that was to sit this afternoon to adopt the budgets for the city of Umhlatuze. And then while the councillors and everyone was inside, gunshots were heard, and when everyone got out, one of the bodyguard had been shot dead, and upon inquiring, we were made aware that the mayor's bodyguard approached, came, and shot the city manager's bodyguard and fled. While he was fleeing, another city manager's bodyguard ran after him and shot him dead as well. So then we had 2 fatalities, unfortunately.
Mr. Gina, is there any indication as to what led to the shootout?
Well, we are aware that the two have not been seeing an eye on an eye. They've been having a few conflicts between the two of them, work-related conflicts, but minor and very, very petty. If you ask me, I don't think it should have reached to the point where that it has reached, where souls had to be lost, lives had to be lost. Actually, he's been talking, the mayor's bodyguard been talking to a number of us, to quite a number of us colleagues, that he feels that the other guy has issues with him. He doesn't greet him. He stepped on his toe at some point. So it was very, very petty issues like that. But then the matter was then reported to both the mayor and the city manager, of which they then asked the deputy city manager for community services, who's also responsible for safety and security, to call on them and to summon both of them and call them to the boardroom to hear what their issue is, what their problem is, what they are fighting about. So this meeting was supposed to sit today. That's why actually the mayor's bodyguard was even off duty today. He just came because he had to attend this meeting to discuss this matter and the conflicts between them. Apparently, maybe the tensions got high and he attacked this guy and shot him. Just like that.
Well, that is Bongani Kina there speaking to Sakina Kwamendo. When we come back just after the news, we'll be in conversation with Colonel Robert Nechuhunda, who is the spokesperson for the police.
Thank you, Aldren. In your top stories, a bus carrying ZCC pilgrims catches fire, and Gauteng DA leader takes jab at the ANC government. This is SAFM News. A very good afternoon. I am Luyanda Maume. A bus carrying pilgrims to Moria has fallen down an embankment and caught fire on the mountain between Marken and Mukupane in Limpopo. The pilgrims were apparently traveling from Botswana to Moria outside Polokwane. Traffic authorities say they will release full details later. Western Cape Police say 5 men have been shot dead at Imizamo Yethu in Hout Bay. Police spokesperson Andre Trout says 5 other men sustained serious wounds. Trout says the police are still following up on leads.
Unknown gunmen opened fire at the occupants of a house in Molokwano Street in Imizamo Yethu and a vehicle which were parked outside the house. 5 men aged between 20 and 45 did not survive the onslaught on their life. The motive for the multiple murder and attempted murders is yet to be determined.
The case of the woman accused of killing her niece, Bonolo Modisaimang, and cashing in on life insurance policy worth 3 million rand has been postponed to the 22nd of May for further investigation. Agnes Sitwanso briefly appeared before the Molopo Magistrates Court in Mahikeng in the northwest on charges of fraud, murder and defeating the hands of justice. Sitwanso has also been charged with the murder of her son Kutlo in July last year, while police and forensic pathologists have exhumed the body of her husband, Justice Sitwanso, who died in February 2015. She will remain in custody until her next court appearance. On to some election-related news now. DA Gauteng leader Solim Simanga says Ahmed Kathrada's dream of a better South Africa remains elusive under the current government. Simanga made the comments at the 7th-year commemoration since the death of the anti-apartheid activist in Johannesburg. The former Tshwane mayor says South Africa is at a crossroads with the rising unemployment, inequality and crime.
As we reflect on Kathrada's legacy, we must also confront the harsh realities of the present. We must also reflect on what significant role has been played. As much as strides have been made since 1994, our journey towards a truly just and equitable society is far from over. The wounds of the past still run deep, and the scars of inequality continue to mar the fabric of our nation. Today, South Africa stands at a crossroads. We are confronted with daunting challenges from crime to inequality, corruption, and mass unemployment.
And finally, Colombia has announced the expulsion of Argentine diplomats in retaliation for offensive remarks made by President Javier Milei. It's not clear yet how many diplomats will be expelled and whether Bogota will take further measures against Argentina. The BBC's Leonardo Rocha reports.
In a television interview with CNN, which is due to be broadcasting full on Sunday, Mr. Milei, a right-winger, refers to Colombia's leftist president Gustavo Petro as a murderer and a terrorist. In a statement, Colombia's foreign ministry says that comments by the Argentine leader offend the dignity of Mr. Petro and stresses that he was democratically elected. Mr. Petro is a former member of the M19 Marxist rebel group, which became a political party after signing a peace deal with Bogota in the 1980s.
Recapping our top story, a bus carrying pilgrims to Moria has fallen down an embankment and caught fire on the mountain between Marken and Mokopane in Limpopo. For SAFM News, I am Luyanda Maume. Headlines at 4:30.
And coming up in your sports this hour, Blitzbox welcome back key 4 players for Hong Kong, and all systems go for city-to-city marathon. I'll have more details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N3 southbound in Vosloorus has delays towards the R550 Alberton Road exit. William Nicol Drive North in Constantia Kloof has a crash reported near Upper Lane, and the N1 northbound in Hammanskraal has very heavy delays towards Carousel Toll Plaza. So there's police operations and high volumes of traffic in that vicinity. Please be patient. In KZN, the M4 northbound has a crash near the M41 interchange that's causing delays. The N3 has a crash reported on Van Reenens Pass, and the N3 westbound has a crash reported at Ashburton. And then some very slow-moving traffic reported in that central Durban area, so expect delays. In Cape Town, the R300 westbound is queuing at the M7 Jakes Harwell Drive. The M5 northbound is slow-moving towards Koeberg Interchange. Stellenbosch Arterial Road in Blackheath is slow-moving at Range Road, and Jan Smuts Drive in Athlone is slow-moving at Kromboom Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Beyond the Headline with Aldren Sampear on SAFM. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
It is 6 minutes after 4 o'clock. Let's quickly go back to Colonel Robert Netshunda, who is the spokesperson for the police in KwaZulu-Natal following that incident that happened at Umhlathuze municipality. Colonel Netshunda, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us this afternoon. What can you tell us in terms of the investigation that you have conducted so far, a preliminary investigation at this point, and whether any arrests have been made?
Thank you for having us. What we have so far is that a case of murder has already been opened for investigation, and this is against the first suspect who fired the first shot and killed the other bodyguard. Then we have taken a warning statement from the second bodyguard who shot the person who shot the first victim. As per procedure, we take a warning statement and will be talking to the Director of Public Prosecutions to give directions on whether he should be charged with murder or his actions were as a result of what had happened, and he was shooting the shooter, suspecting that he might be off to shoot another person or defending his colleague.
So these are people that are employed by SAPS, is that correct?
They are not employed by the police. They are private bodyguards who are guarding the office bearers of the municipality. We were informed earlier this morning that the suspect who first fired the shot was off duty. So he had to come to shoot the bodyguard who was on duty. And as he was leaving the scene of crime, that's when the other colleague of the one who was shot fired the shot and killed the suspect.
Okay, so the last bodyguard to fire a shot, that person hasn't been arrested. Just the warning statement that has been taken.
Yes, we have done the necessary. He has been disarmed. He has been told of his rights. We've taken a warning statement, verified his address and all those things. He's an employee guarding of a bureau of a municipality. So should the prosecution direct that he should be arrested in charge of murder, that will happen as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Colonel Robert Nechunda is the spokesperson for the police in KwaZulu-Natal. So we're going to go straight now to the press briefing of the IEC that is currently underway on the number of objections that have been raised, and the IEC indicating that they also received 8 objections post the deadline to raise objections. We're going to take you now live to the press briefing. Unfortunately, we missed the first part of the briefing. They're now busy with the Q&A session.
Thank you so much. It's Natasha Perry here from SABC News. Ndatemosotu, you mentioned here that a total of 31 objections implicating 8 candidates alleged that candidates were not qualified owing to criminal records or convictions. I don't know if I'm pushing my luck here, but can you please have the names of, those people, perhaps? And then also, just maybe as a final number, how many parties are now contesting the elections? Because remember the last time you released a statement, there was around 115 and then 16 independent candidates. That number has now gone down. Can you just have that number? Also, just as a follow-up to Lee's question, Mpho Dagada, the president of Arise South Africa, has alleged that you took him off the list. So after that statement came out, when we went to the website, his name was there, and I further reached out to all game changers, that's the party Duduzane Zuma, and the same thing, they had an issue, but they then were taken into the confidence by the IEC to say that actually their name's on the list. So was there a technical issue or technical problems with the provisional list that were provided on the IEC's website? Also with that process, how is that process of the objection process and the inspection process over the 2 days? Any challenges from political parties also? Thank you.
I'm going to take the third question, please, sir.
Junior Kumalo from Newsroom Africa. My colleague did not want to push her luck. I'm definitely going to push my luck. We saw the former President Jacob Zuma appearing first on the Umkhonto weSizwe's party list. We just wanted to get clarity on whether he is one of these 8 people that were objected against from standing based on prior criminal records or criminal conviction. Also, we just wanted to get clarity on that section 47 of the Constitution. Does it prevent him from being on the ballot, or does it only prevent him from standing for public office? Because it seems to be that's where the question that MK is arguing, that part of the Constitution should not prevent him from being on the ballot, but it should prevent him only from standing for public office. And also there's this question that he has already had 2 terms. They are also arguing that this only kicks in once, let's say, he is nominated. But also on the Code of Conduct, you indicated that the Code of Conduct kicked in as soon as the president proclaimed the elections. But we've heard political parties such as Umkhonto weSizwe saying that the elections won't go ahead if they are not on the ballot. Has there been any action taken, or who has to approach the Electoral Court for that party to be held to that standard that is set by the Code of Conduct? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna pause there. I will take another a group of questions. Let me start with you, Chair.
Okay. Let me start with Junior, because you're right at the end. I think there's nothing to push and see if there's luck or not. These things are things we do officially, and we communicate them to those that have objected and the parties that have nominated them. In the case of former President Zuma, yes, we did receive an objection, which has been upheld. The party that nominated him has been informed, and so the objectors are being informed. The other names of persons that we, were objected to, that information really we can make available. We've been dealing with too many things. I don't have the individual ones. If my colleagues can remember, by all means, I'll let them help you with that. You asked the question about the ballot and President Zuma being on the ballot. We will, as the Commission, be dealing with issues concerning the ballot very shortly, and we will deal with those questions very fully. Today, we would like to focus on the process of candidate nomination and the issues connected thereto. I have indicated that the effect of the objections brought against the former president we've dealt with, and you have that answer. The code of conduct, yes, it has taken effect from when the elections were proclaimed. We have not, at this stage, up to now, taken, or there has not been a matter that has been taken to the Electoral Court. But that does not mean we have not been engaging with parties and persons. It is work we do every day. When we have opportunities in the media, we raise those issues, we remind people of their obligations. But today, when we deal with issues where candidates are now confirmed, we remind everyone, candidates, parties, and their supporters, that they are indeed bound by that code. It may well be that when someone then violates, we will, or someone may take them to court. You also asked the question, who would take such a person to the Electoral Court? Anyone. And it's a court process. You don't make allegations you cannot substantiate. So when you make allegations, you do as you would do normally with a court, provide the evidence that you have against such a person. Natasha, I'm sure I've answered the question in relation to aid. I don't have them, but if my colleagues have, they will help. The allegation that we have removed someone from the list sounds like we really have been personal and intentional. No, we don't do that, and we haven't done it. What we have done is exercise the provisions of the law without fear, without favor, and without prejudice. Anyone who has been removed from a list, we will have reasons why we have done so. We will have relied on a provision of the Act or the Constitution, and we accept that we have a fundamental responsibility in exercising that role very carefully, which we believe we have done. Technical problems with provisional lists, yes, we have been informed that on the first day of the list being published in the morning, there were lists published that did not take into account a provision of Schedule 1, capital A, Item 3. That provision relates to the peremptory requirement of any party that is contesting the elections of the National Assembly to provide a list, what we call a national-to-national list, together with at least one regional list. One regional list. And we do have parties that regrettably have not met that peremptory requirement. That was taken off. It wasn't taken off because of the system's error. And I want to be very frank and clear. The parties concerned did not comply. It wasn't because the system did not publish them or they simply did not comply with that provision, and we have communicated that to those parties. I think I've dealt with your issues, and then Slindelo, you were asking questions about candidates on more than one list. Those candidates are not for us to decide whether they stay here or they stay there or they are removed on both or one or whatever. We are required to inform parties that nominated them that they are standing on more than one list. That's all we do. Parties will then decide what they want to do with those situations. If they want to replace them from their lists, it's a call they make and not the commission. I trust I captured your question. I have dealt with the issue of a party that says it appeared and it no longer appears. For my candidate, for my colleagues, have I missed any question? Have I missed your question? Remind me.
Let me have the mic back, Chair. I believe you have it. I believe at the moment you've answered everything properly. If there are follow-ups, do you mind if I take fresh hands and then we'll come back and speak for follow-up questions? Let's do that. I saw.
There's a hand. Yeah.
Yes, please. There's another one over there. If she can please go first. There's someone whose hand I can see, but whose face I can't see. So if you can go one.
Well, there is the press briefing there of the IEC on the objections that have been received so far in terms of the candidates that have been nominated by various political parties, including independent candidates that are contesting these upcoming elections. So there you have it. The objection to former President Jacob Zuma's nomination has been upheld by the IEC. I say no surprise at all, considering what the legislation says. But we will be in conversation when we come back now with Mr. Bowe, who is a political analyst, to speak to us about this particular revelation, and also what, from his point of view, what does he read into what the intention of the MK party was to have former President Jacob Zuma right at the top of the list, considering that the legislation is clear around a person who has been convicted with an option of no fine. 0614-104107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldren Simpier. Our studio line is 086 000 2032.
The Blues are looking for nothing but victory to cement a decent top half position.
Mudryk takes over. Mudryk's through. Mudryk round the goalkeeper. Oh, it's fantastic.
But the Clarets need full points to step out of the uncomfortable zone.
Come on, Jakob. Jakob Brun Larsen scores. Burnley. Perfect penalty. Keeper went the right way. Too much on it.
This is the Premier League. Witness the superb contest between Chelsea FC and Burnley FC on Saturday, 30 March at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Did you know that government has set a minimum amount for employers to pay their employees and workers? In 2018, the National Minimum Wage Act 09 of 2018 was passed in South Africa. It makes it compulsory for all employers to pay employees and workers a minimum wage. In 2024, the national minimum wage for all workers, including domestics, farm and forestry workers, is 27 Rand 58 cents per hour. The minimum wage for workers on the Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP, is R15.16. If your employer is not paying you the national minimum wage, please contact a labour inspector at a labour centre near you. The Department of Employment and Labour, working for you.
There are new and exciting moves for the SABC2 familiar from the 4th of March. The life-changing show, Deal or Not Deal, or No Deal, with Katlego Mabuye officially moves to SABC2 weekdays at 6:30 p.m. It is where you belong.
Going beyond the headline with Aldren Simpier.
0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldren Simpier, and our studio line is 086-000-2032. We're in conversation next with Dr. TK Boy, who is a public policy specialist at the Wits School of Governance, speaking to him about what just came out now of the IEC press briefing in terms of the objections. Dr. Boy, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. I think going into this as well, we already knew what legislation is and what is expected, and as the IEC has said before, that there's nothing that stops a political party from nominating an individual to be on its list. However, legislation is there to determine whether or not the person does meet the minimum criteria to be a candidate who contest the elections with the intention of assuming public office. And now former President Jacob Zuma, the confirmation is that objections have been received and the objection has been upheld. I think that the MK party knew this very well going into the nomination as well. But what do you read into what the intention was?
Well, I think you kind of summed it up quite correctly, because I think what we speak about is Chapter 4 of the Constitution, Section 47, which kind of gives a brief outline, as you've mentioned, in other such legislation. But I think the key thing maybe that they were doing, and I think you in the media know it quite well, look, it's the idea of simply just saying there's no such thing as bad news. What this simply just does in terms of the narrative, looking at the former president, it's almost like a perpetuation of victimhood, because now he can simply say, look, even though everybody would know the legislation, but when he goes to his supporters and the MK goes forward and says, listen, look at how even formal institutions such as the IEC, and obviously they'll point it even towards the governing party, are stopping me from even going back. So it's actually just a marketing campaign using what President Zuma has traditionally always done, which is to play the victimhood card. So yeah, it's an issue of saying there's no such thing as bad publicity. It keeps MK's name on the forefront. It also keeps the key idea and being that, look, victimhood and moving forward, and it actually rallies a lot of his supporters around this message.
I then wonder, from a code of conduct perspective, which the IEC has dealt with now, and a security perspective at all, would the security cluster take to heart the threats that had been made by the political party, the MK party's youth wing acting leader Bonginkosi Khaingile, by Visvan Reddy, one of the members of the MK party, and say that is there any potential of violence breaking out because of a decision like this, for instance, that has been taken, and as we indicated, that legislation is clear about who is eligible to stand?
Yes, I'll answer it in two ways. One, in the sense that if I was advising the MK party, I'd tell them that it was a bit of a misstep on the part of their youth league version of the president to actually say that, because once you put in violence, you're correctly right in saying, listen, the IEC has got some instruments they can use to either censure the party, or the worst case scenario, literally say, listen, it's almost like an unrepented party, and they need to be put off the list for the purposes of that they're a danger to not just the election but the republic. So on that step, because they've inferred that, listen, violence can be made, already I think steps would have been taken, but it should be an issue where the IEC formally charges it, to say, listen, we've heard this, you people have stated this. It's almost like saying, are you sure this is the direction that you want to take? And that I'd find interesting, whether the IEC has taken that decision, or whether they just said, listen, it was just a political blustering by somebody who wanted to grab news headlines at the moment. But in terms of how the state should handle it, especially the state apparatus, the security side, there should already be certain alarm bells going off to say, listen, how do you ensure that such blustering, while I think it's normal, it doesn't go to the point, especially looking at the sensitivity around the province of KZN, doesn't go to the point of a certain fight and actually make physical, not even physical, but the types of violence what we don't want to see in this country.
Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate that. Dr. T.K. Boer is a public policy specialist at the University of Witwatersrand at the School of Governance. 0614-104-107. And you can also drop me an X at Aldren Simpia. Our studio line is 086-000-2032. Ntlamulo is the spokesperson for the MK Party, now joining us on the line. Ntlamulo, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. So confirmation right now from the IEC that they have received an objection to former President Jacob Zuma's inclusion on your list, and that objection has been upheld. What's your response as a political party?
Well, Aldren, as legislators, and as you would know, people, and therefore the public, are allowed to raise any objections. What we would like to say is we've not received any objection on our end. And pending which we will then, communicate accordingly.
Yeah, because they say that they've communicated. It has been communicated to the party concerned, and now they're communicating to the people who have objected. So you say you haven't received anything as yet?
We haven't. I'm not aware of any such communication at this point.
Okay. So considering once again that the IEC confirming that he has been, they have upheld this objection, what's the next move then from the MK Party side?
Well, naturally, to assess what that objective is, get a sense and get our legal team to look at it, if there is any basis for an objection, and then, we can then take it from there. So I wouldn't be in a position right now to respond as to what the merits of that objection are. I think pending the outcome and the review from our attorneys, we'll then be able to respond accordingly.
Yeah. Can I ask then, why did the MK Party decide to include former President Jacob Zuma on its list, considering what legislation says about somebody who has been convicted without an option of a fine? That is Section 47E of the South Africa's Constitution.
Well, President Zuma's inclusion, remember, we're a civil society-led party, and we have been engaging in consultations nationally at provincial level, regional level, with traditional leaders, religious leaders, civil society at large, as it pertains to who would they like to see leading the party and being the president of the country. And President Zuma got a resounding yes from the people. The people want to see President Zuma becoming president of this country. And what you see there is just a reflection of, the overwhelming support where they want President Zuma to be number one on our list. And that's what it is. So we cannot, straitjacket the people's wish. We can only reflect what is wanted by our people.
Yeah, but did you raise that issue with your people to say that this is what the legislation says?
People are aware of. Remember, not everyone is aware.
Yeah.
Not everyone reads the legislation. The downtrodden people, the poorest of the poorest of people, you cannot expect them to understand the legislation of the IEC. For them, what they want to see, like what they experience, is a better life, like the one that they had under President Zuma when he was the president of this country, unlike this Cyril Ramaphosa-led government. And this is exactly what people want. And I think that's where we as intellectuals take things too lightly. We want to intellectualize and politicize things when people are hungry on the ground. People need education. People don't have homes. People are being killed on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. This is what's happening right now. So legislation and us intellectualizing things that, quite honestly, do not affect the personal, and that just shows that the total detachment that we, as middle class and educated people, don't understand when it comes to people on the ground.
Okay. So I know the last time that we spoke, you said that you had a conversation with your youth wing acting leader. Is there a message that the party would like to share right now with your supporters about this particular decision, and also the fears that there could be some people who want to take up arms, who would be angry at this particular decision? From the MK party side, how do you ensure that we don't end up with violence breaking out?
Look, let me start by saying the following. if we were a violent party or had any nuance or based on certain utterances of violence in our veins, we could have, raised objections and taken to the street at the time of the IEC not having met the IEC court, the electoral court not having met its deadline, come Monday 11 o'clock. And, where they then, without even telling us, giving us any reasons, moved it to the following day. It was no longer going to be a judgment that's going to be posted. It was going to be read. So we could have raised, and gone to the streets if we were an ill-disciplined party or ill-disciplined members of this organization. We are saying we don't tolerate violence. To date, let me share with you, we have had 6 of our members murdered. But you, Aldren, and the media will not report on that, and that's a problem. We, as people that are being purported and being painted as violent people, violent party, are the ones that are getting murdered on a daily basis. We are now, effectively, if you look at it, it's in the past 6 weeks. Every single week, a member of our party is being murdered. No one reports about that. But yet you want to paint us as a violent party. Why is that? What are the police doing?
Well, it's the utterances of your members.
Well, the utterances of our members, we have mentioned and I've dealt with this issue before to say that we're a non-violent party. And as you mentioned yourself, that you did ask me the question in the previous interview.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, this is where that thing is located. It's your members that have gone out to spread such a message. It's your members who have done that.
No, but I've said to you again.
Yeah,
we're a non-violent party, Aldrin. Okay. And I keep saying that we're a non-violent party. We've engaged the members who made those utterances. We've given them warnings and stated that we will not tolerate such utterances being put out there in the public. And again, we've told our members of the party and civil society at large, for instance, that we are going to participate in these elections. There's no need for any panic. As you have seen, we've won the case, and it has ended with the egg on ANC's face. So we are confident that there is no need for anyone to panic, but we want to ensure that the process of the elections is transparent. And it must be fair.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Because the IEC ought to be beyond reproach.
Thank you so much for your time. Nhlamulo Ndlela is the spokesperson from Mkhonto weSizwe. Apologies, my sincere apologies. We're very, very late for the news headlines. It's 25 minutes to 5.
Thank you, Aldrin. I'll give you a pass because it's your penultimate show, so it's okay. In your headlines, Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, has signed the regulations for the National Intelligence Coordination. The minister has described this development as a breakthrough in the history of intelligence in the country, as there has never been regulations for intelligence coordination before. The eThekwini municipality in KwaZulu-Natal says it is ready to welcome thousands of visitors during the Easter holidays. Visitors are expected to flock to Durban and surrounding areas. And Public Safety MMC in the city of Johannesburg, Dr. Mgcini Chwaku, says the focus of the city officials heading into the Easter weekend will be on the enforcement of the city bylaws. Chwaku, together with the leadership of the department, have hosted a Public Safety Day at the Ren Easter Show in Johannesburg. Details on these and other stories at 5 with the Mudupi Makhalimele for SAFM News. My name is Luyanda Maume and I'm out.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound in central Johannesburg is slow moving towards Crown Interchange. The N1 southbound in Randburg is queuing towards Malabongwe Drive exit. The N12 R24 westbound in Bedfordview has a stationary truck just before Giluli's Interchange, and the N12 eastbound in Alberton has a stationary truck at Elands Interchange. In KZN, the M4 northbound in Umhlanga has a crash near the M41 Interchange. The N3 eastbound in Pietermaritzburg has delays south of Pietermaritzburg due to roadworks and high volumes of traffic, and Umhlanga Rocks Drive northbound is slow moving between Glen Hills and Sunningdale, and then heavy traffic continues in that central Durban area. In Cape Town, the N1 inbound has a crash just before Kuburg Interchange. Old Paul Road eastbound in Brackenfell is slow moving at Okavango Road. Liesbeek Parkway outbound in Mowbray is slow moving, and that's towards the N2 highway. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
A very good afternoon to you. Straight to your sports, starting off with rugby this hour. Springboks Sevens have been boosted by the return of 4 key players in the squad for the next HSBC Sevens tournament next weekend in Hong Kong. Christy Grobler, Ronald Brown, Devold Human and Kuen Norkia were all absent on the recent North American leg of the World Series, but they back in the Blitzbok mix for the crucial stop in the Far East, where the team will try to pick up their form. Now, 2 members of the team that played in Los Angeles, David Britz and Roscoe Speckman, were ruled out after picking up injuries at training recently, while Tristan Lades and James Murphy missed out on this leg of the World Series. In football, Bafana Bafana captain Ronan Williams has acknowledged lessons to learn from their 6-goal thriller against the Desert Foxes. The 2 sides played to a 3-3 draw at the Nelson Mandela Stadium in Algiers on Tuesday, with Algeria's second goal coming following a mistake from Williams, who kicked the ball straight to an opponent before the host capitalized. Bafana's defense was also a bit shaky in the second half, and the shot stopper emphasized their need to minimize mistakes.
It was obviously the Andorra game. We gave a lot of new players a chance to raise their hand, and this game we had a lot of familiar faces, so you could see the performance today was much better. But in saying that, I think we should have won both games. Last week we created so many chances, and today we just gave away too many mistakes, and it's unlike South Africa to give away so many mistakes, myself as well. So it's just for us to learn from this and grow as a team.
Still staying with football, Gareth Southgate has praised Jude Bellingham's never-say-die attitude after saving England from defeat against Belgium at the end of an international break that provides plenty of food for thought ahead of the Euros. Among the favourites for glory this summer, the side's third in FIFA's world rankings stepped up preparations with a pair of high-level friendlies against the nations directly behind them in those standings.
Jude, of course, is the headline, and that competitive spirit, that desire not to lose, desire to win, in the end was decisive in getting the late goal. But I thought the whole team showed that throughout the game and recovered from setbacks with a pretty inexperienced team, really, against a team that have got some very, very good players. So very pleased with a lot of what I saw tonight.
Well, then moving on to athletics, it's all systems go for the 2024 City to City Ultra Marathon, returning after an 8-year hiatus. The race starts at 6 p.m. from Centurion Gautrain Station at 6 a.m. at the Wanderers Stadium. Now, the race also has a 10-kilometer and 5-kilometer, which starts and finishes at the Wanderers, and 200,000 rands is up for grabs for the winners, male and female. And the race is on Sunday. Aldren, this could be us. But you don't want to run. Huh? We could be literally ending your tenure here at SAfm with a nice run. Why?
Next time.
Then in tennis, the Australian Open champion Jannik Sinner reached the Miami semifinals by ending Thomas Makach's stunning run at the ATP Masters event. Sinner claimed a 6-4 and 6-2 win, and Makach beat Andy Murray and Andrei Rublev to play a first Masters quarterfinal, but Sinner's level was too good. Finally, in cricket, all-rounder Marcus Stoinis and spin bowler Ashton Agar have been dropped from Australia's contract list for the 2024-25 season after falling out of favour with the selectors. Stoinis lost his spot in Australia's ODI team to Marnus Labuschagne during the World Cup in India and has not been in the team since then, while left armour Agar has played only one international match in the past year. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour. For SAfm Sport, I'm Tuming Kapele.
Blue and Gold Army are happy with their performance in the DStv Premiership, and they want to triumph against Gold and Black to stay in the top 5. However, Amakosi want to bring back Injabulo to the Kosi Nation. The citizens battles it out with the Glamour Boys. Catch Mzansi's beautiful game, Cape Town City versus Kaizer Chiefs, on Saturday 30 March at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
call for the best price and we won't think about it twice. We buy cars, we buy cars. Da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-da-da. We buy cars, we buy cars. Da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-da-da.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
Trainer, manager and director of No Doubt Management and the Hotbox Gym, and a man who's looked after Becky Butler. Colin Nathan, how difficult is it for South African boxers to fight in foreign conditions? As you say, a lot of things can go against us.
I think he developed from it, but I also think we also had the attitude, and I say we because it was a team effort, even though he was the one doing the fighting in the ring. I've always had this belief that if you're good enough to go out in a foreign country and dominate rounds and win rounds, you'll win the decision. And he did that not just once, but a few times. And those are the kind of things that I believe that a good trainer and manager instills in a fighter, that we can literally go anywhere in the world and actually win a fight. And that's exactly what the two of us did.
Top Sport on SAfm.
Look for the Go Digital logo in the new digital television set that you are buying and access free-to-air channels without an additional decoder if you live in an area with the digital terrestrial network coverage. Hashtag Chenja Ongasali. Hashtag Go Digital. For more information, send a WhatsApp message to 0600625458, or you can also call 0860-736-832, email support@centec.co.za, web chat www.centec.co.za, or Facebook Messenger @Centec Ltd.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
And it is time to get a market update with Makwe Masilela, Chief Investment Officer at Makwe Fund Managers. Makwe, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Let's look at Ascendas Health Improve interims.
Improved indeed, Aldren, and good afternoon to you and to the listeners. Remember, the guys, they supply health and wellness products as well as the distribution of medical devices. Revenue down 5.1%, and that was due to subdued consumer spending, product pricing pressure, and competitive forces within the medical device market. And operating profit improved, and that was due to their efforts in reducing and restructuring costs, turned from a loss of 122 million to a profit of 47.6 million, and that itself includes VAT provision reversals of almost 43 million, and the reduction in interest rate paid to 5.1 million compared to 50.5 million because of the outstanding term loan debt that was repaid. And as it is now, they don't have any outstanding term loan debt, and their profits as headline earnings per share increased by 39.6 cents to 10.2 cents per share.
And tell us about local and international market developments.
For most investors, two of the most popular and historically reliable indicators of recession have topped out. That is, your yield curve has inverted, meaning the 10-year yield is lower than the 2-year yield. Leading economic index, meaning when its 6 months average change turned negative. And for the past year, it has been signaling recession, but it never happened. So the thing is, the sentiment is very bullish, and it seems just before the release of that much awaited and preferred gauge of inflation in the U.S., one Fed official comments tried to make the markets to lose its steam, and he emphasized that the recent U.S. economic data might delay the number of interest rate cuts seen this year, and further saying there's no rush to lower interest rates. This hawkish tone contradicts last week's dovish tone, and that lifted the U.S. dollar, and there's some similar call for patience from one of the BOE officials. And remember, also our very own central bank official indicated that. So the question is, will the music stop playing or only the volume will be lowered? And the UK economy fell into a recession in 2023 as their Q4 GDP contracted at 0.3%. And then our February factory prices eased to 4.5%, down from 4.7%. Market expected 4.9%. Oil prices are heating up as traders are concerned about tight supply going forward. And we see Brent crude is up 0.8% at $86 a barrel. And bets for rate cuts, strong safe haven demand, central banks buying are resulting in the yellow metal to have one of the best months in more than a year. Gold is up 0.6% at 2,207. Platinum is up 1.5% at 905. The DAX is up 0.1% just like the CAC. FTSE up 0.4%. The Dow S&P are all flat, but the JC is up 0.7%. With our resources up 2%, industrials up 0.6%, but our financials are down 0.2%. And then the rent is fleeting with the 19 levels. It's now 18.98 to the US dollar, 23.99 to the pound, and 20.49 to the euro.
Markwe, with that said, this is my final goodbye to you because there are no markets tomorrow. So,
you're such a natural man.
Yeah, thank you, Markwe. Thank you for your contribution to the show and sharing your knowledge with us. We truly appreciate it. Thank you once again.
Pleasure, Adrian. And remember, it takes two to tango. So we're all what we are because of you guys.
We appreciate it. Markwe Masilela is the Chief Investment Officer at Markwe Fund Managers, and have a beautiful long weekend. 0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldren Simpier, and our studio line is 086 000 2032.
ES Tunis plan to disallow their visitors any breathing moment, but ASEC Mimosas remain extremely hungry for maximum points on the road. The North takes on the West. This is the first leg quarter-final battle of the CAF Champions League. Witness Africa's beautiful game. ES Tunis versus ASEC Mimosas on Saturday 30 March at 11 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. # We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
#SAFMBTH.
Good afternoon, Aldren. It's TK. Aldren, it now explain it. You know, it's very clear. When Chief Justice requested for a direct imprisonment from Msholozi, I understand. So that was a plan for him not to go to Parliament anymore, because the contempt of court all along has been given a sentence of 6 months, and it usually also it was not a direct imprisonment. You were supposed to pay a fine, but when it was Zuma's 10, they gave him 15 months deliberately, knowing very well that once you've been sentenced for more than 12 months, you won't qualify to go to Parliament. Politics is a dirty game.
I don't know. Do you think in 2021 former President Jacob Zuma was planning to start a political party, that Justice Zondo would have known that he's planning to start a political party? Remember when he also went to the ANC's elective conference in 2022, seemingly it seemed that somebody was still a member of the ANC and willing to campaign for the ANC, but things then changed. I don't know. I don't know if that was indeed the intention, but I doubt that in 2021 people knew that the former president was planning to start a political party. But again, maybe I am wrong around that. But again, like we said before, I doubt that the former president wants to actually stand in the elections and lose his perks. It's a personal opinion, and I could be wrong on that opinion as well.
Some people who want to take up arms,
Aldrin, I'm disappointed with this guy of Umkhonto Wesizwe, because if we, the people, say we want Zuma to be the president, and there's legislation that is preventing him from there, that's a law, and we are all guided by the law. They were supposed to relate that to their followers, which, yes, we understand you want, but the law doesn't permit this. This thing that is explaining which people Is he saying that poor people are that stupid that they can't understand that the law doesn't allow for him to be president? No.
Hi, Aldren. Loiso here. Yeah, no, I can't believe that it's been 3 years already. For me, it seems like you just started yesterday. But yeah, I mean, any good things or every good things come to an end at some point. Okay, Cynthia Moyo. Does Cynthia Moyo knows that if you close the coal industry in Mpumalanga, there's no Mpumalanga, then that town will be a ghost town because no one will be working. It will just be devastating. Does she even think about that? Bye, Adrian, and all the best.
Aldren St-Pierre on Beyond the Headline.
Thank you so much. We're in conversation next with Siboniso Duma, who's the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal. So as we continue with our Tourism Thursday theme, today we tell you more about KwaZulu-Natal's tourist attractions and the places that you can enjoy when visiting the province. The province boasts World Heritage Sites, superb beaches, sunny weather, and game reserves and rolling green hills. It is also an affordable destination to explore. And for more on why you should visit KZN this Easter weekend, we speak to Siboniso Duma, who is the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal. MEC, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. Why should we come to KwaZulu-Natal?
Afternoon, Baba CMP, and thank you so much for affording this opportunity. Good afternoon to us as well. I'm sure we're all aware, and I'm glad as well you are such an ambassadorial prospect of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We do have a nice 600-kilometer coastline in terms of the ocean, Indian Ocean, and I'm sure most of the people are found around those coastal strips during these festivities of 3 days, which is starting over tomorrow on Friday till Sunday. But it's true that others will be just visiting the pilgrimage for the issue of Passover. They will be found all around safari areas. They will be seeing beautiful mountains. They will be coming across with beautiful, warm people of the province of KwaZulu-Natal as they go towards this journey. And most of the time, during the day, they will be visiting one of our beautiful areas. We boast with even rural economy, which has some different B's and B's. Even township, you'll get nice areas that is able to accommodate. The hospital industry is already almost in the capacity as from yesterday.
What's the capacity that they're telling you about in terms of occupation?
No, I think currently we are still in 65, but from tomorrow you know that it is going to increase microscopically because the kids are already at home. So it is one of those holidays that are nice for the tourism and investment in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. As you know that we host mega churches, like for instance you go to the belt of Richards Bay, your safe side is always being filled to capacity. You go to Etegwini Central, there will be Methodist Church. You in Etegwini Mkababa area, there is Apostle 12 Station. So yes, it is already looking good for the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, and also for people who want to look out for some of the specials, www.zulu.org. Are any that you can share with us?
There are a lot, in fact, around all these areas. If you go to the tourism portfolio of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, you'll always find those, and it has been designed that as soon as you come, you'll enjoy. So I think that's what we could do at this point in time.
Yeah. So now, of course, we're focusing on the long weekend, but there's also what happens midweek. For instance, the midweek specials at Lake Eland as well as Orubi George. I think the offers there are up to like 30% off as a midweek special.
Great stuff, yes, Orubi George. Then there's also one includes SIP in Polosi Park. They'll also be affording you some opportunities. So you've got different areas where you can take your family. The Orubi George is in South Coast, in Orenkonyeni municipality. Very nice area, cozy area for couples or the families. They might always come there. It's always a nice area.
MEC, the reportage around E. coli around some of the beaches in KZN, the last time we had this conversation was in December. Where do you stand currently?
No, currently most of the areas were okay. Around eThekwini, it was also because of the damage in most of the areas in terms of the storm waters. Majority of those areas have been settled. Most of the beaches are open as we speak. It's just that at this point in time, the weather is not that glittering for such occasions. But most of the areas are open. What we did as the province, we just delegated an environmental teams from our departments just where they look and assist different municipalities. But we can just assure our people that our beaches are safe. Shark Sport have secured the nets around eThekwini, around Reinkonyen municipality, around Watuguza. So I think we are fine. We can just also encourage our people just to go and have a look at that sanctuary of the beautiful ocean.
And specifically in eThekwini, again, issues around water cuts. I don't know if the department has looked at assessing the impact that could have had on hospitality. I know that there are the reports around the water cuts and interruptions to water supply, but evidently you still have a high occupation rate in these hotels and hospitality areas. But the concern, though, around water availability.
The issue of strike has had a negative impact at eThekwini, but it's true, Aldren. Simply, we must be realistic that eThekwini have just over the last 2 years installed what is called aquatic pipes so that the reservoirs will be filled in capacity. Unfortunately, some of those areas have been affected because of strike. Unfortunately, the issue of Umkomazi, the issue of Madam in some instances, because that's where you will find most of the water that is assisting our people, and the Nanda Dam has been also be a problem when it comes to the expansion project, because the issue of maintenance in particular what has been affecting. But we're glad that people are still attracted. Still, as long as we are telling our people, from time to time we'll issue announcement and we'll do the visit. And in those areas, in particular, the hospitals, you can't compromise with the hospital. That is why you do then the big water pipe even in the township. So we are trying, but we have not reached where we can say that we are glad. But come the issue of Mukomazi, which is going to cost almost 35 billion for government, eThekwini won't have a problem. But if there's a futuristic project, because it might start commenting around the 2027.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. That is the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal, Smoni Sotuma, and that conversation is brought to you by the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal. It's 5 o'clock, it's time for the news. When we come back, we focus on the Good Party's manifesto, and this is the interview. That conversation coming up just after the news.
And impartial. This is SAfm News.
Thank you very much, Aldren. The top stories this hour: Zuma won't be able to contest the polls, and a bus carrying ZCC pilgrims catches fire. Very good afternoon. We start with election news. Former President Jacob Zuma will not be able to stand as a candidate of the MK party in the May elections. This was announced by the IEC while briefing the media on the outcome of a public objections process which took place this week. The Commission says that 31 objections were received from the public, alleging that 8 candidates were not eligible to run for the ballot due to having a criminal record and/or a conviction. IEC Chairperson Mosotho Mepa says the decision to uphold the objection against Zuma was a unanimous one by the IEC's commissioners, barring Judge Daya Pillay, who recused herself, having presided over the former president's arms deal case.
The Commission dismissed objections in relation to 7 candidates and sustained 1 objection. This Commission has written to the objectors, candidates, and the nominating parties to advise them of its determinations as required. Any objector, party, or candidate aggrieved by the decision of the Commission may appeal this decision with the Electoral Court by the 2nd of April.
A number of pilgrims are believed to have been killed after their bus lost control, fell down a bridge and caught fire on the Mamatlakala mountain pass between Mokopane and Marken in Limpopo. Sources say the bus was carrying worshippers from Botswana to Moria outside Polokwane. Jabulani Baloi reports.
Traffic officers, police and emergency services personnel are at the scene. The number of people who have lost their lives is not known so far. Some of the passengers have reportedly been trapped in the wreckage. The bus with Botswana registration number plate was apparently traveling to St. Engana's CTC in Moria for the Easter pilgrimage. Jabulani Baloi, SABC News, Polokwane.
Minister in the Presidency Khumbudzo Ntshavheni has signed regulations for national intelligence coordination. She has described this development as a breakthrough in the history of intelligence in the country, as there's never been regulations for intelligence coordination before. The minister says this was one of the factors that contributed to weakness in terms of intelligence coordination in SA.
For the first time in the history of South Africa, we have signed the regulations on national intelligence coordination. This has never been done. They were approved yesterday by Cabinet, and today we have signed them. And next week we'll gazette them to come into effect so that we can improve the coordination of the national intelligence structures.
Sivuyile Ngodwana has been removed as the executive mayor of the city of Ekurhuleni during a motion of no confidence vote during the sitting of council in Germiston on Gauteng's East Rand. Voting resumed after it was interrupted this morning when councillors could not agree on the amendments brought by other political parties. The motion was brought by Action SA, which has accused the mayor of failing to address service delivery issues during his tenure. And Israeli military action has intensified around 3 hospitals in Gaza. In Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, Palestinian doctors say patients urgently need to be moved away. Gaza's health ministry says wounded people and patients are being held inside an administration building in Al-Shifa that was not equipped to provide them with health care. It also said that 5 patients had died since the Israeli raid began due to shortages of food, water, and medical care. More from the BBC's Yolanda Nell.
As its offensive at Gaza City's biggest hospital, Al-Shifa, continues for an 11th day, the Israeli military says it's now eliminated approximately 200 terrorists in the area. It says it's taking steps to prevent harm to civilians, but a spokesman for the Palestinian Civil Defense said innocent people had been killed and that there were women and children trapped by the ongoing fighting. In the southern city of Khan Yunis, the Israeli army says it's killed dozens of Hamas fighters near Al-Amal Hospital, which has now been evacuated. And with Israeli ground forces also close to Nasser Hospital, the Palestinian Red Crescent has raised concerns about thousands of people it says are stuck there.
The top story at 5 o'clock, former President Jacob Zuma will not be able to stand as a candidate of the MK party in the elections in May. For SAFM News, in
your sports, Nyandeni returns to JVW and Brisbane Games must fit the region, says IOC. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 northbound in Sunninghill has a crash after Winnie Mandela Drive exit. The N3 southbound in Edenvale has a crash just before Modderfontein Road exit. The N1 southbound has delays near Grasmere Services. Olifantsfontein Road in Midrand has delays at Lever Road, and there's some heavy congestion in Pretoria in that Marabastad area. In Limpopo, the N1 has busy conditions at Nile Toll Plaza, so you're asked to expect delays there. The N1 northbound also busy conditions at Kranskorp Toll Plaza, so expect delays there as well. In KZN, the N3 eastbound in Pietermaritzburg has delays. That's south of Pietermaritzburg due to roadworks and high volumes. Heavy traffic reported in that central Durban area, so expect delays. And Umhlanga Rocks Drive is slow moving between Glen Hills and Sunningdale. In Cape Town, the N1 inbound has a crash just before Koeberg interchange. The N2 inbound has a crash before Bunga Avenue, and Victoria Road is slow moving through Camps Bay. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
In a world driven by innovation, where progress knows no bounds, it's those who dare to dream,
to push boundaries, who power our future. Join over 15,000 tech champions, visionaries, and trailblazers at Africa's largest tech event, exploring innovations across technology as we leverage tech for a more sustainable, connected tomorrow. Join us at Africa Tech Festival in Cape Town from November 11 to 14. Register your interest at africatechfestival.com.
Blue and Gold Army are happy with their performance in the DStv Premiership, and they want to triumph against Gold and Black to stay in the top 5. However, Amakosi want to bring back Injabulo to the Kosi Nation. The citizens battles it out with the Glamour Boys. Catch Mzansi's beautiful game, Cape Town City versus Kaizer Chiefs, on Saturday 30 March at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Aldren St.
Why do people in life running after money?
Just a quick one, Colonel. So if I get on the scene and there's money that's floating around and I take that money, am I guilty of a crime? Or am I committing a crime?
Yes, you are committing a crime. That's not your money.
And it's just floating in the air.
It is not your money, Aldren. It's supposed to be part of the money that was going wherever it was going or being taken back to the depot.
What happens if it floats into my car and I'm driving a convertible?
It's still not your money. As a law-abiding citizen, you should take it back to the family.
It's wrong to assume that everybody is running after money. It is just that.
Hashtag SAFM BTH. This is Aldren St. on Beyond the Headline.
It is 9 minutes after 5 o'clock and it's time for the interview as we normally do on a Thursday. So over the past few weeks we have been discussing with various political parties focusing on the economic policy proposals, and today is no different as we are joined by Brett Herron, who is the Good Party's Secretary General and a Member of Parliament. During its election manifesto launch, the Good Party unveiled a 10-point plan that it says will stop the suffering and fix South Africa for everyone as it seeks to correct the structure of the economy. Among other things, the party promises to introduce a labor-intensive, comprehensive urban management program which aims to provide massive employment opportunities while at the same time developing skills based in critical areas of maintenance as well as urban management. Brett Herron is now joining us in studio. Brett, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Thanks very much, Aldren.
How would you describe this manifesto?
I think it's a manifesto that speaks to the lived reality of the vast majority of South Africans. 55% of South Africans are living in poverty. We know that almost 9 million people are on the SRD 350 Rand per month grant. So there's severe poverty and deprivation. And it's a manifesto that seeks to speak directly to their challenges, to their needs, and to offer solutions to change South Africa so that people are no longer suffering unnecessarily.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's go through some of the plans, but as we've indicated that we're specifically focusing on some of the economic proposals. And by the way, please feel free to call in on 086-000-2032, and you can also drop me a voice note on 0614-104-107 and an X at Aldren St. Pierre. I want to start off with the land question, and it is significant because of the leader of the party and her history with the PAC as well. So the Good Party speaking about spatial justice, making more land available for subsidized and affordable housing. On the question though around land reform, public land must be used for public good. What does this say about what the Good Party's policy is when it comes to the proposal that was made before around land expropriation without compensation?
So we supported the Expropriation Bill, the new Expropriation Act. We did not support the amendment of the Constitution because we believed, and a constitutional court judgment has already said, that inherent in Section 25 of the Constitution is the right to expropriate for nil compensation. So there was no need to change the Constitution. We support expropriation, and there are circumstances that would make it just and equitable to expropriate without paying a compensation. So I think the controversial crucial part of the Expropriation Act, or the new Expropriation Act, is this nil compensation, because South Africa has been expropriating since the 1950s. I think that was when the first Expropriation Act was enacted. So for the last 70, 80 years we have been expropriating.
But never expropriated with nil compensation.
But there are circumstances which would make it just and equitable, and we support that.
What sort of circumstances?
Well, the Act itself talks about taking into account the history of how the land was acquired, how it was used, what is currently being used for, and what public purpose it could serve. And I could give a really simple example. During apartheid, black South Africans were not allowed to live in white South Africa, but they built all the infrastructure in white South Africa. And so they lived in migrant hostels. And many of those hostels were built by private companies, and black men lived there while they built buildings. There's a hostel in Cape Town called the Cape Sun Hostel. It's named because the people who lived there built the 5-star Cape Sun Hotel in downtown Cape Town. That building is still standing, it's occupied. The private owners have long since abandoned it. Sewage is running down the walls, people are living in terrible conditions, and the state says it's private property, we can't help these people. But actually we should be expropriating that building for nil compensation, because it's been abandoned, given its history for what it was used for, and it should be converted into livable, habitable spaces for the people that are there.
Do you think with the current bill there is opportunity to have land expropriation with the intention of actually dealing with the aspect around land restitution and dealing with the legacy of apartheid?
Yes, I think the bill talks about expropriation for public purpose. I think that's the wording. So the public purpose would include land restitution, which is part of land reform. And if it's necessary to expropriate land in order to give effect to land restitution, then the bill, I think, allows for it, or the Act allows for it. And if it must be nil compensation, then there's a few other factors that must be taken into account.
Like what?
Like how the land was acquired. So was it signed off?
Do you have an example, for instance, where you can say this is where you can apply land expropriation without compensation?
Well, I think I gave the building as an example, a simple example.
No. This is now speaking about the element around land restitution, how the land was acquired.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of a piece of land. But I'm convinced, given what happened in the run-up to 1994, where land was disposed of by the apartheid government in anticipation of a change of government, that there are pieces of land that were sold for R1 or leased on a 99-year lease for R1 a year to farmers. So I think there are pieces of land that were probably acquired in a way that undermined a just transition to a democratic South Africa. And I don't know where those pieces of land are, but anecdotally I know that there were these deals.
Okay. Then you also speak about we must provide proper restitution for victims of apartheid through appropriate land and monetary compensation, which is interesting because on the one end you have the land reform policy that we have been pushing in the country, which at some stage it was the willing buyer, willing seller. The ANC-led government then found that it was too expensive. It was such an expensive exercise because some people were pushing up the price of the land parcels. But then where the land was actually successfully handed over to the previous owners of the land, you find that the current owners struggle to work the land because they don't have the money to work the land, but sometimes because of poverty and inequality, which we'll deal with a bit later on in our discussion, decide to actually sell the land back to the people that the land have been taken from.
Yes, so I think the inclusion of monetary compensation is where the claimant makes a choice, or maybe the exact piece of land that they were dispossessed of is no longer. It's not possible to return it to the original owner for whatever reason. It may be a railway station now. So the monetary compensation is already built into the land restitution process. Claimants can take cash compensation instead of land, and so this is just a retention of that policy.
Okay, 0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldren St. Pierre, and our studio line is 086-000-2032. We're in conversation with Brett Herron, who is the Secretary General of the Good Party. We're focusing on the manifesto and some of the proposals that they're making in terms of trying to turn around the country's economy and also create jobs. Remember that this has been our focus as we lead up to the upcoming elections. So when it comes to economic justice, and I'm going to start off here with creating jobs. One of the proposals that you are making is where is it now? Okay, lost my notes. This is around creating jobs in urban areas, like implement a labor-intensive comprehensive urban management program, which aims to provide massive employment opportunities and sometime develop a skill base in critical areas of maintenance and urban management. For example, cleaning of parks, riverbanks, beaches, recreational areas, cleaning of roads, pavements, stormwater, drains and culverts, upgrading the maintenance of sidewalks. Isn't this the EPW?
Municipalities like to use EPWP the EPWP project for street sweeping and that kind of stuff, but this plan is more perhaps modeled on the Roosevelt's New Deal, which was to invest heavily in infrastructure and create jobs by addressing infrastructure disparities. South Africa is awash with infrastructure disparities, and so it's not EPWP. It's actually saying we need the infrastructure in order for our economy to operate, but we also need infrastructure to address socioeconomic conditions in communities where that infrastructure was never developed or was underdeveloped in under apartheid governments. Communities that have sidewalks on one side of the road because that was the policy for mixed race or colored people, and in townships you had no sidewalks. So it's addressing urban infrastructure and the disparities that continue to exist, and at the same time creating jobs, because for every job on a construction site, constructing a sidewalk, repaving a road, creates 7 jobs in the supply chain. And so there's enough of a infrastructure deficit across our country to invest in infrastructure, including in urban management, which is largely neglected. I'm a visitor in Johannesburg, but I drive around and see the condition of the roads, the sidewalks, water running down roads. So there's enough need to address our urban infrastructure, to maintain it and to upgrade it. Okay.
I have to say, though, outside of the maintenance of infrastructure, for me, it still does sound like the EPW program.
The EPWP program is a poverty alleviation program where people are employed for 60 Rand or 60 to 100 Rand a day. They work a certain number of hours.
Below the minimum wage.
And but it's not geared to address infrastructure alone. I mean, EPWP can be used for home care visits, visiting the elderly, making sure that they are washed and stuff like that. This is a urban management program that will not only upgrade our urban environment, but will give small businesses an opportunity to do the work. It will give NPOs the opportunity to participate in this program, and it will create jobs and fix the mess that many of our towns and cities are in. So EPWP is a broader program, and maybe EPWP should be incorporated into this program.
I was about to ask what's going to happen under a good party government with the EPWP.
I think that if you look at our manifesto and proposals holistically, we do talk about looking at existing poverty alleviation programs and testing them against a basic income grant and saying what has the biggest impact. All of these poverty alleviation programs, transferring cash to NPOs who do a soup kitchen once a week, take all that money and say, if we gave people who are unemployed 1,000 Rand a month or 999 Rand a month, instead of running all these poverty alleviation programs, which would have the biggest impact for that family or for that individual? And EPWP is one of those programs we must measure. Would it be more effective to give R1,000 basic income grant and run a proper infrastructure program under this comprehensive urban management program.
0614-104-107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldren Simpier. Our studio line is 086-000-2032 in conversation with the Secretary General of the Good Party, Brett Herron. Let's take some of your voice notes.
Hi, good day, Aldren. Is it possible to ask the person you're interviewing about the profitability of farms? I remember having a chat to a farmer in the KZN area, and he said that once you actually really sit and work it out, your return on the money that you have to put in is somewhere between 4 and 8%. So would it not be better for people, instead of getting land, they get the money and they literally can put it in the bank, and they will probably make more money than if they actually had to farm? Thank you.
Hi, Aldren, is Dumzi from Cape Town. Any policy on land that does not address three elements of justice, which is justice in acquisition, justice in transfer, and how to address past injustices. Any policy that does not address those three elements is not sustainable, basically. It's not true justice. So how does Good want to address the past injustices, which is the injustice started by the company VOC, which came and occupied land which did not belong to them and pushed black people away? Yes, the Constitution, we see it.
Okay, Brett, your response to those?
Well, I think if I go take the last one first, my answer in response to the question around Expropriation Act should have made it clear that we do factor in how land was acquired, how it's being used, and we do support land transformation, including expropriation with nil compensation, based on the injustices of the past. Mm-hmm. So I agree with him that no land reform policy will work unless you consider how land was acquired, and that means you have to look at the history of South African land ownership patterns, how they were engineered. The 1913 Native Land Act, etc., all the land legislation, the Group Areas Act that dispossessed people of urban land, those factors must be considered in how we address land reform, and they are compelling reasons for the just part of expropriation with nil compensation.
Okay.
On the question of the profitability of farming, I think first of all we mustn't assume that everybody who acquires land through land restitution is a farmer and wants to be a farmer.
Exactly.
And I don't know a lot about farming, but I do know that agriculture and agricultural exports is a huge part of South Africa's economy. And so I assume that there is an economy in agriculture. Mm-hmm. And for those who have the skills and the ability to wake up at the crack of dawn to do that kind of work, I assume that they make a profit. Otherwise, they wouldn't stay in business. They wouldn't acquire more land. They wouldn't have acquired more land in order to farm. So I think we mustn't assume that land restitution is about farming.
Yeah, certainly. Actually, now that you've spoken about the issue around justice, where does the Good Party stand with regards to a model like Ingonyama Trust? The IFP is saying in their manifesto proposal that they actually want to use that the act as a blueprint for other communal land where you have traditional leaders that are the trustees of that land. So that land then also uses the same model as Ingonyama Trust. What's the Good Party's take on Ingonyama Trust?
Look, I think let me rather talk about communal land, because I think it is a model that can solve some urban problems. If you go to informal settlements, for example, where people have lived for 30 and 40 years and will probably live their whole lives there at the pace at which the state is upgrading informal settlements. And there is a movement by informal settlement dwellers to acquire ownership of the land they're on, and communal ownership must be one of the models that we must look at. But we must always do so in consultation with the community that we're talking about and to. So communal land ownership, I think, has a place in South Africa where communities agree that this will be the model that works best for them. But the right to land ownership, I think, shouldn't be suppressed by an imposition of communal land ownership.
Yeah.
So I want to talk generally about communal land ownership. I think it is a solution for many land problems, especially where, as I say, in informal settlements, people do live communally, and they could probably form a trust or some sort of communal land ownership vehicle and own the land that they live on and develop it in the way that they want to develop it.
Okay. And of course, security of tenure, very important to that as well. Let's speak about income inequality. And I have to say, out of all of the manifestos that I've read so far, it's the first time that I see a political party wanting to deal with inequality by radically reducing the income inequality between the CEO and the worker. What do you mean by that? How would it play out?
Well, I mean, the income inequality is derived directly from the entrenched economic conditions in our country that we inherited again. And much of our manifesto talks about stuff that, things that were inherited and they have not been addressed. And the income inequality between the worker and the CEO can be addressed through increased transparency, through legislation, through the sectoral negotiations, or it depends on what sector it's in, supporting the bargaining council process to improve the conditions and the income of low-income workers in different sectors. And for top earners who are earning astronomical amounts.
What is astronomical?
Well, I don't know. I mean, some people earn. You open the paper and you read that someone is earning 100 million rand a day or 100 million, and I don't know. I mean, that sounds like mind blowing to me. I don't know what that kind of money means. But there must be a mechanism, and government has the legislative power to make sure that in those industries and in those companies that workers are getting a fair share of income.
What does the fair share look like? Because when you have this conversation with companies and so forth, they say, but we are poaching the best talent that is out there, and unfortunately the best talent comes at a certain cost, while at the end you also see that let's say for instance the salary increase for the cleaner is sometimes below inflation, as an example, yet the company's CEO is earning the millions that you speak of.
Well, I think you've given one example where government can intervene. So why should a worker in a profitable business where the CEO is earning an astronomical amount because he has a special skill that can't be acquired for some reason, for a lower salary, why should the lowest earning person in that company receive a less than inflation increase with the excuse that we are under financial constraints or whatever, when we're not actually under financial constraints? We're just overpaying the executives.
Do you want a cap?
Yes, I think we do want a cap, but don't ask me what it is yet, because I don't know what the astronomical amount is.
But you are the guys who are making the proposal.
Yeah.
So you don't know what the astronomical amount is. You do want the cap, but you don't know what the amount is.
I can't give you the cap, no.
You can't give it a cap, but you would want to see a cap.
I would like to see a cap. Yeah, we would like to see a cap.
Okay.
I think it's the only way that you can actually introduce measures to address the inequality, is that you have to look at how that inequality is generated. And it's generated, obviously, by people earning excessively. And I don't think the argument that people are unaffordable because of some special skill. I think executives give themselves salaries that companies can afford to pay at the expense of other people.
Oh, thank you so much for that. Actually, it was Thomas Piketty, economist from France, if I'm not mistaken, who once said that maybe on the boards of companies as well, you must ensure that labor is consistently represented on those boards and they can speak on behalf of the workers. But sometimes I wonder about whether the labor that is represented on the board aren't co-opted by the executives and by other board members. But that conversation just after the Money Web market update with Jimmy Moyaha. Tabo, Darren, and France, I do see your calls. We'll take you after Jimmy Moyaha.
A very good afternoon with the news headlines. Motorists should brace themselves for another fuel price hike next week, with the petrol price increasing by as much as 67 cents a litre. Former President Jacob Zuma will not be able to stand as a candidate of the MK party in the elections in May. And Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Cyril Ramaphosa have held a phone conversation on the terror attack at a music concert in Moscow and many other issues. Details in the news, 6 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound in Braamfontein has a crash near Empire Road. The N12 eastbound has delays at Etwatwa. Heavy traffic reported on local routes around Noord Street taxi rank in central Johannesburg, and Olifantsfontein Road in Midrand has delays at Lever Road. In KZN, the N3 westbound in Hillcrest is slow moving. That's towards Shongweni exit. The N2 southbound has a stationary vehicle after Umgeni Road. The N3 westbound is queuing towards Spaghetti Junction. The M7 is queuing at Bel Air Wakesley Road Junction, and the N2 northbound has a stationary vehicle just before the M41 Gateway exit. In Cape Town, the R300 westbound is slow moving towards Stock Road exit. The N1 outbound is slow moving towards Okavango Road. The N1 inbound has a crash reported just before Kuburg interchange, and the N2 inbound has a crash just before Bunga Avenue. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
In your sports this hour, JVWFC assistant coach Janine van Wyk says that the club welcomes the return of veteran striker Nompumelelo Nyandeni, who joined the side last week. Nyandeni sent a request to rejoin the Blue Diamond, having left Tears Galaxy Queens following just one season at the Rockets. And van Wyk says that the club could not afford to turn down a player of Nyandeni's caliber.
Yeah, Mpumi returned. It was, a very unexpected move from her. We weren't really looking to fill our squad anymore, as we already have 23 players at hand. But, you never turn a player of Mpumi's caliber down or away. You always want to make use of experience and quality in certain areas, and we felt with Mpumi that wanted a different change again, come back to JVW. We couldn't turn her away at all. So not really sure about her reason why she left TS Galaxy, but we were just happy that she picked us as JVW, wanted to come back to the Blue Diamonds. So we're very pleased to have her back in the squad and part of the group that is looking to have another successful season.
Elsewhere, Liverpool and Manchester United have jointly launched an education program through their foundation to tackle tragedy-related abuse in the run-up to their Premier League game at Old Trafford on the 7th of April. The clubs have repeatedly condemned fans chanting in reference to the Hillsborough tragedy, the Heysel Stadium disaster and Munich air disaster to mock opposition supporters. The two foundations will develop the program further in partnership with the league and are committed to making it an annual part of the engagement across the Merseyside and Greater Manchester regions. In rugby, Sharks head coach John Plumtree has made 5 changes to the starting lineup to face Edinburgh in Durban in the URC on Saturday. Plumtree's key overhaul comes up front, beginning with the powerful front row of Ox Nche in place of Ntutuko Gunu and Vincent Goch getting his first start after making his debut in the win against Ulster at the Kings Park last week, with Bongi Mbonami completing a World Cup winning Springbok front row. In other changes, Emil van Heerden replaces Gebrand Grobler in the second row, while James Venter makes his return and Pepsi Buthelezi shifts to number 8 in place of George Grenier, who suffered knee injury. In the only change in the backline, Werner Kok replaces injured Edwin Keita on the wing. Then ending things off with the Olympic news, IOC Coordination Commission Chair Kirsty Coventry says that the Brisbane 2032 Olympics must fit the city and the region and not the other way around. Less than 2 weeks after plans to construct a new stadium were scrapped, Brisbane was awarded the Olympics in 2021 under the IOC's new norm process, a targeted procedure aimed at saving hundreds of millions of dollars for host cities and increasing long-term sustainability. Around 80% of the venues for the 2032 Games are in place, with the main stadium redevelopment and a federal government-funded 2.5 billion Australian dollars arena to host the swimming, the only 2 major construction projects planned. On that note, it is a wrap from my side. Ke Natume Nkgapele. Modimo.
In a world driven by innovation, where progress knows no bounds, it's those who dare to dream, to push boundaries, who power our future. Join over 15,000 tech champions, visionaries and trailblazers at Africa's largest tech event, exploring innovations across technology as we leverage tech for a more sustainable, connected tomorrow. Join us at Africa Tech Festival in Cape Town from November 11 to 14. Register your interest at africatechfestival.com.
Those who love the beautiful game can never have enough of the incredible moments. Like the fascinating last-minute goals, the unbelievable saves, the top-of-the-range reviews of critical match scenarios by the legendary Mr. Ref, the mummies of the week, and highly knowledgeable analysts. Catch Soccer Zone on Mondays at 8 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC 1 at 10 p.m. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
Chief Norwich City FC reporter Connor Southwell. The big worry for Norwich City fans around the world, of course, is a clean bill of health. With the internationals coming back, looks as if things are looking fairly good ahead of the match against the Pilgrims on Friday.
Yeah, and that's one benefit, I think, of the international break. It's given some of those players, Shane Duffy, even John Rose, been able to make up a little bit of ground. So that's one positive. I think you could flip it and maybe argue that there's a little bit of a loss of momentum. But hey, you go and beat Plymouth on Friday, and that returns pretty swiftly. So yeah, really good news, really positive injury bulletin, and obviously crucially as well, those players who have been on international duty coming back, and they're all fully fit as well.
Top Sport on SAFM.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And it's time for a MoneyWeb market update with Jimmy Moyaha, which is my last MoneyWeb update with Jimmy Moyaha. Jimmy, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, Aldren. Good evening to me, and good evening to the listeners. I do just want to point out before we get into this last update that you have to be someone truly special to take 3 business days for people to say goodbye to you. We've been at this all week. And that's how important you are. 3 business days.
I was saying to the team that the national flags must fly at half-mast.
There we go. Play the national anthem, all of it. National hero.
But let's focus on the economy. So today, looking at the female South African entrepreneurs who raised around 70 million rand in pre-seed funding for a latest project.
Crazy, right? Raising money in any environment, especially the entrepreneurial space, is always a difficult task. And I'm going to be chatting to this particular female who's done this. She and her business partner have raised. They've built the business now. They raised the £3 million prior to having built the business, and they raised it all on the pitch deck that they had. And it's just a remarkable story of, number one, the resilience and the strength of South African entrepreneurs and the ingenuity that comes with a country like South Africa. And I think it's a testament to what we're capable of as South Africans, right? On the world stage, on any stage, in fact. So I'm going to speak to that co-founder, get a sense of how she did it, what her challenges were, and just get a sense of what next for the business and where to from here. I've got another conversation with the CEO of Corobrick. They have been in the news lately around some sustainability concerns. They are a brick manufacturer in South Africa, and they have a clay mining quarry that sits in Centurion side near Rietvlei, and they've been mining that site for 40 years now, and they've recently gotten a license, a controversial mining license to mine coal, and environmentalists are in uproar, as you can imagine, around that. So we're going to speak to the CEO from Corobrick, try and unpack that, try and make sense of what's happening there and why everybody's so concerned. And then we've got a conversation with Prescient Investment around the interest rates. We saw interest rate decisions yesterday coming in largely as expected. We're going to dig into that and see what it means for us going into the rest of the year, given that we are a month and a bit away, or 2 months away from elections. So that's going to be in time for the next interest rate conversation, and we're just going to see how we map out that for South Africans and what it means for us going forward. And then we've got an interesting SME, because it's Thursday. We have our SME features on Thursdays, and this particular SME is a local chocolate manufacturing company that's found a way to make Belgian chocolate that is sugar-free and gluten-free. So I'm going to speak to the co-founders of that business and try and understand what they're doing. Again, South African entrepreneurs everywhere we look, they are there and they are busy. And as busy as the entrepreneurs are, the markets are equally as busy today, with the rand losing some ground at 18.94 against the dollar, losing very little at this stage, but losing some ground against the pound as well, sitting at 23.93, gaining some ground against the euro at 20 rand and 46 cents there, and sort of flat against the Australian dollar at 12 rand 35 cents there. Bitcoin moving up again, back above $70,000 at $71,126 a coin there. Ethereum also up about 1.8% at 3,580 odd there. Equity markets had an interesting day. If we start with Asian markets, Sydney was up about a full percent, Hong Kong up a full percent, Shanghai about 2/3%. Tokyo was down 1.5%, so quite a big move to the downside there for them. If we look at European markets, France was up about 0.1%, Germany 0.1% as well, and London a whole 0.5% in the green. South African markets had a really good day. Resources back in charge. They were up about 2.8%, with industrials 0.6% in the green. Financials down 0.1%, but that meant that the all share finished up 0.8%, and the top 40 up a full percent. Speaking of things that are up a full percent, gold back above $2,200. I think this is the all-time highs that we're seeing here, $2,214 an ounce there. But at the same time, Brent crude $87.32 a barrel. We got that fuel price conversation or announcement from the Central Energy Fund today. We're going to dig into that when we look at other stories on our side for the month of April, but this does not bode well for months going forward, especially if the average fuel price is going to be taken, or the average crude oil price is going to be taken from here. But palladium also having a good day, back above $1,000, sitting at $1,026 an ounce there, and platinum at $923, up about 3% in this trade at the moment. So we're going to dig into this and other movements. We're also going to do a rand wrap, because we do that every last Thursday of the month. We wrap up how the rand has performed throughout the month and just get some expectations again going into the rest of the year and possibly closer to elections, seeing if the market is pricing in a lot more risk for South Africa than we thought in the past. But we'll dig into these and other stories in a little bit. For now, Aldren, for the final time, my friend, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Really appreciate it. And do enjoy MoneyWeb. And I hope that you're going to miss me.
course I'm going to miss you, but I'll
Okay.
probably see you outside of the radio environment.
Yeah,
I
see
think
you in the streets.
That's what, yeah, for me, it's a little less sad because I'll see you in the streets.
Yeah, we'll see each other in the streets. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Jimmy Moyaha is coming back just after 6 o'clock with the MoneyWeb Market Update. We're taking your voice notes on 0614-104-107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldren Simpia. Our studio line is 086-000-2032. We're still in conversation with Brett Herron, who's the Secretary General of the Good Party, as we focus on their economic policy proposals and what your takeaway is from what you've heard Brett saying so far, and perhaps maybe questions that you have in terms of the manifesto proposals. 0614-104-107.
#SAFMBTH.
Okay, let's go to Tabo, who's joining us from the Northwest. Good evening.
Only Mr. Aldren Cynthia.
Welcome.
Okay, you know, Aldren, I want to ask Brett what?
He can hear you?
Hello.
I can hear you, yes, sir. I can hear you, Tabo.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to say that thing, and I did farewell to you, man. Go well, brother.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, I've been following you from since ETV. Yes, since from ETV.
Appreciate it. Hey, but Tabo, I'm going to ask you to get to your question. I'm so sorry, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But my question here is that post 94 about regarding the farmers or the land insurance.
Mm-hmm.
There's a farmers here. You know, those farmers, there were those people that are claiming that those farmers are belong to them, even though we think that those farmers are for community. Now, I want to ask Brett Kevin here that what are the policies that are there to change that, because of there were those that are claiming the land is for them, even though we think that the land is for all of us.
I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying that what are the policies for them to change that, to those that are thinking that if there's a farm, it only belongs to them, because of the claiming that the farmers are belong to them, even though we think that the farmers are for the community.
Okay, I'm not too sure, Brett. Do you understand?
I think I understand, and this would be my answer, just based on what I understand.
Thank you, Tabo.
Land reform includes land restitution, land redistribution, and we support land redistribution. So, if I understand his question correctly, that land is meant to be for all the people,
yes,
and some people have it and some people don't. We support land redistribution.
Because there's inequality in land ownership as well.
There is massive inequality in land ownership, both from a gender perspective and obviously from a race perspective.
Yeah.
And so when we talk about we support land reform, we talk about restitution and redistribution. And so we would support a redistribution program so that we can support emerging farmers for those who want to farm, and redistribution for other socioeconomic purposes.
Okay. Darren is joining us from KwaZulu-Natal. Good evening.
Good evening, Aldren Sabia. Thank you very much for taking my call. Thank you for being a scholar, a gentleman, and bringing to us
Thank you.
news that's hot. Really appreciate that. My response to your guest is with regards to CEOs' salaries and employees' salaries. I fully agree with that. You know, CEOs get paid exorbitant salaries, and employees get paid a pittance. I would like to sort of take that one step further to government and leaders in parliament and leaders in municipalities who get paid exorbitant salaries, and the incapacity for them to perform their duties. And I'm calling from KwaZulu-Natal, and purely based on I just received a bill for 195,000 rand from the eThekwini municipality because their estimated bills and meter readings from May last year to February this year equates to 195 because they just couldn't read meters on a regular basis. Now they expect us as taxpayers to come up with that kind of money without even giving us the time of the day to pay this over a specific period. And when you phone the municipality, there's just nobody there to respond to you. The call just gets press 2 for water. You press 2 for water, they give you an answer, and they cut you off.
Yeah.
So how are we supposed to, as people who are paying for a service, which you're not receiving. I mean, you know, the water crisis in...
Okay, what's your question? What's your question to the good party?
The good parties, how do they intend to fix us? I'd like to know, we are paying for the service which you're not receiving.
Okay. Brett?
So if you look at our manifesto, and if you listen to what Patricia DeLille said when she launched the manifesto, that on the 1st of June, absolutely nothing will change. Because even if we vote out the ANC and vote in a new government, on the 1st of June, our lives will not change, because the administration that supports government will still be the same administration that's been there for the last 30 years. And so in our manifesto, we address that all three spheres of government, provincial, national, and local government, need a fundamental reform of their administrative structure. We need ethical and capable leadership. We need capacity and skills within government rather than outsourcing all the time to consultants. And there must be accountability. So his story of the 195,000 Rand bill is poor local government management by well-paid managers. Maybe they have the skills, maybe they don't. I can relate. I got a 34,000 Rand bill last month because suddenly they've adjusted estimated readings to actual readings. And so there is an unfairness in the way we experience the government services. And it's,
But why are we still estimating?
Well, because they can't be bothered to walk up the hill to where I live, so they just estimate. And so, but
the technology that's out there, technology that could be implemented that can actually measure how much electricity that you've used, how much water that you've used. If a prepaid meter can do it, then surely postpaid should be able to do it as well.
You would think. I think it's about lack of innovation, lack of leadership, lack of capacity, and also maybe lack of investment. I mean, a lot of our infrastructure, the meters and all that are old and need updating. So there's a lot of room for better leadership and better management at all three spheres of government, and it starts with making sure we review the structure.
Let's go to Machakala, who's joining us from Davidson. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well, Machakala. How's it?
Yes, I just want to ask your guest, man. Firstly, I just want to say labor broking, it's a modern-day slavery. What is the good party's take on labor broking? Are they going to end labor broking or not, labor brokers? Because workers do not enjoy the benefit of job security because of labor broking. That's my question. So I just want to know if they will end labor broking or things will continue as they are now.
Okay, thank you, Machakala. Brett?
Look, I mean, labor broking has been abused, for example, in farming communities in the Western Cape. We had the recent violence in the Worcester area where farmers were using labor brokers to bring farm workers in who were from Lesotho, and locals were saying, but we're not being employed, and the farmers were using labor brokers to bring cheaper labor in from Lesotho. So labor broking needs to be managed.
So you're saying don't do away with it, manage it?
I think it needs to be managed. And what was happening, for example, the example I'm using, was because of a lack of leadership and lack of implementation of the law by the Minister of Labour in the Western Cape, which led to people losing their lives because of violence that was unnecessary, and farmers taking shortcuts to get cheaper labour using labour brokers. So labour brokers need to be managed in terms of the employment contract between the labour broker and the employee.
And then from the good party side, who would be the employer? Is the employer the labour broker, or is the employer the labour broker's client?
The employer is the labour broker.
The employer is the labour broker. Okay, let's quickly go to Franz, who's joining us from Centurion. Good evening.
How are you?
Good, Franz. How's it?
Thank you. Let me just do it quickly. I think people don't follow the land. In fact, they follow economy. Yeah, so if you can just spread, try to shift away from this CBD idea. Because, people, there's a lot of land in Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe is empty today. people follow economy. They don't follow the land. And people think, like here, the majority of people, they think they need the land. That is not the land. They will leave it and go to where there is economic activity. So I just want to know, the gentleman, if there is any plan of spreading the economy. Because this thing of...
Okay.
Let me just leave it there. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Franz. Franz raises a very important point, and it's something that I've raised before as well. Is like you'd find that let's say a mining company. The mining company is mining in Rustenburg, but its headquarters are in Johannesburg. Most of the people, or some of the people that are employed by the mine, this is now speaking about the professionals and the white collar people, are based in the headquarters, which would be in Johannesburg. But that then takes away the potential jobs that could have been created if the headquarters were actually in Rustenburg. And people speak about the convenience. I think about property. If that white collar guy who is in the headquarters of the company in Johannesburg was to buy land, for instance, in Rustenburg, that boosts the economy of Rustenburg. So what's the good party's take on ensuring that we spread out economic development and that it's not centered in areas like Gauteng, the Western Cape, as well as KwaZulu-Natal?
So there's two things. I mean, first of all, South Africa's urbanizing at a rapid rate, and by 2050, 85% of people will live in urban environments, and that is because they're chasing the economy. So we're a country blessed with opportunities in rural areas. I mean, tourism opportunities, mining opportunities, agricultural opportunities. We've got opportunities in rural areas if we invest properly. And your example of the head office should be in Rustenburg and not in Johannesburg is almost what is in our manifesto, that the head office of the Department of Education in the Western Cape should not be in AAA grade building that they lease for 200 million rand a year in downtown Cape Town. They should take 200 million rand and go and build a building in Khayelitsha. And have all their staff go and work there, because soon thereafter there will be cafes, retail, all kinds of services, because those people need services where they work. So to take 200 million rand and rent a building in Cape Town, you could have taken that 200 million rand, built your head office in Khayelitsha, Bonteheuwel, Eldorado Park, wherever, and changed first of all the traffic flow, and also stimulated development where people actually live.
And further integration as well. Final one, the Reserve Bank. What's the good party saying about the Reserve Bank? You speak about reform of, for instance, the Bretton Woods institutions like the IMF and the World Bank. But what about the Reserve Bank?
I mean, let's just talk about the latest development where we are taking reserves from the Reserve Bank and using it to plug a hole in our budget. We support that. I mean, the Reserve Bank provides for it where it's accumulated reserves, and the reserves are beyond whatever the threshold is for a safe amount to be kept. That money should be spent back in the economy, spent back to help government operate, and so we support the Reserve Bank's role in that transaction. Beyond that, the Reserve Bank is there to make sure that we maintain a reasonable amount of inflation and regulate transactions of banks and things. So we haven't developed a massive policy around the Reserve Bank, but the Reserve Bank's role in ensuring economic growth and development in South Africa should be part of its mandate.
Do you think that there should be a dual mandate as well? Because the issue that have been raised by some analysts is that the Reserve Bank is focusing on protecting the rand and also inflation targeting as well. However, though, the element around job creation they believe is very important. The Reserve Bank governor had said before that that is something that the fiscal policy needs to deal with. But what's the good party's take on it?
I think that there's enough evidence in other parts of the world where their equivalent of a reserve bank plays a broader role in economic growth, and I think that our reserve bank can play a broader role in economic growth. And in fact, I was on that ad hoc committee that impeached Advocate Mkhwebane as the public protector, and one of the cases was her direction that the constitution should be changed. Now, she went about it the wrong way, but actually there was an interesting argument to be made in that suggestion, and it was unfortunate the way it was introduced. But in all the outcry about how dare she propose a constitutional amendment or instruct Parliament to change the constitution and the SARB's mandate, beyond that, there's a lot of research and a lot of work that has been done already in South Africa and around the world around what the Reserve Bank could be doing in stimulating economic growth, and we're not opposed to that.
Brett Herron, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Secretary General of the Good Party. We've come to the end of our voyage. Thank you so much for choosing flight SAFM BTH 326 with me, Aldren Simpier. Today, we leave you with the words of Albert Einstein, who once said, try not to become a man of success, but a man of value. Look around at how people want to get more out of life than they put in. A man of value will give more than he receives. And Deboho from Kuruman is reading our credits this evening.
Hello, team. It is an honor to take off my hat to Team BTH for the good work you have done today to keep us informed and educated and entertained. To Kanya, Temba, Phineas, Tumi, Charles, Budvusi, big up to you all, and to Captain Fantastic Aldren. We will definitely miss you, my brother. Go well. This is Tebo Homonyo from Kuruman, Northern Cape. Keep well. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Happy Easter.
Aldren Simpier on Beyond the Headline.
And remember to love each other and lead with compassion. Remember, tomorrow is my final show. Totsins, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Independent and impartial. This is SAFM News.
Thank you very much, Aldrin. The top stories is our motorists to dig a little deeper for fuel, and Zuma won't be able to contest the elections. A very good evening. Motorists should brace themselves for another fuel price hike next week, with the petrol price increasing by as much as 67 cents a litre. The prices take effect from midnight on Tuesday. Minerals and Energy says petrol will increase by 65 cents a litre for 93 unleaded and 67 cents for 95. Diesel with higher sulfur content will go up by 3 cents a litre, while low sulfur diesel will decrease by over 1 cent a litre. The department says the wholesale price of illuminating paraffin will decline by 29 cents a litre. The increases are attributed to a slew of factors, including an increase in the slate levy, higher carbon